pray hello to Matthew Kusum. Good morning to you, my friend.
Hi, Andrew. Good morning to you. Good morning to listeners right across Guyana and the Eastern Caribbean region. Yes, we had a bit of a heavy shower this morning.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, in fact, when I left home, the rain started to fall heavy. And that's in just the outskirts of Georgetown. That's in the South Rhine Belt area. But I thought it probably didn't fall that heavily on the East Bank because as I was coming up, which is south of Georgetown, on the East Bank towards Providence, I saw the blue clouds. But yet when I left Georgetown, it was overcast. So it was pretty heavy. But as you know, Providence is one of the fastest drying grounds in the world. And it's a beautiful stadium. And even though Trinidad would have had all that rain, where 155 overs were lost, and that game ended in a draw, you don't expect that here at Providence.
No. In fact, when you go back to the World Cup that we hosted back in 2007, there was a tremendous effort to ensure that grounds are much better. There's no question about that. The stadium as well, and even at Kensington Oval, in fact, there were some times when you went to Kensington Oval, lots of rain, and you really couldn't get play. But I know that the BCA, the Barbados Cricket Association, invested very heavily, as was the case with Guyana, Jamaica as well, and generally grounds in the Caribbean, they dry quickly. I know there was a problem at the Queen's Park Oval, and that, I think, to some extent has been solved. But the good news is that the sun is out. In all of its glory, the ground staff working around the clock to ensure that we get some cricket. And do not be surprised if we don't lose a lot of time. It's heading just at 10 o'clock on your Citizens Watch. Don't charge me for the commercial. But what I can say to you here is that I expect that if we don't have any more rain, we could in fact be having cricket in less than 15 minutes. Well, good morning to you wherever you are again. And the news is that some driving rains in Guyana this morning has now given away to brilliant sunshine. And we are hoping that the action will in fact start pretty soon. You know, to get this production together, I have been involved in this for quite a long time. You identify people you can trust. Of course, trust is an important thing in any relationship. And we found our very good friend who was known all over Guyana from the, what's it, the quarantine, is it? The quarantine to Rob Street. You were talking about Bobby Vieira.
Oh, yes.
That's a big name in Guyana, you know. It's the name of the name of the rich and the famous. Good morning, Bobby. Nice to see you. How are you, my friend?
Good morning, my good friend Andrew. It's good to be here, but most important, we are delighted that we have been given the opportunity.
Okay. I think
Am I good?
Yeah,
now?
he's good. Loud
Yes.
and clear.
Okay. We're delighted that we have been given the opportunity to share this information because one of the platforms for Light FM is we educate, we inform, and then we entertain. So that is the kind of strategy we used when we made our discussions initially, and we said, yes, we're going to go with this. And we think it's going to go a long way because apart from the listenership in Guyana, which I'm proud to say we command a majority of the market, we've got listeners all around the world. And you saw yesterday when you had listeners who were texting you, texting me, texting the station, saying how much they are enjoying the commentary. So all in all, it is something good for Light FM and our listeners. I know it's going to raise the bar as far as we're concerned in the world of broadcasting a little bit. So that was a good opportunity, to take this and go with it. And we hope we'll continue in a good relationship with Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, of course, after this test match, you go into the white ball series. There are going to be 3 games in Trinidad. And then England will be coming, of course, a little bit later on the end. Bangladesh, a lot of cricket to be played. And, of course, Light FM, a good and faithful partner. We hope to have you on board. Cricket is so vitally important. There's no question about that. It is true that things are not going the way we want them to go. But when you look, first of all, at Guyana, that has produced some of the best cricketers the world has ever seen, I mean, you have to be part of this, and we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
But you know, Andrew, there's one thing I wanted to ask you since the very beginning. You seem to be fascinated with Rob Street in Guyana.
Yeah,
there's so many different
I'm
good
fascinated
streets.
with the name of Rob Street.
There's so many good streets and avenues in Guyana, but there is something
Well, you
that
tell me-
sticks in your mind
Yeah,
about
I mean,
Rob Street.
it is interesting.
Something about his thoughts on Rob Street. He keeps saying Rob Street.
Yeah,
What is
Rob
it
Street.
about Rob
When
Street?
you tell me, I mean, is there anything behind the name Rob Street?
Rob Street is just one of our famous streets in Georgetown.
Okay,
The
okay,
Border
fair enough.
Market, for example, sits
Right.
on Rob Street. One section, the northern side of the market, sits on Rob Street. We had some famous restaurants and bars and clubs
Okay.
on Rob Street.
Uh-huh.
So maybe that's where your memory takes you when you
Yes.
think about Rob Street.
Indeed. And you were telling me yesterday about history. Is it the watercress? You were making I don't remember.
No, you
but
were talking about the Stabroek
the
Market.
Starbuck Market. Tell us
And
about
Stabroek
that.
Market is synonymous with Guyana. And everything, every picture you see, there's some aspect of the Stabroek Market. Now, there's record, and the research was done, that in 1831, the Stabroek Market was opened. But the history, and I have gotten this from former Mayor, former Prime Minister Hamilton Green, and it's documented, the Stabroek Market, and you know, in the old days, Guyana was under British rule, and so were many other places in the Caribbean. And so the Stabroek Market itself was destined for Belize, which was then British Honduras. And pirates attacked the ship when they were bringing this building to Belize, which should have been used as a railroad station. And they diverted it to Guyana, to British Guyana. And so it was placed right there on the bank of the Demerara River. And there we have, and Stabroek is the area where our Parliament building is located, the first paved road in Guyana on Brick Dam. All of that is in the Stabroek area. So that is why you have the Stabroek Market. And former Prime Minister and late Pierre Trudeau of Canada, when he visited, he wanted to see this famous Stabroek Market. And after he got there, he said, oh my God, this is a bizarre bazaar.
Oh, what language, indeed, indeed, yes. So it's always good to get that history. There's no question about it. But I just want to speak to you about your relationship overseas, because I was fascinated to report to you that several people from, the States in particular, in fact, we had some from England, and they listen to your station.
Andrew, what is so good about broadcast today and the technology that exists, you don't have to be concerned about where you are. Once you have Wi-Fi and you have our app on your phone, you could listen to the station. And then we are partnering with a company in Athens, Greece, which gives me real time of how many people are listening to the station on the web.
Oh.
And I could tell the equipment they're using from the same company. I could tell if you're on a laptop, if you're on an Android, if you're on an Apple iPad, desktop, whatever it is, I could get that in real time. And then it breaks down to, I could go, for example, to Barbados, and I could see how many people are listening in Barbados, and where in Barbados, whether they're in Oistins, whether they're in Bridgetown, and it's the same thing with every country in the world. The ones that are at the top with listenership, we get that broken down. So we are working towards enhancing, what we do and the quality of programming, and to build on our listenership. So I could use the opportunity now to give myself a plug. You want to get your business around the world, especially if you're in the hospitality area, lock in with Light FM. And you know what? We encourage people, and we say to them, look, for the social side of things, if your light is not going bright, turn on the light.
Oh,
wonderful
wonderful indeed.
If you can't sleep at night, keep on the light.
Keep on the light.
If you wake up a morning and the days don't seem like it's going to go bright,
Right.
just turn on the light.
Right.
104.1 Light FM.
I like that.
Andrew.
I like that. And of course, if you itch for success, then keep on scratching. You like that, yeah? Can I repeat that slowly? If you itch for success, then keep on scratching. It's been an absolute
If you
pleasure.
itch for success,
Then keep on
then
scratching.
keep on scratching.
You like that one, eh? If you
Keep on
itch for success,
scratching.
you want to
Yeah,
keep on
yeah,
scratching.
keep on scratching.
Yeah, indeed. It's
you
really
go.
great. It's really great. Now, the news is that the pitch has been rolled. No rain. In fact, the weather looks good. As I look out, I don't see any threat of rain. So we should be getting cricket, hopefully, maybe in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. And let me come to you now, Matthew Kusum. The game is interestingly poised because the reality is that the situation, a good day for South Africa on day two, and one would think that the West Indies would want to try to get as many balls South Africa out in the first session, but at the moment, advantage to South Africa.
Yes, for sure. Advantage South Africa. The West Indies will have to clean up the remaining 5 wickets to ensure that that lead does not get past, let's say, 280, heading up to 300.
Right.
The minute it gets past that, it's going to be a tough ask for the West Indies. Their batters will have to win the game for them because you've got a lot of time left in the game. You've got today and then 2 days remaining as well. And one would hope that they're not thinking that that the rains will save them for sure, because they've got to come out and bat, and they've got to bat very well, and that's not going to be easy for them batting last here at Providence. But South Africa, on the other hand, will be saying, we need to bat through this first session. If I'm a South African, that's how I'd be thinking. Bat through the first session, continue to push the score on, and based on what they're thinking of setting the West Indies, which I think should be nothing more than about 350, a nice tricky total, giving them 2 days plus to get those runs. I think 350 is pretty good, even though it's a lot of runs. Set them that sort of target. And if you don't get to that by the end of the first session, you bat maybe for just about under an hour in the second session. And then if you have to declare, give the West Indies about 350 to chase. And if you don't get further rain for the rest of the game, they'll be in a big chance. They'll be in with a big chance of winning this test match and winning the test series.
Indeed. Naim Chan, the veteran broadcaster, is with us. Veteran connotes that you're old, but I know that you're not an old man at all. It's just that you started when you were a teenager. Good morning to you, my friend. How are you?
I'm good, Andrew. Good morning to all our people in Radio Land, whether you're on social media. First of all, let me give you some good news. I was running through the weather forecast early this morning, and the forecast is saying for Guyana that if we're to have showers, it's going to be in the morning, it's going to be brief, and that's exactly what we saw, and then that morphs into good weather conditions, so dry weather conditions.
Tell me, how long have you been in broadcasting now? Because I remember hearing you back in the 60s when Forbes Burnham was the president.
I know you're targeting my age, actually, and not my skill. But I've been around for a while. This month, August 2024, marks 40 years in the media, broadcast media. Started out at radio 1984, and then from about 1988, I joined you on cricket commentary.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's a long time.
So I'm a veteran too.
You're a veteran. If you were trying to hide your age.
How has it been over the years, though? I mean, a voice very well known across the Caribbean.
Andrew, this has been, you have to like it. I used to dream it from age 5, 6. Mommy said she would wake me up and ask me, who is Greenwich? Oh. Gordon Greenwich. I call these guys' names while I'm sleeping. At the backyard, the guys will be playing cricket, and there was a monkey apple tree. That's what we call it locally. And when I'm out, I climb up on that limb, and I'm describing. I had this inclination, it was a dream. And I couldn't believe when I got the job at the radio. I jumped the fence at border. I breached the security just to get to Tony Kosher.
Oh.
He was in the press box. I jumped again. The guard threw me out. I came again, eventually met him. And I had a questionnaire, and I asked Kosher. He said, tell me quick, I'm not able to go through all of this. What exactly you want? I said, I want to become like you. What do I have to do? He said, where are you working? I said, at the radio. He said, you're 3/4 way there.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful indeed. So it's been a very interesting journey. Good to have you back in the country.
Very poor journey, too.
Yeah, but there was a time when you were off for quite a long time. What happened there? Was it that Matthew didn't pick you?
Matthew has always been a very nice colleague. The only problem between Matthew and I, he's a devout Christian, pious human being. I tread on the other side most of the times, and I always have to keep apologizing to him. You know.
Is it that you're Roman Catholic?
I'm practically nothing religiously.
Indeed. Now, gentlemen, let's let our listeners know we're just chatting away because there's no cricket. Should have started at 10 o'clock. But the weather's pretty good, and you had a chance. In fact, the action is going to start at 10:30. That's what we're told now. And, of course, we expect to get some good cricket today. Now, let's go across to you to talk about the actual game now. Look into your crystal ball. What do you see?
I'm seeing that the West Indies are in serious trouble. Because getting West Indies to go to bat a 50-over game, it's difficult, much less to go on for 2 days to reach any target. They have a serious problem with batting. I always wonder, but in my opinion, Andrew, and I just want your views on this, but Shea Hope, for me, technically is the best batsman in the Caribbean. in our time when we were growing up, Gordon Greenidge, Haynes, Richards, Richardson, all these guys played any and every format of cricket. Now they're specializing, but could not the selectors of the Caribbean consider Shea Hope to be the mainstay of the West Indies batting in Test cricket I'm talking about?
That's an interesting one. In fact, I have a show in Barbados called Mason and Guest, and about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the president, Dr. Kishore Shala, was on, and I asked him, what's the status in relation to Shea Hope and Roston Chase? Because, you know, Roston really should be playing in at number 6 position, because although Holder's been getting some runs, you really don't want Holder batting at 6. I mean, when that happens, you think that your batting is a bit short. And he wasn't able to tell me. In Barbados, there's a talk that he is not interested in playing red ball cricket. But then I'm told that that's not true. The fact is that he's not been selected. Now, if that's the case, I think that's wrong, because I think he's a good enough player to get into the West Indies and play in all formats. And you would want a Roston Chase in your side to bowl his lovely off spin. He's got, 5 Test hundreds as well, and to bat at number 6 for the West Indies. So in answer to your question, I think they need to tell us exactly what is the true position. Only 2 weeks ago, in fact, last week, just before he left Barbados, Shea Hope was actually playing in a local match for his club Pickwick, and he was keeping. So it's a little bit funny. Our batting is not the best. We saw Mackenzie in Jamaica in and out. Altanese is getting some runs here and there. Louis has been just thereabouts. He's got to work on his technique. I see him coming forward to quick bowling Wood, and you don't do that. He seems to play with hard hands, you know. And you've got I think certainly Hodges looked pretty good. He's a very progressive batsman. One of the few batsmen in West Indies cricket that is hooking and pulling, because you know that's gone out of our cricket. You know, the days of Richards and Cali Turan and Fredericks hooking and pulling. Nowadays, our batsmen are being struck or they just get out the way. So that aggression has gone. Craig Brathwaite is struggling. And I want to speak about Craig Brathwaite, not only as a batsman, but generally as a captain. I thought yesterday he missed a trick at 139 for 5, with the 2 batsmen in. You had a left-arm spinner bowling from the southern end with a slip and a leg slip. Now take the leg slip and put the man at silly point. And that aggression, I think, was lacking yesterday, because I believe that had there been aggression, you never know, we could have picked up a wicket or 2. I mean, 2 new batsmen coming to crease, you got long off and long on. What's that all about? So it is going to be an interesting period. Let me tell listeners now that the action starts at 10:30, and I see the bails are being put on, and we should be getting some cricket. Now, let's go to you, Naeem. The first session is going to be of great importance.
Of course. Actually, since yesterday, the game was starting to take shape. In the first day, the second day beginning, a game hardly takes shape. But because 2 sides have already batted, you're already seeing in what direction the game is heading. I have seen that this is heading in favor of South Africa, because they already have 239. Any 100 more, you're bang on. It's bingo.
So what do you expect from the pitch, Matthew?
Well, with the little rain that we've had, it may have a little bit of moisture in it, and it's up to how Craig Brathwaite would want to use his fast bowlers here, because Jaden Seals bowled very well yesterday. I thought his spells from both ends were pretty good, and he was able to pick up 3 wickets, and it shows that he's been consistent. And Shamar Joseph, on the other hand, even though he hasn't picked up a wicket in the second innings, I think it's all about how the West Indian fast bowlers will approach this first session, looking to prize out the other 5 batsmen. You're talking about 84 runs for this partnership so far. These 2 guys are very stubborn. Varian is a very stubborn batsman, as well as Mulder, who stayed around for 66 balls, and Varian, 71 balls. So they're in form. So to be able to prize them out very early, they'll have to be dead on target. And what I've seen so far in terms of the bowling of the West Indies in this test match, they've been pretty good. They've been good enough, because the fast bowlers have picked up 20 wickets to have fallen out of the 25. Only the spinners have picked up 5. So it's all up to how Brathwaite would be able to maneuver his bowlers and to be able to make early inroads into the South African batting
Talking
this
about
morning.
manipulation of the bowlers, I was a bit surprised that Warkan bowled so late yesterday. What would you think? What was the thinking there?
I'm thinking that maybe Brathwaite felt that since this Moti should know this ground well, he would be a better person to use a little bit more than Warrican. Warrican gives the ball a lot of flight. Moti tends to push it through a little bit more. He does flight now and then. But I didn't think that Warrican was getting enough turn. Right? Moti was getting some turn and so on. But the minute he began to be hit around a bit, he started to push the ball a bit through more. And that's one of the things he's got to work on in terms of his bowling. If he's going to develop into a fine left-hand spinner for the West Indies, he's got to bowl with a lot more variations. But in terms of Warrican not being used much, I'm not sure what was the thinking of Brathwaite there, to be honest.
I know that Naim has got his hand up. Naim?
Yeah, another thing of importance, perhaps you can dwell a little bit on. There were 2 deliveries from Jason Holder, 2 from Shamar Joseph, 1 from Moti that actually squatted. And that is in the second innings of South Africa. I don't know where that is headed, but it's not looking good. I don't know if it was because of other reasons it squatted. But batting last on this pitch, that's another negative aspect for West Indies to be facing up to.
Okay, let's encourage people to come to the ground. As I look into the green stand, if you take your time, you can count the number of people there. You expect a much better crowd today?
Let's see. I think you're talking about West Indies having to bat last. So South Africa batting now, they've lost 5 wickets. It's a Saturday morning, and Saturday generally not a lot of people work in Guyana. There are those who work based on the type of job they have. But Saturday generally is a more relaxing day, and then you've got Sunday, of course. We don't know if the game will go into tomorrow, right? Because if West Indies have got to bat and they're in early trouble, the game could be over very quickly. As Naim was echoing the fact that it's going to be a very uphill task for the West Indies to get these runs. But you should get a little bit more coming in terms of the crowd. Just the green stand open for this test match, and we've seen a little trending in terms of test cricket in the West Indies on certain grounds, of course, certain stadiums. You don't get much people turning out, but you would know in Barbados, in Antigua and so on, you'll get better crowds coming out, especially when you've got some touring teams coming like England and Australia and so on, and even India. I suppose you'll get some more in Trinidad and Guyana when the Indians come and the Pakistanis come and the Sri Lankans come and so on. But that's a problem, Andrew, in terms of crowds turning out to test cricket now in the Caribbean. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it has to do too with the fact that we're not playing well.
Right.
And I think it's gotten to a point now where people are quite upset, to be honest with you, about the state of the cricket. You know, it's not looking good at all. I mean, when you consider what happened in the first innings, I mean, you have the opponents, 90 odd for 9. They were able to make one, 60, and then you got bowled of 144. It tells you that, you know, things are not looking good. But you have to go back to Australia. When Shamar Joseph won the test match, then we went to England and lost the series so badly. So then again, people then started to say, but look, I mean, this can't continue. So, you know, if you're not playing, we've not been playing well for a long time. I mean, the reality is that we've not been playing well in red ball cricket because in the last year or so, I mean, this is our strength in the white ball games. We've done pretty well. So that is a major concern. But let's invite people to come to Providence and watch the cricket today. The weather's a lot better. How much does it take to get into the ground again?
2,000 Guyana dollars.
Is that expensive, you think?
No, that's very cheap actually.
And another, if I may just interject, I felt a little disappointed in, that the West Indies Cricket Board, CWI, did not, because of the circumstances and the turnout, it's so low, that I was thinking they should have invited the kids to come in for free.
Yeah.
And then the parents would have to bring them. At least they'll be paying.
Yeah. And of course, it's vacation time now, so I don't know if that was done, but certainly you would want to have the kids. In fact, the green stand, you know, for the last 2 days should have been, you know, filled with children. We haven't seen that. In fact, as I speak to you, if I do a quick count, you got about 25, 30 people there?
Yes, about that.
You expect more, though?
Yes, I would think some more will come in. Maybe another 40, 50. You can never
So
tell.
you're not going to get to 100?
We may not get to 100. But today will be a very, very good day for cricket, of course, given the state of the match right now.
We're going to start in about 5 minutes. Let's let all of our listeners know that driving rains in Georgetown, in my area, this morning when I went for my jog. I didn't see Neil Barry. He normally jogs at the National Park. Do you go to the National Park as well to jog?
I hardly go. I used to walk in the national park.
So the answer is no.
The answer is
Oh,
no.
then tell
Not to
people
jog.
that.
Not to
Tell
jog.
He goes there with a basket full of food.
A basket full of food or fruit?
Food.
Indeed. Yeah, but it's a wonderful park. Of course, they used to jog on the seawall as well. Is it still so active on a Sunday afternoon?
Very,
Seawall?
very active. A lot of people go out there to hang out to Lime, especially on Sundays. You have them Saturday evenings as well. And the seawall has been done up very nicely now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with the hotels there, the Marriott as well as the Pegasus.
Yes.
You
The
know,
Pegasus Suites as well.
Yes, and it looks very, very beautiful, to be honest. Anybody coming to Guyana, from the outer world, they should pass around by the seawall area, the bandstand area. It's done up very nice. You can go and hang out there. There's a lot of food, snacks, so much.
Oh, wonderful.
On sale, yes.
I'm told that there's a new hospital in this area. Is that right? In this general area? No? Or is it under construction, the hospital?
I know there's a hospital over the river.
Right, not in the vicinity of Georgetown. You have the Georgetown Public Hospital, but from my reading, it's like 12 new hospitals of international standard are being constructed. At least that's what the government
12.
has said.
Okay, all right. Well, of course, we got our very, very good friend Neil Barry. What is Neil Barry showing us there? I think he's going to be the director of the hospital in Eccles. He's an Eccles man, I think. So it is good that he's going to be on it. In fact, he's actually going to be starting with you this morning. Good
This
to
is
have.
a view, actually, Andrew, from the Pegasus Suites.
Oh, a view from the Pegasus Suite. Absolutely gorgeous. Wonderful. Wonderful indeed. I don't think Neil Barry took that picture. I don't think he's got that ability to take such a wonderful picture. I'm sure it was taken by his son or his daughter. So the news then. We want to welcome you to the broadcast. Thanks to Cut and Drive and Light FM. That tremendous partnership. The cricket is on the West Indies YouTube channel. And of course, stations across the Caribbean taking the broadcast after some driving rains this morning. It's given away to brilliant weather. And the ground staff working hard to ensure that we can get a start no later than half an hour. We were supposed to start at 10 o'clock. We're going to be starting our broadcast in terms of the ball-by-ball commentary at 10:30. So I'm going to get out of here and have a cup of coffee without sugar. And, of course, Neil Barry comes a-calling. I understand that nowadays he's having a big job, making lots of money, as is the case in Guyana, because, Guyana is now pregnant with money, given the oil. Have you gotten any big jobs as yet, Mr. Kassoon?
I always get big jobs.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. I love my country. And,
You do?
I'm a diehard Guyanese, and I really plan not to live in any other
No,
part of the
how
world.
can you?
I'll visit, I'll tour around as I did.
As you, in
went
fact,
to
only
England.
recently you were in
That's
England.
right, that's
How was
right.
that experience in England for you?
Oh, it was beautiful, a beautiful experience. Of course, the weather always tricky, the cold breeze, and I had to have on extra clothing and my socks and so on. But it was beautiful, and I did umpire in England as well. I actually umpired in the rain.
Really?
They had an exhibition
You umpired
match.
you were umpired in the rain.
And those guys, it was so comical, Andrew, but it was an interesting experience. Those guys were sliding, when they're going for the runs, and they slid on the turf, and it was very comical. I got a little video of it, but I also did a 40-over game, I think, involving Wimbledon and Dulwich there, and it was good. The experience was fantastic, traveling around England, getting a little feel of the country and so on. I went down to Wales as well, so it was good. I didn't get to go to Scotland, but that will be my next plan on the next agenda to go there.
Wonderful. Okay, so the players are coming out. We've been able to talk. It's interesting, how commentators can just talk and talk and talk and talk.
That's true.
Yeah, that's why we needed
It's
an
a
increase.
gift, huh? It's a gift.
That's why we needed an increase in pay. So South Africa lead by 239 runs, having made 160, to which the West Indies replied with 144. Batting the second time, they're 223 for 5. And this first session is going to be of great importance. So the ball-by-ball commentary will start soon. I'll get out of this chair, and we're going to invite, of course, our good friend, former Guyana wicketkeeper Neil Barry to be with you for the first 20 minutes or so. It's over to you, and then it's going to be Neil Barry to come through to do the broadcast as well.
So the conditions are beautiful out there now. Brilliant sunshine here at Providence. Day 3 of an enthralling test match where 25 wickets have fallen, 20 to the fast bowlers, 5 to the spinners. Very interesting. Neil Barry, who's a veteran, who's played for Guyana, I think 9 first-class matches, of course, and he has served his country in that capacity. Neil is here, very good analyst. Neil, welcome to you. Good morning. I'm sure you've been following the game, and you've got some interesting thoughts to share at this stage.
Hi, good morning, Matthew. Good morning to listeners wherever you are taking the broadcast. Yes, a very interesting, test match unfolding. Start a bit slowly on the first day, where the bowlers dominated, some 17 wickets. But now the game has started to unfold nicely. So far, South Africa seems to have the upper hand. But this is Test cricket. It's slated to go for 5 days. Who knows if we'll get into day number 5. It all comes down to how the players of both sides apply themselves and work assiduously to get to, their end objective. It's interesting indeed. South Africa would need to bat and bat deep. There's so much time left in this game. And they would want to post a total, I would think, in excess of 350 runs in order to feel comfortable and confident to know that they have the time and, of course, the latitude in terms of lead to take the 10 wickets and get a victory. I mean, at the end of the day, you not only want to win the test match, but you want to accrue points leading towards the test championship as everyone tries to get to that finals. I don't know if it'll be in England again or another venue of being selected. From the West Indies' point of view, they would want to redeem themselves. They know that they had some opportunity in the first innings from 8 to 9, at South Africa on the ropes, allowed them to get to 160 odd and then falling short in the first innings. So they know they have their work cut out. They've got to work very hard to get the remaining 5 wickets and go and apply themselves and bat properly. So, I think the crowds will come out. The game is being carried now on 104.1 Light FM, a good radio station, which, I listen to. And, congrats to them for coming on board. I think it's long overdue to have some more options available. And hopefully, the commentary that we are bringing to you, the masses out there, can encourage you to come out and support the game of cricket, support the West Indies team. Even if you're South Africans, there are a number of expats in our country now working in the oil and gas sector. Come out and have an enjoyable game of cricket.
Right, so Warrington will start from the place pavilion end and brings very end forward as he works it down to mid-wicket. The return comes in quickly to the non-strikers end. He gets a single and gets off the mark immediately. He's been in good touch as he moves to 51, the wicketkeeper batter. I think he has looked a lot at Mark Boucher, who would have played for South Africa as probably the most successful wicketkeeper batter. And he tends to look up to him as Mulder comes in to strike. He's been very steady, Mulder. He didn't get a run in the first innings, but 34 off 66 balls says a lot about the intent of these two gentlemen out there. He comes in to strike, so that lead is 240. And as Neil said, obviously South Africa would want to get up to 350 to feel comfortable. Here is Warrington bowls. He's forward and drives down towards extra cover, and there is no run. And a spirit thought also for the bowling of the West Indies. I thought they didn't bowl that badly at all. You look at a 5-4 for Shamar Joseph. Here is Warrington bowls, brings him forward, and there is no run. And of course, Jaden Seals would have bowled well.
Well, the first innings was dominated by the bowlers for both sides. Good for Shamar Joseph, his home debut, picking up 5 wickets on what would be his home ground.
Here is Warrington, round the wicket, comes up, he's in bowl some Mulder, down the track, and he's on driving, down to mid-on, can't score. The fielder comes across his right to field. That's Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, and the score is kept on 224 for 5. Here is Warrington in brilliant sunshine. Just a small little crowd on hand in the green stand. Brings Mulder forward again. And playing defensively, very respectful to Warrington. And again, no chance of a run. 240 is that lead, so South Africa would want to build strong on that. They don't want to lose this series and lose this test match, the first one ending in a draw. Because of the weather, wraps him on the pad, loud appeal, he's out. Given out leg before wicket. So Mulder has gone, he hasn't added to his score of 34 from overnight, and the West Indies have struck very early in the very first over on day 3, Neil Barry. That's what the doctors ordered.
Excellent delivery from Warrington, operating round the wicket from the southern end. When the fielder was set, you can see that he was looking to attack the stumps. We have 4 men on the onside with a straight mid-wicket. He was cutting out the punch down the ground for 1 to long on. So with that, the batter was forced to look to the ball coming into him, look to work it wider of mid-on, opened himself up a bit. It was the arm ball, quicker, straighter, missed it. He was at plumb in front. He knew he was gone once he missed it. He took the chance. It did not pay off. Well done by Warwick. A plan obviously etched by the team, recognizing where his scoring strengths were, and decided to plug that gap up to long on, deny him that easy single, and attack the stumps, forced him to do something different, and as a result, picked up the wicket. A good start indeed for the West Indies team.
Yes, so early blow. They're struck by the West Indies. Session 1. We've lost, half an hour of play because of heavy shower this morning. I think that started around 9:10 this morning when I was on my way to the stadium. And then, of course, the stadium being one of the fastest drying grounds stadiums in the world. We say and we believe, of course, the ground staff did a fantastic job in tidying up to ensure that we didn't lose much time at all. And this is one of the things about this test match in Ilbari, a lot of time left in this game, and it's left up to the West Indian bowlers here to fight hard as Jaden Seals will bowl from the media center end.
Well, with the changing times and changing scenarios, Matthew Kissoon, with the advent of the shorter version, which persons tend to like these days, you have found that Test cricket 5 days is certainly a lot of time. The results, and I'm quite sure if some of us have done the analysis with the advent of T20 cricket and look at the amount of Test matches played since then, how many of them ended in draws as against how many ended with a result. That speaks volumes. I'm quite sure a lot more would have been the results with a lot of time to spare. The players coming through now do whatever they need to do a lot quicker. It's good and also bad, and they're not being able to withstand the stresses of the game over a 5-day period.
Here is Seals comes up, bowls to very end. He's working it away down to mid-wicket. He'll pick up one. They'll come back for a second as Moti comes around to cover the ball to his left from the square leg area. So 2 more to very end. He's a very busy, dapper-looking, neat cricketer. He moves to 53. Maharaj is a new man who's come out. He's no rabbit with the bat, of course, and there's Rabada, Pete and Berger to come. Very interesting, though, Neil Barry with West Indies having to bat last year. Dane Pete hasn't bowled as yet in the match. He's the right-hand off spinner. He's got some experience, and I'm sure that South Africa will be looking to him a lot, depending on what the fast bowlers can do. But here is Seals, 3 for 54 so far in his 17th over. Comes up now. He's in both the very end, and he gets the ball again. And he's working nicely down to mid-wicket again. That's beaten, that's the fielder to his right at mid-wicket. And again, Moti comes into play, and they get a single this time as the total move up now to 227 for 6.
Yes, the plan obviously with Varian and strike is to get him off strike by the West Indies team. Jaden Seals bowling a lot straighter to Varian from wide of the crease, angling the ball into the right-hander. The field is set to defend on that side, but it's a large ground. Moti's a deep backward square. They brought a man in at short mid-wicket, but he was able to play to the right of the man at short mid-wicket and pick up a single. Before that, he was able to get 2 in that area.
Maharaj is on strike now. He's got 550s on this belt in Test match cricket and defense. Comes forward, plays down to Craig Brathwaite at mid-off, and there is no runs. He's no rabbit with the bat. He's in his 52nd Test match for South Africa. 1,135 runs before this match with a high score of 84. And you don't worry about the average, 15. That's not a problem at all. It's someone who can bat and can occupy the crease and really put South Africa in an interesting position of strength if they're battling.
And also lend critical support to a batter. You're batting the tail end, you most likely will come in and meet a set batter, and you would want to stay there and offer him that support. And that makes a lot of difference in terms of a total being, below par to maybe par or above par. If you look at the first innings, the tail-ended whack for South Africa got them to the 160. Not a big score, but it was a score in which they were comfortable with and allowed them to get a lead. And now if they can get a similar support coming from the lower order with Viren, for example, they can get to that 300, 350 mark.
Bowling with 3 slips and a point. There's a cover in the mid-off on the offside. Seals comes up, bowls to Maharaj. Maharaj is hitting that in the air, caught at mid-wicket. He flicked it straight to Moti at mid-wicket, And the West Indies would be very happy so far. In the first 2 overs, they've picked up 2 wickets, Neil Barry. Maharaj goes for no score. And South Africa now would be telling themselves that they needed to bat and to push the score on. They've started badly here on day 3. They're 227 for the loss of 7.
Another good wicket to get at the right time, as we are just speaking, and maybe the commentators curse when you speak about how well someone can do a job, and the next thing you know, they play a naughty shot. The ball was pitched, was angled in again by Jaden Seals, running wide from the immediate center and angled into the right-hander. He looked to go too far across the line, Matthew, trying to get the ball to the backward square area, as against playing with a straight-to-face bat and going through the mid-on area. A leading edge found and carried it to the left of Moti at forward mid-wicket. That goes to show that he played too early. Leading edge found and Moti took a relatively easy catch. But certainly a lesson here too for even for the West Indian batsmen to understand that the pitches have started to possibly hold up a bit now. It's dried out a bit. The moisture is gone. And you must, at Providence, try to play more with a straighter face. Present a straighter face to the ball as against going across the line. Because once you do that, you are flirting with danger in the case of Maharaj, and he now depart. But a good wicket indeed for the West Indies and Jaden Seals.
And he's picked up his 4th wicket so far. He's been very consistent. I watched him in England, and I must say that he's an improving fast bowler indeed. Neil Barry, the West Indies need about 4 tear-away quality fast bowlers. It's not going to be easy to get them, but when you look at Seals and Shamar Joseph, you must be a bit pleased with them.
Look, there is talent all over the world. That is something you're blessed with by the Almighty. It's how you develop that talent, how you mold that talent. And for that to happen consistently, Matthew Kisoon, you need to have an alignment of value across the system.
So he comes round the wicket now to Rabada. Rabada is defending, stabs it out into the offside, picked up by Moti down at cover, and there is no run. Of course, Rabada is no rabbit with the bat as well, but in the circumstances that exist now, it's not going to be easy for him to get runs as well. And you look at the fact that he's in his 64th test match, and he's got a high score of 47 at test level. He can bat. He's a bit stubborn. It's all up to him. A good young man who's been very positive about his cricket down through the years, Kagiso Rabada. But he wants to do battle for South Africa here. They'll want to get up to, first of all, to 260, 270 that lead and keep building on it. Here is Seals, bowls round the wicket. He lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Joshua De Silva. No chance of a run. That's the end of a successful over for Seals. 4 for 55 so far. His spell. Very end is 54. Rabada yet to score. And South Africa 227 for the loss of 7. The latest score here from Providence.
Good over indeed by Seals, just keeping the ball on the line and length, attacking the stumps, not looking to give the batters too much width. Picked up the wicket of Maharaj, came around the wicket to Rabada when he came out, just angling the ball in, just getting it to go away. So there's some amount of lateral movement. And those are the little things you look for in the game as the game unfolds, to see what is happening with the older ball, to see exactly what the team batting fourth will have to respond to the different challenges. And so there's some amount of lateral movement. The bunks seem to be fairly consistent up until now. So that's a plus for the batters. They should be happy with that. But they must remember to try to play with as straight a face as possible. Present that straight face to the ball. And more often than not, you will be successful. But to touch back again on the point of what the West Indies need. What the West Indies need is goal congruence throughout the system, where everybody's in line to recognize where we are, what we want to achieve, and how we're going to get there. If we don't get that, Matthew, we're not going to produce those 4 fast bowlers or whatever. It's not going to happen by magic. It comes from a system that must be all-inclusive.
So Warrican continues and is forcing Varian onto the front foot as he drives down to extra cover, where the fielder picks up. No chance of a run. That's Alec Atonez. Feeling that down at extra cover. Moti's at backward point. We've got a solitary slip. And then we've got a long off. You've got a cover on the boundary and then a long off, long on. Mid-wicket in the captain. You've got a forward square down on the mid-wicket boundary. That's driven down towards long off for 1. And then you've got a backward square deep. So 1 more to the total. Very end. He's pushing on to 55 now. 76 deliveries he's faced. And he's batted well, Neil. I don't know if you looked at his innings yesterday, but he's done very well for South Africa. A very busy like wicketkeeper batter. And he's shown his class. He's shown why he's in this side. And if you're looking up to someone like a Mark Boucher, obviously you're going to want to play as good as him. But early days in his career, here is Warwickon over the wicket now to Rabada. He's defending, plays back to Warwickon, no chance of a run.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, if you look at the South African system, these guys have played a lot of first-class cricket. So these situations not necessarily new or difficult for them. They would have worked at this. They would have had situations similar to this in games gone back. And, you know, the fact that they would have come out, assess, and then respond to those challenges is key. And those are things that, you know, in the West Indies we need to learn from. We have got to promote as much as possible the cricket at the lower levels, provide a similar type of environment at the lower levels so players can get the experience.
Warwickon bowls a little bit more of an attacking feel now. There's a forward short leg and a silly mid-on, so that's what you want. Craig Brackett has got to attack Rabada. He's not a top order batsman, he's a tail ender basically. So you've got to slip in a forward short leg. Here is Warwickon bowling over the wicket. He's forward, gets it up the outside edge along the ground for Hodge to pick up. Moving away from slip again, no chance of a run. So you've got to attack. And this is one of the problems I find with Craig Brathwaite. He's got to read the game well and know how to attack certain players. Here is Warwickon, comes up now. He's in bowls. Rabada gets the ball as flighted onto him. He's looking to work it away through the mid-wicket area. Missed the shot. It bounces into the leg side. That's the end of another over from Warwickon. 1 for 12 from 6 overs. The latest score here at Providence. South Africa batting the second time. They're 228 for the loss of 7. And the leader is now Neil Barry, 244 runs.
You know, Matthew Kisoon, you know, I'm bemused at times when people talk about, you know, he needs to attack, he needs to put a silly point, a forward short leg, a backward short leg, he needs to attack more. But as analysts or commentators, we are talking after the fact, we're talking based on what, you know, we think should happen. But the captain is out there, he knows what is happening, he would have had a plan, and they would have discussed their method of attack. Maybe we don't know what their method of attack is. Maybe he's a bit too slow to respond. But to be able to do these things, you must have had experience in doing them in the past, understand how to attack, why you attack, and how to set your field based upon the resources you have at hand, Matthew Kisoon.
So 2 slips now. Here is Seals. Comes up. He's in bowl Severian. Varian is driving magnificently through the offside. That's a good shot. He's heading out towards the boundary. The fielder giving chase. He won't get there. And that's 4 good-looking runs to the right-handed wicketkeeper batter to take his total up now to 59. Neil Barry. That's a lovely shot. 232 for 7.
Over pitch delivery again, Jaden Seals attacking the stumps. Just missed the length, just touched too full. And Varian was able to come onto the front foot with a flourish. I like the way he plays. That's the old-time extra cover drive, but not looking to open the face, going through the line of the ball coming back into him, bit pitched up, and he was able to get onto the front foot and beat mid off to his left for 4. A very good cricket shot.
Backward point on the boundary. There's a cover and a mid-off with 2 slips on the offside. Here is Jaden Seals. Moves away from us. The media center and comes up now. Bo Severian. He gets the ball on the line. He's bowling. That nipped the leg stump. And he's gone. And that's the beauty of Jaden Seals. He gets the ball to swing back into the right-handers. And Varian came across and missed the shot. The leg stump disturbed Neil Barry. And that's another big blow struck by the West Indies in Jaden Seals picking up his second. That went right through the gate. He came forward and it went through bat and pad, hit the leg stump, and that's a beauty from Jaden Seals.
Excellent delivery to pick up a 5-wicket haul. You were driven through the offside for 4 because you just erred in terms of length. Touch too full. But what that did is give the batsman a false sense of confidence. So the next delivery angled in, but not as full. He misjudged the length of it. His feet did not really transfer onto the new length, allowed a bit of a gap, and the gap was broached by a beautiful delivery coming back in from Jaden Seals, who's coming from wide, angling it in, and getting that ball to deviate. If you note when he went around the wicket to Rabada, he was pitching the ball in from around the wicket, and it was going away from the left-hander. Similar type of delivery this time to the right-hander coming in. The gap was open, and leg stump found. Excellent delivery. Well done, Jaden Seals. Well done to the West Indies. Their plan has worked.
It's worked indeed. They picked up 3 quick wickets. Mulder leg before wicket to the bowling of Warwickon for 34. Maharaj caught Moti at mid-wicket, bowled Seals for a duck. And Varian, the informed man for them, who's been stubborn, just out, bowled by Seals. That one went right through the gate, beating him all ends up. No answer to a ball that came back into him. 59 he made. A good knock at the end of the day. 232 for the loss of 8. And that lead now is 246, Neil Barry. You get the impression with 2 wickets remaining, with Dane Pete coming out to do battle. And he did fight hard for South Africa in the first innings. Certainly, getting up to 300 now, that looks a very tall order for South Africa, but still there's stubbornness in someone like Dane Pete, who batted well in the first innings. Rabat is there, and then you've got the last man to come, of course. So when you look at the situation now with West Indies picking up 3 quick wickets this morning, they've certainly got a plan on here. Seals comes in now to bowl to Pete, the new man, and to this delivery gets a full toss on the leg stump. He flicks it fine. That's coming away down towards the long leg area, where that's Louis positioned. I make it. And he gets a single. He gets himself off the mark. Dane Pete, the right-hand off spinner. And the total now up to 233 for the loss of 8. He gets off the mark, just straight on the leg side.
Straight on the leg side, looking for the Yorker, trying to get in that first ball Yorker, which is a difficult delivery really for most new batsmen, let alone a tail ender. But having said that, Pete and Berger did put on a good partnership in the end for South Africa in the first innings. West Indies wanted to dismiss one of these guys early and not allow that to happen in the second innings, Matthew.
Seals comes up, Rabada gets the ball that moves a little shade away from him outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, just outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 5 for 60 for Seals in his 18th over, so another 5-wicket haul for him. He's very consistent. He's picking up wickets so far in his early days as a test fast bowler for the West Indies, and this is what you need. You don't need someone like Seals to notch up injuries at all. Sometimes, of course, as a fast bowler, you will have the little niggles here and there, but you want him to remain a prominent fixture in the West Indies side. Bowling with 2 slips, and I would call a 4th slip, more or less. Here he is, round the wicket, comes up now. He's into Rabada, and Rabada gets a ball that he's on the back foot to and steers it out into the offside for Moti to come in from cover to pick up, and there is no run. Steady bowler is Jaden Seals, and so far he's done well this morning.
He's been bowling very well, good line, good length, not rushed at all, really very composed. When he gets to the top of his mark, he would take his time and assess the situation. He hardly really bowled the ball that was wide of the stump. He keep attacking the stumps at all instances. No short balls, just bringing the batsman forward. He knows he's getting some lateral movement off of the pitch, and he's trying to maximize on that. The field has been set to allow him to do so by his captain. Men have been placed in positions to defend boundaries, but yet still they maintain 2 slips, sometimes even 3 slips.
Final delivery coming up in his over. That's on the middle stump, and he's forward, defends, gets it out on the offside of the pitch. That's the end of the over. 233 for 874 overs bowled in the innings. The lead is now 249. A little bit more from Neil Barry, and then for the first time this morning, it will be Wadikar Kemraj.
And that's the beauty of Test cricket, the ebbs and flows of the game. You start the game, South Africa in command, 5 wickets in hand, waiting for, looking to press on. And then what? The West Indies have come back, picked up 3 wickets in the very first hour. Throughout the history of the game, the first hour of any day's play have always been critical. That's the time when the bowlers are fresh, the pitch would have been covered overnight, some amount of moisture in the atmosphere, the batters are not as mentally prepared as they should be. Errors can happen in that first hour. And so far, the West Indies have controlled and dominated that first hour, allowing themselves to pick up 3 wickets, to some good bowling, and at times some foul shot played by Maharaj and by Viren, who I think was outsmart, as I welcome Kemraj.
Good morning to you, Neil. Good morning to listeners across Radioland and wherever else you might be picking up the broadcast. It's absolutely great again to be back here at the Providence Stadium to disseminate information to you as Warwican will continue and will bowl to Dane Pete. He's up there, bowls to Pete. He is going back. He will be well advised to stay on the front foot. I tell you that for sure. 233 for the loss of 8 wickets. So things happening very quickly for the West Indies this morning, picking up 2 very important wickets. Here is Warwican. He's up there, bowls to Pete. He's coming forward and drives straight to Holder, who is stationed at long off. Comes off the boundary, he fields, and there is 1 more to the total. 234 for the loss of 8 wickets. Haven't seen you in a while, Neil. How are things going?
Not bad, Anthony. Been around a bit. Work. Of course, when you have to do something to pay the bills. You're not on cricket commentary every day of the year.
You've
I'm not
joined
working for Andrew Mason around the world somewhere, and I'm not in those illustrious bands. That's my good friend Andrew Mason.
You've joined the list of the latest visitor to England, isn't that so?
Yes, I did make a quick visit to England not too long ago. Just came back last Monday, actually.
Here is Warwick bowls to Rabada. He's coming forward. Don't feel that you're being exposed. Matthew Kissoon also went to England.
Well,
Lots of people in commentary going to England these
I
days.
did not run into Matthew Kissoon. He umpired the game in the rain. Welcome to England, Matthew Kissoon.
Here is Warwick bowls to Rabada. He's coming forward and stabs the ball on the onside, and there is no run. And of course, we look at the spectators, a few of them in the grandstand. Nice to see people coming out. Brilliant sunshine. Here is Warwick bowls to Rabada. He is looking for the heave over mid-wicket. And struck on the pad as the ball rolls out into the offside. The silver fielders from behind the stumps. And the score remains 234, I make it? Yeah, 234 for the loss of 8 wickets. Warwick gets through his overs very quickly. He's up there. Bowls to Rabada. He's coming forward and pushes the ball straight to cover. And that's Shamar Joseph who fields. So 234 for 8. Peters on 2. Rabada yet to score. That's the latest score here from the Providence Stadium.
And Warwick, during that over, you saw him trying to impart a lot of spin onto the ball, getting some amount of flight. I don't think he's getting that much turn, however. And Rabada during that over tried to go over mid-wicket to one that was tossed up. The very next ball, Warrington dropped the man up long off and fly to the game. But Rabada responded well and not looking for the big shots. Yes, as we go through the game, we can look at different things that captain can do to force a batsman to go against his norm. There's a forward shot leg brought in. Some might decide, we can bring a silly mid off and put more pressure on the batters. But again, you must have the confidence as the captain that your bowler can respond to the task. A number of the players in this modern era are not too comfortable, a lot of the spin bowlers, with 2 men in front of the bat. And that is something which the cricket system have got to teach them how to do it, how to handle it, so they can apply those strategies to their repertoire and get some results.
Good. It's 234 for 8. Dane Pete is 2. Rabada yet to score. And we're looking at Shamar Joseph, who will continue from the media center end. He speeds in. Passes umpire Saikat bowls to that's Pete. He is going back, stabs the ball straight to cover where Warwick fields, and there's no run. Again, good morning to you across the Eastern Caribbean. Wherever else you might be picking up the broadcast, here's hoping that you're enjoying our coverage here on the Cotton Drive Network. And compliments, of course, from the Sports Network and the Red Rose Advertising out of Berbice, Guyana. Did you go to Berbice recently, Neil? When last did you go there?
I haven't visited the Asian country for a while. I'm due a visit.
Here is Joseph. In brilliant sunshine, goes in and doesn't deliver. That ball will be signaled by the umpire. 234 for 8. But another fantastic day it promises to be here. Brilliant sunshine. And we're looking forward to see what's going to happen in this test match.
Well, one hopes that the crowd, do come out. It's the weekend. It's Saturday. They're getting both radio and television coverage of the game. And hopefully, based upon the situation now, where it's in the balance, really, it could lead to some very interesting day's play.
Here is Joseph bowls to Pete. He is going back. One that comes into him. And Shamar Joseph. And Andrew described him as a live wire. I want to join with Andrew and add to that. He is really a spectacle to watch out in the middle. And almost everything he does on a cricket field, he has a smile. And that's the good thing about life. Even though things are not going your way sometimes, go with a smile. Go with that ability, and press forward. Things can happen for you. And he's one who's full of energy. Here is Joseph. He passes the umpire, bowls to Pete. He is going back again, then stabs the ball out into the offside. 234 for the loss of 8 wickets. Had a look at Shamar Joseph of late, Neil?
Well, I've been following his career since he came about. I've actually started looking at this young man from way before he was even known internationally. Saw him bowling in the nets to the West Indies team a couple of years ago, and was like, he's got some speed, his ability to move the ball around a bit, and I was wondering, when he will get his chance. But he has his chance now, and he has taken it with both hands. It needs to be managed well, for I do think youthful exuberance and all of that, he needs to be managed well, and I think he can really deliver for the West Indies.
This is one that keeps the stifle low and not taken cleanly by the keeper. And we see the nature of this track during the past 2 days. Sometimes you get balls keeping rather low. That one kept a stifle low.
Well, variable bunks have been a thing at Providence. It's been a staple, really and truly. But having said that, I think the pitch is not played that badly. But this is into the third day, and that's why it's Test cricket, Kemaraj. That's why it's Test cricket. In every session, every day, conditions will change, the pitch will change. Because remember, it's only prepared once, right? And you have got to respond to these challenges.
Here is Joseph, leaves us, bowls to Pete. He is coming forward, slightly beaten though. Another one that kept a little bit low. And we've seen this during the course of the match. We just talked about that. 234 for 8. And good to see some school kids coming into the stadium to the
Well, we
green
hope that
stand.
they've been to school, but they look like young kids, and some are in their school uniform. So yes,
Absolutely great to see that. And we have been appealing for that during the past 2 days. My colleagues and I guess someone really listened to us, and that's nice to see. They've come out to support the game here. Here is Joseph in brilliant sunshine. He's up there, bowls to Pete. He's coming forward and getting the outer part of the bat as it beat the diving figure of Hodge. In fact, Athenaeus, who is at slip, and will get a single. 235 for the loss of 8 wickets. Pete is on 3. Rabada yet to score. That's the latest score here from Providence.
or maybe it could be one of the cricket camps, because I know in Georgetown there are a number of cricket camps. The Georgetown Cricket Association, I must get a plug out. They would have held the various clubs within that organization would have held a number of camps during the summer break. I think that the camp of the Demerara Cricket Club is ongoing. So who knows? Maybe they've decided to bring the participants out to a game of cricket, which would be very good. But we need to encourage that as a culture, encourage our young people to come to these sports. If there are funds available, whether it's within the government coffers or the ministries or wherever, in situations like this, test matches like this, I'm quite sure, buying up a block of tickets and giving it to various cricket associations to get their young cricketers in would not be bad at all.
So Warwican continues and bowls to Pete, and he's coming forward and turns it gently in the onside where Craig Bratwood, the captain, stationed in the mid-wicket area, he fields. Here's Warwican, goes in, bowls to Pete. He's tucking the ball down to backward square, which is vacant. Craig Bratwood has to run back from his position at mid-wicket. He fields, and they get a single. 236 for the loss of 8 wickets. The boundaries are incoming, so that's the way to go. Get the single, turn the strike over. And how important, Neil, sometimes you're batting out in the middle, the boundaries are incoming, and you're getting the single. Does it put added pressure on you, though, to keep scoring all the time?
Well, it's not about you keep scoring. It's about utilizing what's available given the circumstances of the game.
Here is Warwican, bowls to Rabada. He's driving, finds a gap on the offside. To Seals is right. He knocks it down. And they'll get what? 2 runs? So 2 more to Rabada. He's no rabbit with the bat, that's for sure. So he's got some ability. 238 for the loss of 8 wickets. Pete is 4. Rabada is 2. Dave, number 3, session 1. They'll lead by 254. And we'll find out later on if that's going to be enough. Here is Warwican, bowls to Rabada. He's coming forward, again on the offside. And he can't score. I want to say at this point in time, happy belated birthday to the former West Indian captain, Shivnarine Chandapal. Here is Warwican. He's up there. Bowls to Rabada. He's coming forward. Again in the offside. Can't score. Still 238 for the loss of 8 wickets. Your former teammate, Shivnarine Chandapal.
Yes, happy belated birthday, Shiv, fellow Leo. Hopefully, he can continue to do what he's doing. Happy birthday, Shiv.
Here is Rabada, stabs the ball out into the offside. And another over completed. The spinners are in operation. The overs go quickly. 238 for 8. Pete is on 4. Rabada 2. That's the latest score here from Providence.
And I think, if you look at Warwican bowling, especially to the right-hander, he's trying to bowl it a bit too straight. Yes, looking for the LBW, did get got the break. You got Mulder, LBW, the arm ball is coming in. But when you have a 6-3 offside field and you're bowling, you want to keep the arm ball as a bit of a weapon. And get the ball to spin, turn away from the right-hander. That's your natural ball. You want to employ that as much as possible. And once you start doing that, maybe you can allow the captain then to bring in that silly point and bring your slip into play as well. I think he just erred in bowling a bit too straight to Pete in that over.
Shamar Joseph continues and bowls to Pete. He is standing up straight, punches it straight to short cover. That's Warwican who's in the way. He fields, prevents them from running. And the score remains at 238 for the loss of 8. The lead is 254. Day number 3, session number 1. Brilliant sunshine here at the Providence Stadium. The spectators have come in a bit this morning, and that's nice to see. Nice to see the kids coming out as well, parents alike. And it's good to see that the support is there for West Indies cricket and cricket in general. Here is Joseph. He's up there, ball still the right-hander. He is coming forward. And good ball came back into the right-hander. Good bowling here from Joseph.
Good delivery indeed. Just angled in, but on touching down the ball, just straighten a bit. Pete looked to go through the onside, but recognized that he was going across the line, just held his bat in line. And he was turned around, but he did not force himself to go through mid-wicket. Instead, he kept the bat straight, and the ball went back to the ball. But that's an excellent delivery, just showing that there is some amount of movement off the pitch, and the bowlers for South Africa would like that.
Here is Joseph bowls to Pete. He is struck on the pad. Might have touched him on the inner part of the bat or the glove. It came back into him. Again, good bowling there from Joseph. And he's getting the support to 3 slips. Brathwaite putting there and maintaining the pressure on the right-hander. And that's nice to see. So before Joseph gets back to his mark, let me say thank you to these sponsors. The Sports Network out of Berbice, Guyana. We do a coverage for radio, TV, and the internet. And the Red Rose Advertising, your success is our business. And again, thank you to Bobby Vera and his entire team. Light FM, 104.1 FM. Here is Joseph. He leaves us. Bowls to Pete. He is flicking the ball on the onside, straight to mid-wicket. And that's Moti, who fields cleanly. Good work there. Good support in the field. Fielding can be a very, very important thing. And saw a few catches being put down. And sometimes you don't want to see that. But then, it does happen in the game of cricket. And you just hope that, when the catches go to hands, they're taken. But some are taken and some are not for different reasons. Shamar Joseph, lively. Before this, none for 52. He goes in to bowl to Pete. He's up there, and Pete is turning it down to backward square deep. The field, that's Louis, comes off the boundary. And he feels, rifles a return in. And they get a single, one more to the score, 239 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, just trying to deny Pete scoring opportunities through the offside. Shamar Joseph just erring in length, not so much line. I think the line was good, but the length, just back of a length, allowing the batsman time to come on the inside of it and work at the backward square. Those little differences, Anthony, can make, those subtle differences means a lot, in terms of whether a batsman score or if he doesn't.
Here is Joseph from round the wicket, bowls to Rabada. He's flicking it straight to mid-wicket short. That's Warwican who fails. That completes another over. 239 for 8. Pete is on 5. Rabada 2. The lead stands at 255. That's the latest here from Providence.
And from a South African perspective, they would want these two to try and stay out there a bit, take some time away from the game, look to get a partnership developing. You saw what transpired in the first innings with the last pair, giving South Africa the opportunity to build on their paltry total. Now, the West Indies would want to break this partnership as soon as possible. I think they've got to, they have their plans out there, yes. They've got to look at ways and means of removing one of these batters. They must continue to suppress the run score. And he said no boundaries, but if the strike is rotated, then that's runs coming as well. So far, that has not been the case. Rabada is taking a lot of balls off without scoring.
Here is Warwican continues and bowls to Pete. He's coming forward and drives, finds a gap on the offside. That's Hola, who comes from a very wide, long off position. He fields, and they get another single. Good rotation in the strike. 240 for 8. And the kids we're talking about, Neil, they're in the stands.
Yes, they are in the stands. They're in the green stands. A bunch of kids. That stand have started to become a bit more populated now. Who knows? Maybe they are listening to the commentary. Maybe they heard the score. They follow it on the internet. You have so many different ways of following cricket these days.
Here is Warwican bowls to Rabada. He is coming forward. Stifle appeal. Not no real conviction, though. Might have been going down the leg side. So there's a solitary slip. There's a silly mid-off. There is a cover. There's a mid-off on the offside. Support for Warwican. He's coming for Rabada. Doing the sensible thing here, Neil. Prodding up and really pushing away for South Africa. That's important to see.
Well, he is occupying the crease 2 from 20 balls. He is spending time out there. He's trying his best.
Rabada is coming forward. and pushes the ball on the onside. He's a very smart cricketer, that's for sure. Doesn't want to give it away, and he give the ascendancy to the West Indies. 240 for 8. Here is Warwick, and he's up there. Bolster, Baddy's coming down the track on the onside. That's played. Just past the ball, and that's gone for 4. Lovely shot there from Rabada. He goes up to a 6. 6 is Pete. It's 244 for 8.
And just using his feet a bit, the delivery, not necessarily toss it up, I think, about a plan that shot. It was not a flighted delivery, but he came down, a tall man, got to the pitch of the ball and hit it to the right of the onside for 4. That's a good shot.
Here is Warwick and bowls to Rabada. He's out caught at slip. Taken by Hodge. Down to his left. Had to go down for it and took it really cleanly off the ground. Rabada goes back to the pavilion. He is surprised. Well, he has to go back. He doesn't have a choice. 244 for 9. Pete is 6. Rabada just gone. The lead stands at 260. More from you, Neil. And then it's going to be the voice of Naim Chan.
Well, that was a flatter, quicker delivery. The arm ball again going away from the left-hander. Roberto came forward, outside the edge found, and a low catch taken by Louis at slip. That was a well-judged catch. He had to stay down. He had to keep his eyes and watch the ball. And just going away to his left, taking a very good catch. And again, another good wicket for the West Indies at a critical time. As the game of Test cricket ebbs and flows, and as I welcome Naim Chan, the veteran broadcaster, to the microphone. Yes, indeed, this is Test cricket. Not at its best, but this is what Test cricket is all about, to test the mettle of the players over a 5-day period.
And that's what West Indies have proven not to be too good at. And just talking about veteran broadcaster, veteran does not mean, by definition, quality. It means that you've spent a very long time around the place. There was a guy out, and that's Shiv Chandapal's uncle, said that he was better than Clive Lloyd. He played longer than Clive Lloyd, or before, started his career before. So I said to him, that's quantity, not quality. So there's always this talk about veteran. I was even telling Andrew Mason, who is also a veteran, meaning that we've been around for a long time, and it also means you're aging.
And what is the nickname of Chief Chanjapal's uncle? He was a hilarious guy.
Yes.
What's his nickname? Just remind me, please.
Well, we called him Bun in the community. Bun. He was hilarious. That's the word to describe him.
He was a good cricketer, apparently.
Yes, he
was. He was a very good cricketer.
I don't want to say the circumstances that kept him out of possible selection at the national level at that time, but yeah, he had his ways. And he's always just dancing at the grounds when Shiv is playing. He tours around. Shiv used to be paying his passage and all of that. So he had a grand time. Good supporter. Right, good morning. Nice to be back at the National Stadium here at Providence. They're having a little water break. So long ago we used to say the drinks cart. That's in your time, Neil. They don't push that cart anymore. Remember at Border?
Well, times have changed, you know. Back in those days as well, there was not as many roundabouts on the roads. There was not as many traffic, not a lot of cars. So yes, the cart was the thing in those days.
Now the players actually come on with 2 trays that would have enough water for the fielding side. The batting side would send out 2 bottles or whatever. So the players are having a bit of mid-morning refreshment, and they're just about completing that. I guess you've been up to date what is going on with Neil and Wadikar. They went to bed last night. That's the South Africans at 223 for 5. That was a lead of 239. And this morning, the West Indies really made a lot of inroad. Mulder went for 34. Maharaj for a duck. Viran for 59. Good knock there from Viran. And Rabada just gone for 6. So the score actually now 260 for the loss of 9. But you've got to add 16 from the first innings lead, and that's easy calculation. That's 276. Neil, looking at the West Indies batting lineup, what would be a good score for South Africa to post for them? Safe-ish, if for the want of a better word, score. I'll come back to you in a while to have that. But here is Shamar Joseph. He's going to go away from us from the commentary box end, and he's bowling to Pete. Pete is turning it away down to backward square. He gets a single. I'm thinking that anything over 300 will really be a burden for the West Indies. In fact, if I'm to be more honest than that, 250 to have the West Indies go after.
Well, you look at the stats and you look and you see, well, what has been chased at the venue. That's always the starting point. And I'm sure our statistician will say what is the highest total chase down here at Providence. But taking that into consideration, you look at the deterioration in the pitch. This is day 3. Early days yet, really and truly, but you've started to see signs of variable bunks. So you know that the batters have got their work cut out. And then you look at the attitude of the batsmen and their capabilities.
Borga not yet off the mark. Joseph, that's a bumper down the leg side, though. Innocuous, and Borga just pulling inside, letting it go there. 3 slips there waiting for the catch, but this one was directed more towards the leg side. I'm just coming back to the point you made there. Yesterday, well, of course, you were not here yesterday, but Jason Holder had 2 that scuttled along the ground. Shamar Joseph 2, Gudakesh Moti 1. That's yesterday on day 2. Day 3, I think you mentioned just now, you had one that was keeping low as well. An indication of things to come. Borga is going to face up to Joseph, who is coming over the wicket this time, because he wants to slide it in the angle towards the slip cordon, and Borga is equal to the task and just coming across and fending it into the offside.
Well, you look at what these two would have done, Borga and Dane Pete. They would have put on quite a good. They had a good partnership in the first innings. You don't want that to repeat itself in the second innings. You've got to put them more pressure. You've got to be patient. You've got to bowl in difficult areas. They're tail end the batsmen. They're 9 and 10 for heaven's sake, or 10 and jack. So you need to be a bit patient. Put the ball in the right areas.
Joseph, good delivery, lifting. Borga is equal to the task, though. He's coming on the back foot, just rising very high, elbows cocked. There's no one in front of Borga. Would you have put some pressure on Borga by having maybe a city mid-off?
Well, I think I would have employed a city mid-on. Maybe pull the man in from the deep mid-wicket position, bring in a city mid-on, possibly get a man at gully as well, and just ask the bowler to focus on bowling that ball on about the line of the middle stump going across the left-hander.
Joseph burst into that bustling run. He's in to Borga. Borga not absolutely confident. He's back and across, but the ball takes the inner part of the bat and comes out on the onside. I think he was more focused or directed towards the offside.
He definitely did not look confident coming onto the front foot. So that being said, if you have the man at forward short leg, right, that will put the doubt in the mind of the batter as to going forward. If he's not comfortable doing that, and then if you pitch the ball, on that right length and he errs, then you can either hit the stumps or bring the outside edge into play.
Well, Joseph is back around the wicket now, and forward goes Borga, opening the face, gets it out to short backward point, and that's the end of the over, 245. Remember, you've got to add 16 to that for the overall lead, 245 for 9.
Yeah, so, the first hour of play, Naeem definitely went to the West Indies. They would have picked up 4 wickets, so they're on track to achieving their goals. South Africa would want to try to bat for as long as possible. As I said, there's a lot of time in this game. We know that there will be a result unless the rains come in a deluge for the next 2 days. Because the lead is just about 261 at this stage. Right, the West Indies would not want to look at a total of 300. That would be of a psychological advantage for South Africa. And they would have to prepare themselves to bat well and bat long. South Africa, of course, have got the goods. They've got the experience in fast bowlers. Dave Roberto, you want to expect that he will be leading the charge for South Africa in the second innings. And the West Indian batters have got to start thinking about batting for a long period of time, batting sensibly, looking at strike rotation in order to overall whatever score South Africa finally poses.
Pete is going to take strike, Seals from the far end or southern end of the ground. That's innocuous, pretty wide outside the off stump. Pete let it go. These two had posted 63 runs for the final wicket for South Africa in the first innings, so they're back together. You mentioned 2 important words there, bat good and bat long. And I'm not certain that the West Indies, even if they're bat good, they don't like batting long.
Well, of course, that has been one of the criticisms over the years. Naeem. And one have got to hope, from a analytic point of view, that the players can understand that at some point in time they can have that maturity, and maybe it may come in this innings.
Seals comes up, bowls to Pete. Pete is getting a lifter, one that he climbs up on the back foot and angles the bat. I think he handled that well. It was not wide enough for him to leave it, so he had to get into motion and defend.
Yeah, just back of a length coming into the right-hander, rising, as you said, towards the chest area, the batsman showed good composure, good footwork as well, got back and across and got on top of it. And there's no one in front of the bat, so he's a bit more confident in that he not handled it well, it popping up and being taken at forward short leg. But I think he handled well, good delivery from Sears.
3 steps go down. Here is Seals. He's up there, bowls to Pete. Pete is not too sure about this one. He's flinching, but he gets it down to backward square for a single. What you just mentioned about the lifting ball and handling it good, I seem to remember immediately Suresh Daniram. He had this peculiar way of handling the lifting ball and playing it right in front of him. Inclusive of that will be against the bowling of Joel Garner. Enjoyed his debut innings and at Border Cricket Ground. But Border brings on a different feeling of nostalgia, right, Neil? It's not like you get a different feeling when you're there. I don't know for what reason.
It's all history. And yes, indeed, at Border, the history was great indeed.
Seals comes in bold. Straight drive caught. That's an absolutely blinder for a catch. Very, very nice catch. And Borger was driving. He went for a duck. And so Seals has picked up his, six wickets. So if you think Shamar Joseph did well in the first innings, here is Seals for you. He has really bowled well in this innings as well as the first innings. Good wicket.
Excellent delivery to close off the South African innings. Operating from around the wicket, Jevon Seals. That one was pitched up, but not over pitched. And it was a good shot up, forcing drive played by the batsman, and Seals in his follow-through had to react and react quickly. The ball just stuck in his right palm of his hands. A good reflex catch, and that is what you want to see from your players. I mean, having the effort, being prepared to respond, have that flexibility to respond quickly and take that catch to close the South African innings. So there's no wagging of the tail in the second innings for South Africa. They've got to make do with what they have. They have a score on board that they can work with. It's up now for the West Indies batters to respond to this challenge.
Good. So they've 246, add 16 to that, 256, 262. The total actually would be, so the West Indies have been set a fighting target. I don't know how you feel about the state of the pitch. As I mentioned about those low keeping deliveries could be a problem in the making for the West Indies, but they're going to have to get 263 to win the game. So the scorecard, if you just joined us at least this morning, 223 for 5 overnight, and the West Indies, thanks to Seals and Warrican, blasted the South Africans out of the way, and the 5 remaining wickets falling. Mulder went for 34, Maharaj not scoring, Varian a good 59, Rabada for 6, and Borga without scoring. 246 all out on morning number 3. 262 to get, Neil. What do you think?
Well, look, this is innings number 4. But it's starting on day 3 and not on day 4 or day 5. All right, so there's still something in the pitch. Everything has not gone out of the wickets in they would have prepared it. We have seen instances of variable bunks. That's fine. That's something, if you've played enough cricket at the longer version of the game, even at club level, you expect the pitch to play differently as the game progresses. It changes with every session. And of course, once the conditions change, that too aid in the vagaries of the pitch. So once you're grounded, I should say, on the longer version of the game, you come to expect that. And as a batsman, you would want to put all that information into play to chase this total, which is not a huge total, but it's a very challenging total. Not too many teams chase down, total over 200 in seconds to win. right? We have seen cases where the West Indies would have chased them over 400 runs to win. Chandra Paul and
Brian.
Sarwan
Yeah.
would have led that. We have seen Brian Lara, scoring that impressive 150 odd to take West Indies to victory over Australia. You have seen in other parts of the world where players would have done it, but it is not easy. Remember, the players are a lot tired, but you must factor in that this is only day 3. This is not day 4 and 5. So the players are still relatively fresh. There's still something left in the pitch. The variable bounce is not as bad as we would think it is. The batters need to get that out of their mind and look at the ball. They need to learn quickly from what transpired in the first innings, put that into their database and say, look, how do I score on this track to chase 250 runs? You must play the straight bat as much as possible. You've got to keep your eyes on the ball. You must try to rotate the strike as much as you can. Do not depend on boundaries and big shots. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Who would you pinpoint on your fingers that, from a West Indian point of view or perspective, that you can depend on to get to this 263? I mean, Craig Brathwaite should be a leading batsman for the West Indies. I mean, sober-headed batsman, but he has not been excelling. Who exactly do you think should be leading this role?
You're picked as a batsman, and you're picked because the selectors expect you, based on what you would have displayed over time, playing in whether it's the first-class season or even into your club cricket, wherever they picked you from, right? You were picked basically to do that. These guys have got coaches, they've got managers, they've been in a system for a while. Yes, they've not been doing well. I think, when you look at it, and I'm going to get back to answering your question, right? The question will always be, did we prepare them for things such as these? And if you don't prepare, you can't expect. But having said that, they were selected to do a job. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, has been known to be a very, known to be a fighter throughout the years. He has scored loads of hundreds even before he started playing Test cricket. So he has that ability in him. You've got to sort out his technique. He, as a captain, must come out here. You have played on this ground before. He knows this venue, and you've got to lead from the front. He's the opening batter. So the responsibility is his, and then he must guide his team accordingly. Right? They must not allow the South African bowlers to dominate and to bog them down. I'm not saying they go and play big shots. No. There are more than one ways of belling the cat. Getting those singles, working the ball into gaps, running hard, showing the opposition that you're prepared to fight every step of the way. That comes from working hard. That comes from a self-belief in which the coaching staff and the backroom staff have got to try to instill into the players. This could be make or break for many of them. Guys, you go out and you win this test match batting fourth. This can do volumes for your thinking and for your careers. And, of course, bring joy to the people of the Caribbean, which must be front and center of your goals.
That's a West Indian perspective, but what do you think might be going through the minds of the South Africans as they come out to bowl?
Well, it's simple for them. They've got to get 10 wickets. This game is not going to draw. Too much time in the game, right? They will look, and they've got all these analysts now sitting in there looking at the pitch maps, looking at at everything and plotting how they can bowl. These guys come out of a system where technology would have aided them in their preparation. And the analysts would be showing them, look, if you pitch the ball up on or about off stump, you attack the stumps more often than not, you will pick your wickets up. You look at the way in which you got the batters out in the first innings, you know their weaknesses, you try to exploit that. And given the fact that there is some indication of variable bounce, as I say, good afternoon, or it's still morning yet. Good morning to
I
Andrew
confuse
Mason.
you. I always
Right,
I've
you
done
always
that.
do Andrew
Yes,
Mason.
yes.
But given the fact that they would have bowled the West Indies out under their first innings total, they would have seen the errors, seen the mistake the batters would have made. They would have that confidence they can do it again. But of course, they must factor in the situation that the pitch is not doing as much as the first innings, possibly dried out a little bit, and they will have to work harder. Andrew.
Nice to see you, my friend. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a long time.
Yes, our paths have not crossed in a while, thank heavens. But you're my good friend, Andrew Mason.
Indeed. All right, now, look into your crystal ball. I know you do it every morning. What do you think? You think the West Indies can nip it? You think they can win it?
Look,
Talk to me.
I am
Neil?
here to analyze. I'm not here to think
Okay.
I'm not able to make predictions.
Okay.
I've got to stay neutral.
Okay.
The West Indies can win it if they bat well.
Yes.
Right? If they approach the game in a positive manner, and when I say positive, I repeat, not the big shots. This is not T20 audition. This is hard, grinding cricket, picking up your singles, looking to put away bad balls, defend the good ones, and being confident but smart.
I agree with that. And what happened this morning was interesting because when you look at the stats, Neil, there were 10 overs and 4 balls bowled. The West Indies conceded 23 runs, but importantly, they got 5 wickets. So it was not a situation like in the first innings where the last pair put on 63 runs. They were able to get them out. You could see that Captain Brathwaite did not want that to happen again. He brought his big men back into the attack. Seals, who's now the front man for the West Indies, picking up 6 wickets. They've got 262 to win, and certainly one would think down a pitch, which is still playing pretty good. There's no doubt about that. The odd ball will certainly keep a little bit low, but as you said, with some good batting, the West Indies can get home. Let's look at South Africa. Of course, we're neutral. They've got some bowlers that can do it. I mean, Rabada is a big horse, isn't he?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you look at this young man from the time he came on the scene as from the under 19 levels, he has done it in all facets of the game. And if there's any assistance in that pitch, he will exploit it. He's a patient bowler, right? He's, he runs in, he hits the deck hard, and he can put the ball in the good areas. But having said that, they have 2 left-arm seamers as well, Andrew Mason, who brings that difference. And over the years, having watched South African fast bowlers and played against them as well, they all have one thing in common. They have the ability to move the ball both through the air and off the pitch.
And that's going to be important. Well, we saw Mulder going for 34. Maraja Duck, Rabada got 6. Pete got 7 not out. And Berger didn't do his thing. He was brilliantly caught in bowl by Seals for a duck. 246 all out. And I shall endeavor just to run through those details for you in terms of the bowling figures. Jaden Seals continuing to do well. He looks so much better. There's no doubt about that. He's put on some muscle, and he's also got an extra pace, because I note with interest that he's now bowling pretty close to 90 miles an hour. When he first started, he was maybe around 80, 84, but he's certainly increased his pace. 18 overs and 4 balls, 4 wickets, 6 for 61. Holder, 12 overs, 4 wickets, none for 24. Shamar Joseph, 18 overs, 2 minutes, none for 53. Moti, good to see him get among the wickets again. 22 overs, 5 minutes, 2 for 61. Warrakan, who actually quite strangely came into the attack early, 9 overs, 2 minutes, 2 for 20. We're just about ready for the start. First ball is going to be bowled by Rabad as he comes in and bowls. A ball outside the off stump, and Brathwaite is immediately off the mark, jumping on the back foot and forcing a short ball out to cover. The backward point fielder comes across to pick it up, and the West Indies are on their way. And it was then Warrakan, 9 overs, 2 minutes, 2 for 21. Hodge, 1 over which cost 9 runs. So we brought you up to date. Very interesting situation here where the West Indies are looking to win this test match. The last time they won a series against South Africa back in 1992. Of course, when the South Africans came to the Caribbean, we'll never forget that. And now the West Indies are hoping to win here at Providence. Here's Rabada as he comes in to bowl to Louis. Into this delivery, Louis is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Is this the first time you're seeing Louis?
Well, yes, in person. I didn't have the chance really to look at the regional tournaments. It's been played at some very ad hoc times and, in different countries. And my schedule doesn't really allow me to look at the first class cricket, but I would follow it and look at the stats. And I mean, the stats can tell you a lot. You look at how they score, how they get out, and you get an understanding of the player.
Here's Rabada. 3 steps on the guy. He comes in, bowls to Louis. Louis is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. That kept a bit low. And that would be a bit of a concern taken by the keeper. So it's 1 without loss. In case you've joined us late, you're sort of saying, what's going on here? South Africa overnight were doing pretty well. They were 223 for 5. And wickets falling like ripe mangoes this morning. Some 5 wickets for 23 runs, thanks to some brilliant work by the West Indies. Here's Rabada as he comes in from the northern end with his body throwing forwards, elbows pumping. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Louis. Louis gets him outside the off stump. And the man from St. Kitts and Nevis comes across, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
Yes, Louis had a fairly decent outing to England. But then, once the camera gets in you and the analysts sit down in their chair and do their thing, they expose your weaknesses. You've got to look to learn as well. You've got to go to his
You're right.
Say, look, show me my weakness.
Here's Roberto, comes in, bows to Louis. Louis is forward to ball, pitched up. Now look at that different length. He was outside the off stump. That one was an in-swinger, and he played it hurriedly into the offside down towards mid-off. What a good delivery.
A good delivery, slightly over pitch. I think, some other batters would have been looking to put that down to possibly straight mid-on for 4. I think Louis got onto the front foot a bit hurriedly. He wasn't really prepared for it. So he couldn't maximize on the error. I think the length
was a bit full.
Was a bit full.
And you're right about that. I'll get back to that after this delivery. As Roberto comes in and bows to him, he's forward, beaten outside the off stump with a beauty. Wow, what a delivery outside the off stump, beaten comprehensively to end the first over. One without loss. That's the latest score at Providence.
And that's one of the things that was highlighted with Louis' batting, even in England and Joe Mason, right? He gets onto the front foot, but his front foot doesn't get onto the line of the
Right,
ball.
that's true.
Right? It comes straight down the pitch, and he tends to play away from his body. And you look at that
Yes,
replay,
yes.
it's evident. So the analysts of South Africa would have seen that. They would have watched him at the last
Right.
test match. And you would find that if South African fast bowlers will be attacking that channel.
Yeah, indeed, as was the case to the last ball. In fact, against Wood, who is perhaps the quickest bowler in the world, he was actually coming onto the front foot to short balls and, stabbing the balls off his chest. Had there been a forward shot, it would have been dismissed. And they really worked him over. So you're right. We'll always remember Dwayne Rummel-Smith making 100 in his first test match, and then the South Africans did the video, and what happened to Mr. Smith? He's now playing for YMPC in Barbados. Young Men's Progressive Club, in case you're wondering. Here's Berger, comes up now. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, and it looks as if he wanted to go nibbling and fishing, but then allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. The West Indies captain has had his troubles in recent times, actually. In fact, last 22 innings, he's just got a solitary half century. What do you think, Neil Barry, as a former Guyana keeper, is wrong with Brathwaite? He's not getting the runs that we're accustomed to. Talk to me after this delivery from Berger. By the way, what a name to have, Berger.
Well, Berger, looking at Berger and into bowl one, we call basically Mitchell Stark. He
Yeah,
has the
yeah,
same way of approaching.
Yes. He comes up now. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite, and this delivery Brathwaite is, almost bowled. The ball was cutting back at him inside edge, and that went past the leg stump. He looked very shaky there. Nothing short by Brathwaite. Look at that.
And you ask, what is wrong with Craig Brathwaite? I don't think Craig Brathwaite's technique have changed with time that he would spend playing the game. He came out, persons looked at him, saw where his error was, his footwork, rather, lets him down a lot.
Yeah.
But early on in his career, he had good eyesight, so that
Yep,
compensated a
yep,
little
that's
bit.
true.
As you got older,
Yep.
the eyes start to go.
Yes, you're right.
The footwork need to help
Here's
you.
Berger, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a wide ball. That's very wide. That should have been maybe called a wide. It was outside the off stump, and it was taken between first sib and second. That really left him. So let's get back to Berger. You remind you of Mitchell Stark?
Yes, he does. The way in which he approach, of course,
Right.
he's left-handed, not a stall.
Right.
But the way in which he approach the crease, he's well balanced. He have that very strong
Yes,
approach.
he's a very strong guy.
Strong guy, of course, and a very strong approach to this.
Broad shouldered as well.
Broad shoulders, a little pacey at times,
Yep.
and a little inconsistent.
He comes up
Such
now
as
to
Mitchell
bowl to
Stark.
Brathwaite, and this delivery Brathwaite is peeking outside the off stump and nibbling and fishing at that. Oh my God, he's taken by the keeper. The left arm bowler angled the ball across at the right hander, taken by the keeper low down.
Excellent delivery. Come from a bit closer. He delivered a bit closer to the stump. The ball was angling in through the air, but as it pitched, as it touched down on Joe Mason, it just left the batsman, which is a natural ball for the left-hander. But I was talking about their ability to get the ball to swing and seam, and that was evident with that delivery.
2 balls left in the over, 1 without loss, chasing 263. He comes up now. Berger bowls outside the off stump, and that ball swinging away on pitch, and the keeper again having some difficulty in negotiating, taken between first and second slip, and the big left-hand bowler. When you played for Guyana, were there any lefties around playing across the Caribbean? You can think of anyone?
Rohan Taylor.
From Jamaica. Yeah, indeed. Yes.
Very quick. And
yeah,
there's
he
some
was
stories
sharp.
about Rohan
Yeah,
Taylor.
yeah, he was sharp.
And I can tell you, and I hope my friend Nolan Mackenzie's listening all the way in Nottingham, England.
Here is Burgers. He comes in to bowl to Brathwaite into this delivery. Brathwaite is whipping the ball away. 2 4 for the square. 1 will get a second comfortably. as Rabada has to come across from that backward square position to pick it up. So the ball was on a different line, and Bradford whipped the ball away for 2 to go now to 3 at the end of the over. 3 without loss. That's the latest score at Providence.
Just a bit too full coming into the right-hander, allowing Bradford the room to get on the inside of that one and working with the inward movement into the open backward square position for 2. So thus far, they've scored some 3 runs. You know, in this innings from over some 12 balls. So one can see clearly, right, that it will not be easy, right. The bowlers will not allow them too many free scoring opportunities. Buffett and Louis needs to have discussions.
Interestingly enough, 250 since 2020 to get runs. They've actually lost 10. They've won 1 in 16 matches, drawn 5.
The stats is not in their favor.
Oh, my golly. Here is Rabada comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Louis allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. So it's 3 without loss.
But stats are just that.
Yep,
You know,
indeed.
we can turn it and twist it to provide whatever story we
Right,
want to.
right, indeed.
But this is reality. and
Reality.
The West Indies batsmen must not look at that.
No.
They must look at the fact that they're playing a game of cricket. They're in the 4th innings. They need, 250 odd to win this game, right? And how will they go about it? That is what they need to be thinking
Here's
of.
Rabada comes in, balls wrapped in the pad. You could see that swinging into him. That would have gone past the leg stump, but taken at the gully area, but clearly off the pad. Deep in swing there from Rabada. Scores kept on 3 without loss. And if I know him, don't be surprised if the next ball is that wonderful out swing. He's such a clever bowler.
He is a very clever bowler. He runs in so easily. One can recall in the World Cup finals, him coming in bowling that very first ball against Afghanistan in the semi-finals. First ball is in, just hitting the top off.
Yep, yeah, indeed.
So
he comes
easy.
in to bowl to Louis, and to this delivery, Louis, you see that? We were expecting that. Oh, my golly.
But Louis wasn't. Louis did not watch as much cricket as you,
Oh,
Andrew.
my
So
golly.
you called it.
Look at that. Look at that.
Excellent
Have a look at the rebonity. A beautiful piece of
Excellent
bowling. Wow.
That's touchdown just outside the line of the off stump, exposing Louis' weaknesses,
Yes.
ability not to transfer his way
Yes.
onto the front foot
And Bradford
line
came,
of the ball.
and Bradford came down to have a word with him. Wonder what Bradford is telling him. I wonder what he's going to do here now. Is he going to go for the deep in swinger again? Let's see. He comes in to bowl to Louis, and Louis gets one, which is on the off stump. He comes forward this time, plays the ball up to Bavuma, the captain, and this is a good exhibition of top-class fast ball that's kept on 3 without loss. Louis hasn't scored as yet. Bradford has got 3.
And I give Louis some credit. They responded a lot better to this delivery, albeit it was a pitch a bit further up, as Rabada looked to really bring him forward and then, nick him off the slip. But Louis was able to transfer the weight and come onto the pitch of the ball, the
Right.
line of the ball. And that is what is important.
Indeed.
You've got to come onto the line of the ball and cover his off stump.
When he's allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. Good carry to the keeper that was banged in. You could see the ball thudding into the keeper's gloves. It was a bit wide, so Louis had enough time to see it. It was 139.4. 3 without loss, 1 to come. Lovely Saturday in Guyana. Did you go to the market this morning? Did you go to Border Market this morning?
No, I
You're
did
Starbuck
not.
man.
I did not, Andrew. I hardly ever get to the market these days. There are so many different markets around now in Georgetown. You can go to the supermarket and get everything. But I still do go to Border Market.
Here is Louis getting one outside the off stump for Rabada. Allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That last one was too wide, so no challenges for the man from St. Kitts and Nevis. So at the end of the over 3 without loss, the latest scored Providence.
Yes, not a mixed bag really from Rabada on this over. A couple of good length deliveries. He tried the off cut at the Louis and then took it away from him. But his last delivery was a bit too wide, I think. Just maybe it's overcompensating a bit, trying to draw Louis out of his comfort zone, make him flash as he has a tendency to do from time to time. Louis had none of it. He watched a lot of deliveries. And as they say in Test cricket, it's not, and batting in Test cricket, it's not among the balls you hit, but among the balls you leave alone.
Yeah, that's true.
Choice.
Yeah, you're right.
Choice is the major factor.
You're very
here
right.
in Test
Here's
cricket.
Berger, the big man, to continue. He's in and bowls to Bradford in this delivery. Bradford is going across the off stump, hits the ball into the pitch. There was a big gap between bat and pad as he played that down towards backward point for the Zorzi to come across to his right to make the stop. And there is no run. Is there local cricket being played in Guyana at this time of the year?
Well, based upon the rain patterns in Guyana, we have what we call a May-June rain, which tends to extend from May all the way through to September times. I noticed that in Georgetown, cricket have not restarted.
No?
I think I saw some notice going out for clubs to get themselves ready because the rain, the May-June rain, is not fully gone away as yet.
Here's Berger, comes in and bowls outside the off stump, played away, beautiful through the offside, that's gone for 4, through squares cover, it was short, and there was the West Indies captain getting into line nicely. That was a beautiful shot by Brathwaite to carry the score to 7 without loss. Well played, Craig Brathwaite.
When his footwork is going well, when he's in sync, he's a joy to watch. That one was a bit short of length. Angle across the right-hander, Andrew Mason. He was able to get onto the back foot and not just standing tall, but going back as well, allowing the room for the ball to come and then punching it through the vacant cover for 4.
It
Good
was
shot.
a lovely shot. Berger comes in to bowl to Brathwaite into this delivery. Brathwaite is getting one right up. That's beautifully bowled, a good comeback delivery, and he plays with a bit of suspicion up the pitch. The ball goes up towards mid-off. The bowler got his hand across to stop it, and the action continues 7 without loss. 3 sips a gully. There's a man at that point here. There's a mid-on, the captain. There's he's at mid-off. There's a mid-on, and there's also a forward square and a long leg. So we invite you to come and watch the cricket a little more in terms of, well, spectators will come in. I see some school children as well. Berger comes up now from the southern end. He's in and bows outside the off stump, too wide to influence Brathwaite, and he allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So in case you're wondering, things happen quickly for the West Indies this morning with South Africa starting the day at 2:23 for 5. They were all out. Good performance by the West Indies, 246 with 23 runs conceded, 5 wickets going down in 10 overs and 4 balls. And Jaden Seals, who's really come on well, that stint in England has really been great for him, picking up 6 for 61 to be the lead bowler for the West Indies. The West Indies set 263 for victory as we head towards lunch on the third day of a game that has gone at the pace of a Usain Bolt, very frenetic. It's now up to 7 without loss. Here we go. As Berger, looking for that breakthrough, comes in to bowl to the West Indies captain in this delivery. He's getting one down the leg side, and the ball is taken by the keeper, skipping across to his left. How's the pitch played so far?
I would think a typical test match pitch. I like the bounce in it, especially when the ball hit the seam. Yes, there is some amount of variable bounce, and smart bowlers will exploit that because you can bowl the ball cross seam, which means that the ball will land on the smooth surface of the on the smooth side and not on the seam, and that of course can create a bit of variable bounce. You wouldn't get the same amount of bounce if the ball hit on the seam. But other than that, I think that the track have played pretty decent.
Berger comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a full-length delivery, digs it out, plays it hurriedly up the pitch on the onside. The bowler comes across to pick it up to end the over. 7 without loss is the latest score at Providence.
Yes, so not a bad over indeed by Berger. We saw Brathwaite punch him through the covers for 4. You have 3 slips, a gully, and the cover open. He has left the cover open, the man just in front at point, and then you have the mid-off. But the reason for that is we want to encourage the batter, Andrew Mason, to punch through the offside, to look to go through that gap, and with the movement of the new ball and the slips and the gully in play, the opportunity can arise for an outside edge to come. So the plan is there for the South African bowlers, the team. They know what they want to achieve. The bowlers are putting the ball in that area. The West Indian batters have got to respond to the challenge.
Here's Rabada, continues his battle with Louis, comes in and bows to him, and he's getting one outside the off stump. Did that come off the bat? Or we'll have to say it goes past the keeper. 4 runs. What a delivery.
Inside edge found.
Inside edge found. What a delivery, cutting back, and it went past the keeper and goes away for 4. Have a look at that. Describe it for me, please.
Exaggerated movement from the bat. The ball pitched outside the line of the off stump, upright seam, passing between bat and pad. And on that thing, it's a no ball as well, so no danger done. But don't look at the no ball, Andrew Mason. The fact that I don't think that actually touched the bat. I think it touched the clothing of the batsman. But the exaggerated movement shows that there's still life in that pitch.
Here's Rabada, comes up, bowls outside the off stump, and Louis allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. But you could see a pep in the step from Rabada here. It's gone to 12 without loss, and he certainly can be pretty sharp when he's ready. Rated as one of the best that South Africa would have produced. Of course, they've produced some fine fast bowlers over the years.
Yes, without a doubt. And, Rabada, such an athlete, tall, wiry, well-built fast bowler. Reminds you of, the Michael Oldens with maybe touch a bit more size and some of the other West Indian fast bowlers.
He's in and bowls the ball banged in short, and there's Louis looking rather awkward as he just sways out of the way, goes down the offside to be taken by the keeper. Of course, the English football has started. Nottingham Forest against Bournemouth. Nottingham Forest won. Bournemouth, they haven't gotten off as yet. Newcastle, well, there's a man short, and they're playing Southampton. They're up by 1-0. Everton, with a man short against Brighton, there are 3. Brighton 3, and Arsenal 2, Wolverhampton 0. Here we go. As this delivery is outside the off stump from Rabada, the batsman comes across, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That's Louis. The score is kept in 12 without loss. And in the game, I watched it this morning, Ipswich Town back in the Premier League against Liverpool. They lost 2-0. And yesterday, as you know, my side, Man United beat Fulham very late indeed, 1-0. Are you a football man, Neil?
World Cup football.
Okay.
I'm not much of a league.
You're a World Cup man.
I'm a World Cup man. I love to see country versus country.
Okay, I see.
Pray for the pride.
All right. Here's Rabada. Comes to the balls outside the off stump, and he edges, and he's gone. Wow. Wow. What was that all about? It looked a nothing shot by Louis. He's got to work on his technique. Outside edge found the ball, goes straight to third step. The West Indies have lost the first wicket 12-1.
Well, the batting coach of the West Indies and all the others in the think tank have got to address the shortcomings of these players. This was exposed. Louis was exposed in England with the same type of delivery. They've got to look and see how many times he keeps getting out to the same shot. Basically, he comes onto the front foot, the ball angled in, left him a bit, but he did not cover the line of the ball. And there's a clear reason for that, and I'll put on my coaching, and is that he's not leading with his front shoulder. He's going foot first, which is a want for many of the players now coming in the era of the multiple dimensions of the game, and especially T20, where you plant your foot and look to hit the ball down the ground. A lot of young players are coming out in that mode. We've got to prepare our cricketers better, right, to allow them to have the opportunity to perform at the different versions of the game. The ball angled in from Rabada. We've seen it all along. Rabada kept the length back, off cutter, wide leg cut, and then pitched the ball up. The killer delivery, pitched it up just a little bit,
right,
bring him in onto the front foot, and the ball just left him. But his bat followed.
Right.
Outside edge fung into third slip.
Yeah, he's got to do some work. Of course, you'll get away with it at the regional level, but certainly not at this level you won't.
No, definitely not. Not against guys who would have been so well prepared over the years. And you can see, look at the gap between the bottom
Batting
part
pad
as you
there.
watch the replay. So it's the same. You can replay this, the test matches in England, the first innings here, and all of that. You see the same thing with Louis. So I hope the think tank is watching. Of course they do. They listen to all the commentaries, follow all the footages and so on, look at the replays multiple times and go and fix it. That can't
Fix
be
it. You
fixed.
got to fix it. Katie Carty comes out to do battle. So 12-1. Here is Rabada. Comes in to bowl to Carty. Carty gets a short ball and is awkwardly just playing the ball off his chest. Goes down to the slip cordon for Mulder to come across from that third slip area to pick it up. So the West Indies losing the wicket of Louis. He's got some work to do. And, well, it's interesting. Have a look at that first delivery.
Looking at that first delivery from Carty, right? Its first movement is coming forward. The fast bowler bowling at 139, 40 clicks.
Yes.
Back in the day, you go back and across. And if it's
You do.
up, then you come forward.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
If not, you transfer the weight into the back foot. He has now got to transfer the weight from front to back to respond to a ball from a fast bowler.
Here's Rabada. Comes in and bowls to him outside the off stump, off the back foot, played away square the offside. Down to backward point. The end of a successful over from the champion bowler Rabada. At the end of it, 12-1 is the latest score at Providence.
12-1, chasing that total of what?
263.
263. It's a tall order. It's a lot of work to be done by the batters. It can be done. They've got to have the confidence. They've got to look to rotate the strike. They're facing too many balls from the bowlers. And once you do that, you expose yourself. You should try, given, especially in the era of T20 cricket where people run like crazy between not so much the West Indian players, but some of the other countries, you find that they rotate the strike a lot quicker, a lot better. And we need to learn to do that. If you're chasing these totals in difficult conditions, the bowlers are fresh and they're running hard at you, you don't want to be facing 4 and 5 deliveries and over Andrew Mason. You want to get off strike. And if that is repeated by both players, then the strike is turned over. You then slowly take the momentum away from the bowlers and over to your side.
Well, it's going to be Berger to go round the wicket now. Comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is going on top of that delivery and stroking the ball away through squash cover. We'll get too comfortably here. Getting on top of that quite nicely. Back for the second. He plays that shot well, Brathwaite. He goes to 9. The score goes to 14 for 1. Neil Barry, coach Neil Barry, what do you think is the thinking here now? He's decided to come round the wicket to Brathwaite.
Well, what he's trying to do is to expose the offside of Brathwaite a bit more. He's going to try to angle the ball in. He's coming round the wicket. And he's getting exaggerated movement away from the right-handers. He's going to try to reduce that by coming around the wicket, but he will still get some amount of ball to deviate. And once he can reduce the amount of deviation, he can bring the keeper and slips into play.
Well, he comes in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the ball, which is on the line of the leg stump, works the ball away into the onside, down towards that long leg area. Will get a single. It was on that leg stump. He just turned it wristily for 1, and with that single, Brathwaite goes to 10, and the West Indies in pursuit of 263 for victory. They've already lost Carty, and it's now up to, I make it 15 for 1.
Yeah, 15 for 1. And the other thing with coming around the wicket as well is that you bring LBW into play a bit. If you can pitch the ball, on about the line of the stump. So what he's trying to do is to increase his options, basically, of getting the batsman out. But of course, having a thought process and delivering the correct delivery, it's another thing. It takes a while. It takes a lot of practice. But these guys have done this in the past. I mean, the South African leagues is pretty good. It's pretty tough cricket they play in their county championship or the state province cricket. Yeah, so it's he would have had a lot of practice doing that.
Here's Berger, comes in, bows to Carty. Carty is covering up to ball on the off stump, pushes up towards that mid-off area. Interesting that he's now decided to go off, so he's bowling round the wicket to Brathwaite, and he's now going back over the wicket, bowling to Carty.
For Brathwaite, because we know that Brathwaite tends to get out a lot of LBW.
Right.
Stuck on the crease. He's trying to bring that into play.
Right.
That's the reasons of going around. And have the option, too, of taking it away and getting the outside edge from. With Carty, who tends to be a bit more of a front foot player, he wants to nick him off. He wants to bowl it and get it to go away from the right hand and force him to play. If you notice, there's a man at short cover as well.
Right.
Carty tends to come onto the front foot a lot.
He comes in and bows to Carty, and Carty is forward and drives well through cover. Lovely shot, 4 runs. Oh, that was a beauty. Beautifully played. Pitched up on the line of the off stump and stroked. That was a sumptuous shot. That's gone for 4. Well played, Carty.
All timing, not looking to overhit the ball, not pushing out too hard at the ball, not playing too far from his body, but under his eyes, getting his foot and his front shoulder on line a bit. It was going away from him, and he followed it, kept his eyes on the ball, and not looking to hit too hard, Andrew Macy, but just pushing through the line, using the pace, and that's a good cricket shot.
Wonderful shot to get off the mark. 19 for 1. Carty is 4. Brathwaite has got 10. How will Berger respond as he comes in to bowl to Carty? Carty gets one down the leg side. The keeper skips across to his left to gather it, and there is no damage done. So, Carty 4, Brathwaite 10, 19 for 1. Have you seen a lot of Carty? Oh, not really.
Well, I saw him a bit as well in the CPL. Looks a fine player when he's on the front foot. I think he's got a good head in his shoulders. Young men. These are young men who still have time to learn. We need to give them that time, but not only to give them the time, we've got to create the environment for them to learn.
Right.
That's where my problem is.
When he comes up now, this is Berger to bowl to Carty into this delivery. That's too wide outside the off stump, and that must have been very close to a wide angle and going even further across the bat. So the keeper having tremendous difficulty negotiating that. The ball dropped out of his glove, so the over comes to an end. 19 for 1 is the latest score at Providence.
Yes, a mixed bag again. As I said, there's a lot about the fast bowler Berger, which reminds you of Mitchell Stark. Inconsistency is one. Mitchell Stark is a great bowler, but at times I'm quite sure he's even angry at himself. Sometimes he can be very inconsistent, and Berger's showing that same trait. He's not getting the ball into the good areas consistently enough. You look at Rabada, on about the line of the off stump, he would have been sticking there and living there. Of course, Rabada would have played more and have the experience, but Berger would want to try to emulate that. Left-arm fast bowlers, are always dangerous, especially bowling to right-handed batters, and you would want them to, from a South African perspective, you want him to be on song today.
Here's Robard as he comes up now from the northern end to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is across and plays the ball beautifully through the offside, out towards cover. Will have the legs to get there. The ball is going to be pulled back just in front of the boundary. Yes, they will get a third. The ball was very well played by Brathwaite, timing the ball sweetly out towards cover. The Georgia pull it back inches inside the boundary, and Brathwaite is back for his third. Well played, Craig Brathwaite.
Good shot indeed, not playing away from his body, and no ball again from Roberto Brathwaite, just going onto the back foot, getting in line with the delivery and punching it through the offside. Not a shot played too often by West Indian batters, I dare say. Brathwaite is one of the few who, due to the way in which he bats, he tends to stay in the crease.
Right.
And he tends to play back a lot more, allows him to be able to play shots such as those.
Here is Roberta. Comes up now to Carty, and Carty is getting the ball outside the outside, beaten comprehensive with the beauty. This guy can bowl, beaten, as the old-time commentators were saying, all ends up beautifully bowled. He's gone to 4, and Carty certainly survived there. Look at that, nipping away and very close to the outside edge.
Very close to the outside edge, and if you look carefully, there's a big gap between bat and pad as well, which means that he did not get onto the line of the
he
ball.
didn't, yeah.
So the off cut as well could be a problem for him.
23
because
for
there's a gap
1.
there.
Here's Roberta. Comes in and bowls to him, and he's pushing the ball from that off stump out towards cover. Gets a single. Bavuma picks the ball up and throws it very hard. It bursting through the gloves of the keeper, and they contemplated an overthrow as Berger had to come off the long leg boundary. Don't know what was going through Bavumba's mind there, because there was no real chance for him. But he fired it. Maybe he's fired up. And in the end, Carty got a run to go to 5. 24 for 1. Let me remind you, the target is 263. The West Indies losing Louis, who's got to work on his technique. Here's Rabada. Comes up now, he's in. And bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is getting the ball, which squares him up. Beautifully bowled on top of that off stump. You can see Brathwaite, as we say in Caribbean parlance, walking up there. And the ball goes square in the offside down to backward point, and there's no run. Good bowling again from Rabada.
Good bowling by Roberto Brathwaite. He plays the ball on the side, which is, one of the good things about him, which back in the early days would have helped him a lot. His footwork is still a bit suspect, but because he plays the ball late, he tends to get away with footwork that is not, I would say, out of the textbook.
Here's a delivery bowled by Rabada. In swinger to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is onto the front foot, keeps a little bit low, but he covers it quite nicely, the West Indies captain, and pushes out towards cover. There's no run. 24 for 1. Of course, he plays for Wanderers in the local competition, the oldest club in Barbados, and the local season is well and truly joined in Barbados. The action will conclude tomorrow. Brathwaite's club doing reasonably okay so far for the season. Here is Rabada. Comes up now in and bowls, and Brathwaite gets one of the legs and works it into the onside. I was thinking about a run. It went down towards the fielder at that mid-wicket area. Had to move across to his right. Brathwaite was a long way down looking for the run. Carty said no, he had to return to base. So 24 for 1.
And that is one of the shortcomings of the West Indies team. That was a single. If Carty was backing up properly and looking, that was a single. And every run counts. Right? We saw when they got the run to the left of Roberta or the captain Bavuma at mid-off. That's a good, aggressive run. Now they're taking that single. That's another one that comes in and remove Brathwaite from strike.
Here is Rabada. Comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is across and strokes the ball away. Square in the offside. Will have the legs to get there. Yes, it does. It goes over that big fat. In fact, yes. In fact, for a moment, I just thought that the field out there looked as if he was going to pull it back, but that's gone away for 4. Beautifully played by Brathwaite. On top of that, and stroking the ball away through the offside. That's gone for 4. Have a look at that. He plays that shot rather well. Goes square in the offside. That's gone for 4. Well played, Brathwaite.
Well played indeed. Using the depth of the crease, going onto the back foot, allowing the ball to come onto him, and then opening the face, beating the backward pointers right. That's an excellent shot from Brathwaite. And, some of the other West Indies batters needs to look at that, because utilizing the depth, utilizing the crease area, going onto your back foot, will aid you in playing against fast bowlers who are getting lateral movement, Andrew Mason.
So it's up now to, I make it 28 for 1. Brathwaite getting a couple of boundaries, gone to 17, and now Mulder comes in attack. He certainly bowled very well, I thought, in the first innings. Comes in to bowl to Carty into this delivery. Carty is nibbling outside the off stump. That's a bit of a lazy shot there, pitched up. He played at that. It went very close to the outside edge, taken by the keeper.
Yes, he's being let down by his front foot. He's not really getting onto the pitch, onto the line of the ball, driving away from his body. That one from Mulder, touchdown just outside the line of the off stump, just back of what we'd call a full length, and getting some away movement in his early first lead from Mulder, showing that he can move the ball away, did ball well in the first innings, and have started well in the second innings, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, Mulder again does a bit with the ball, 3 steps waiting, comes in to bowl to Carty. Into this, every Carty gets it outside the off stump. Don't need to play it that too wide. And the ball going by to be taken by the keeper. 28 for 1. Carty is on 5. Bathurst is 17. The West Indies already losing Louis. And Neil Murray, the former Guyana keeper, saying that he's got to go back and talk to his coaches about his technique. Is that what you said?
Yes, I know they need to address that. If your batsman keeps getting out in the same way multiple times, obviously there is a problem. And not only with him, if you look at Casey Carty as well, there is an issue with them, transferring the weight onto the front foot on the line of the ball.
Here is Mulder, comes in and bowls outside the off stump. No need to play at that. Carty allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. But of course, it's now coming up to what time on that big watch you bought in England? You bought that in England, that watch?
No, Andrew Mason, I did not.
Okay, what time?
England is very expensive.
I know.
You don't buy anything in England.
Well, you see, I asked you that because I know you can afford it. What time do you have on your watch? Because
I'm saying 5 minutes after 12.
Yeah, and the lunchtime has been adjusted because of the late start. It's now 12:30. So your good friend will come a call in Matthew Kusun is going to be actually praying for me tomorrow. Says this is going to start that prayer at 6 o'clock. It'll end at 7. Here's Mulder, comes into Carty, into this delivery. Carty is alone to go back outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Scores kept in 28 for 1. The pitch generally is pretty okay to me,
Yes, it is. I mean, we keep going on and on about, the variable bunks and whatever, but this is test match cricket.
Yeah, it is.
Right, the pitch is prepared once, many days before the game. You
Yes.
rolled it and roll it and roll it,
Yes.
and the moisture will go out of it. And that's why it's called test cricket, because it's there to test the players' mental fortitude and their technique over a period of time and deliver results. So we
Wonderful.
must appreciate and embrace these variances.
Wonderful. I hope they're listening to you and give you a job as a coach here in Guyana. Are you involved at any level in terms of administration?
No,
I know you lost your pick some time ago. I was told you were fired along with Roger Harper. I know that story. Here's the ball outside the line of the off stump taken by the keeper. Is that true that you were fired, Neil?
No, I came off at the start of 2023. I decided not to run for office again. I served before that for my term as president of the Georgetown Cricket Association.
Were you
and
pressured?
before that, I wasn't pressed. I think it was time for me to move on. I do think that there should be succession planning. I don't think that administrators should be in positions for years and years and years.
Right.
I think you can allow for young blood to come through and develop. We need to do these things. It makes no point you staying there forever and ever and ever, especially the fact that West Indies have not been doing well for the last 35 years.
Here's Mulder, comes in 28 for 1 to bowl to Carty, and Carty delivery is getting an in-swing. And that's good cricket, bowling a lot of outswings, and then that ability to bring the ball back. But Carty was equal to the task, and that big, broad bat, as broad as St. Martin, the way he was born, he's coming forward, playing the ball towards cover to end the over. So that's it then. The West Indies 28 for 1. I'm going to leave you now in the capable hands of your very good friend, Matthew Kusun.
Yes, and as Andrew, as we prepare for a double change here, as Andrew Mason leave and Matthew Kisoon come on begging, without a doubt, the West Indies dominated the first hour of play. So as far, bowling South Africa out, but they have lost 1 wicket. South Africa struck early, and the battle is well and truly on as a welcome back, Kemraj.
Right, so it's good to be back. Yes, we're heading up to lunch, 12:30, for sure. Remember, play started half an hour late. Rabada will continue with 3 slips, and then you've got a man at 4th slip. There's a backward point on the boundary, and there is a mid-off. Here is Brathwaite fishing at that outside the line of the off stump, and taken by the keeper, no chance of a run. He's 70 in Carty's 5, and the West Indies have lost. Louis caught Mulder 3rd slip off the bowling of Rabada for 4. He faced 16 balls. It was 12 for 1 and in the 5th over. And that's something that Louis will have to work on. A lot of talk about his technique. Not that good, given the opportunity to debut at Lord's. Difficult times for him debuting at Lord's a little earlier. But given the opportunity at the top, here is Brathwaite on the off stump. Good delivery, kept a bit low, hustled onto him, and he turned it away towards mid-wicket for no run. Anthony has rejoined me. Rabada now 297 test wickets, heading up to 300. It's possible he can get that in this test match. And he's got to continue bowling well, which he has always been doing. Very good bowler, especially just in that canal of uncertainty outside the line of the off stump. He's picked up a lot of wickets. He has that surprise bounce as well. He's such a fantastic bowler. Here is Rabada. Comes up now. He's in bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is coming forward, wraps him on the pad. There's a big appeal, and he's given out. Rabada had to appeal for all he's worth. And Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, is given out leg before wicket to the bowling of Rabada. They're coming down, the two batters, to have a little chat. And I want to believe that Brathwaite he's going to go to DRS, a review for the West Indies here. So the original decision is out from the umpire from Bangladesh, that's Sharfadullah. And Brathwaite has gone for that DRS because he's a key man in the West Indies cog in terms of winning this test match. He has to stay there. But if that decision goes in favor of South Africa, the West Indies will be rocked back here as we get head up towards lunch.
Well, good day to you across the Caribbean and across Radio Land. It looks as though we're watching the replay now.
That's a flat line,
yeah, it's a
flat line, ultra edge.
So there isn't any edge there on the bat.
Hits him just to the top of the pad there. And that looks very, very close. Is he? Original decision is out. And that will be not out. So that's a good ask there by Brathwaite, going to use the DRS and not out. So the West Indies captain lives to fight another day. He's 17, but brilliant bowling from Rabada. He continues to put pressure on the West Indies top order.
Andrew described him as a champion bowler. Isn't he a champion bowler? A real champion for South Africa and for the game of cricket. Excellent bowler.
The ninth fastest to 250 test wickets. How long will it take him to get to 300 outside the off stump taken by the keeper? No run. I think Dale Steyn is the third fastest to 250 test wickets if you're looking at fast bowling artillery worldwide. And of course, let me see if I did write something down here. Yeah, Dale Steyn, the fastest to 250, got that in 49 test matches. Alan Donald is the fourth fastest bowler to take 250 wickets. He got that in 50 tests. Here is Rabada, comes up now. He's in bowling with triceps and beats Brathwaite outside the off stump, shuffles across his stumps. That's one of his familiar way of playing at deliveries just outside the off stump. And I think Neil Barry said that one of the problems that Brathwaite has had over the years playing is that his technique hasn't quite improved down through the years. But he's always that stodgy, stiff sort of batter there. He's picked up runs. For the West Indies, even with that sort of technique. And he settles the right hand. He's on 17 from 25 balls. Here is Rabada, comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. He's across his stumps and guides the ball away down towards the fourth slip position. He doesn't score. He's kept tight. He's had to concentrate a lot. The West Indies need 263 to win this test and win the series, the first ever series. One can say they would ever win if they get there, because that lone test match in Barbados in 1992, they won that test, of course, by 52 runs. But many would say it was a lone test match after South Africa came back after being banned for 21 years because of the system of apartheid. And that tour there and playing that test match in Barbados, Anthony, West Indies did win, of course, the Ambrose-Walsh combination, picking up 10 wickets to ensure that they won that lone test match, but they haven't won a test series since then. The over comes to an end, and 9 overs bowled with 2 extras, 28 for the loss of 1. Rabada, the lone man to have picked up the wicket of Louis so far, 1 for 15, as Mulder continues from the far end. So it's been another wonderful day, day 3 for cricket. Yes, we would have lost that half hour because of that shower around 9:10 a.m. this morning. Here is Mulder comes up. Carty gets the ball on the off stump, and he's defending, playing it down at his feet as it rolls along the pitch. And again, no chance of a run. A lot of work to be done by Louis on his technique, of course, playing away from the body. I watched him at Lord's on day 1, and he fought very hard like Chandrapal had fought in Australia in his first outing for the West Indies. And then when he went back to Australia again, it was a different Tajan Rai Chandrapal. Missed out in terms of his consistency. Got a double 100, of course, in Zimbabwe, but then things fell apart for him. Not considered for this Test series. Here is Mulder, comes up, he's in bowl to Carty. Carty lets a white ball go outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper, and again, no chance of a run. So today started with South Africa resuming overnight 223 for 5 with a lead of 239 runs. Varian was not out 50. Mulder was not out 34 at that stage. That partnership, Anthony would have added for the 6th wicket 84 runs from 134 balls. Moti would have picked up 2 for 61. And of course, Seals 3 for 52 yesterday. So we can say that on day 2, 270 runs were scored, 8 wickets were taken, 5 wickets going to the fast bowlers and 3 to the spinners. Here is Mulder, comes up, he's in bowl to Carty. Again, he lets it go by outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, no chance of a run. And in 2 days, the first 2 days of cricket at the stadium here, 20 wickets went to the fast bowlers and 5 to the spinners. So let's tell you what has transpired as we look at the little crowd in the green stand. The only stand open for this Test match. And Anthony, on day 3, it doesn't look too bad. Looks a bit like what we had yesterday, but already period in the game yet for today, and that crowd can probably build up. So I'll endeavor to go through the scorecard for you as we head up to lunch on day 3 as Mulder, in the distance, begins to make his way in towards us from the place pavilion and comes up, bowls a Carty. Carty's defending, stabs it into the offside, gets it out towards backward point, and trots through for a single. To carry his total up to 6 now, and the West Indies move up to 30 for the loss of 1. Remember that target is 263. It's a bit of a tricky, dicey sort of target for them to get. They haven't batted well for a number of Test matches now. The batting has let them down badly. But I'll endeavor to go through the scorecard for you this morning, or what transpired this morning. Mulder was leg before wicket to the bowling of Warwickon for 34, 71 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s in his knock. It was 224 for 6 then in the 71st over. And that pair, that 6 wicket, put on 85 runs. Here is Mulder, comes up, he's in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a ball that cramps him for room. And he almost buckles as he came forward to play that stroke, no chance of a run. Maharaj caught Moti at mid-wicket off the bowling of Seals without scoring, 227 for 7. Varian bowled by Seals for 59, 78 balls, 8 4s in a nice little knock from the wicketkeeper batter for South Africa, 232 for 8 in the 74th over. Rabada caught Hodgett slip off the bowling of Warwickon for 6, 1-4 in his knock, 23 balls, 244 for 9. And then Berger was caught on bowls. He's a brilliant catch without scoring. South Africa dismissed for 246. Here is Mulder, comes up, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is driving out towards Temba Bavuma, the South African captain, down at mid-off, no chance of a run. As Mulder walks back to his mark. So 5 wickets would have fallen today for the addition of 23 runs. Pete was left not out on 7 from 21 balls. 22 extras made up of 4 byes, 13 leg byes, and 5 wides. Just 10.4 overs bowled this morning before the South African innings came to an end. So West Indies needing 263 to win. They've started and they've lost Louis. And Louis was the lone wicket to have fallen so far. Here is Mulder bowls. That's tight in defense. Brathwaite coming forward, leaning into the shot. Plays it out into the offside. The over comes to an end. And with the score at 30 for the loss of 1, 10 overs completed in the West Indies innings. Brathwaite is 17, Carty 6, and the West Indies needing 233 runs to win this game. They're 30 for the loss of 1, which is the latest score from Providence.
Let me say thank you to the sponsors who have made the coverage possible. The Sports Network out of Berbice, Guyana. We do coverage for radio, TV, and the internet. And Red Rose Advertising, also out of Berbice. Your success is our business. Thanks again to Bobby Vera and his entire team from Bobby Vera radio station, Light FM, 104.1 FM. Coming back to this game, 233 to win. That's the magical target. The West Indies will have to grind away. They'll have to find a way. And I was to mention, Craig Brathwaite becomes a perfect candidate for a caught behind or LBW, basically because he's not moving his feet. And that's a fundamental in batting. But, we'll find out that. He's 17. He's a very dogged player. Carty's 6. Let's wait and see.
Carty settles 2 right-handers at the crease. and is driving loosely outside the off stump, again away from the body, bat away from the body there. The left bat came forward, but not too far forward, taken by the keeper, no chance of a run. Let's go through the bowling figures for South Africa. See, in fact, for the West Indies, when they dismissed South Africa for 246. Seals, his second 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. 18.4 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 61. 6 for 61, Jaden Seals. Moti, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 61, as we watch Rabada. Warwicker, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Holder, 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. Joseph, 18 overs, 2 maidens, none for 53, and Hodge 1 over for 9 runs. Here is Rabada, comes up, he's in bowls to Karti. Karti's forward and gets it away into the offside through the cover area. Temba Bavuma gets onto the ball. He fields 1 more to the total. Karti now moves to 7. The total has gone up to 31 for the loss of 1. So far, Anthony, 31 wickets have fallen with that wicket of Louis. 24 have gone to the fast bowlers and 7 to the spinners.
It looks as though the things are going to be really tight for both teams. Let's see what will happen.
Here is Obrada looking to pick up another one before lunch comes up. Bosa Bradford, that's a short lift in delivery, but wide of the off stump.
My point is, Matthew, given the nature of the Providence wicket, and I want to clearly state this, that I have nothing against the pitch. I think it's a good pitch. It's all about the players applying themselves out in the middle. I don't want to be critical of anyone. You've got to go and apply yourself. Simple as that. You're playing Test match cricket. You're not going to get a 50 or 100 by blinking your eye or just by a flash. You have to work hard for it. It looks as though, from what I'm seeing, that this game is going to go down to the wire.
It's going to be a close one.
Very close.
Here, 3 slips go down, and then we've got a gully. Here is Rabada comes up, and a loose shot there by Craig Bradford, a loose shot, looking to nibble outside the off stump. That's a big area where sometimes you see the weakness of Craig Brathwaite, playing away from the body,
And
sometimes very uncertain.
And exactly what I'm saying. He's not moving his feet. As an experienced player, he should be moving his feet. He's just throwing his bat there as if to say, look, I'm going to hit this ball to the boundary. I don't need to move my feet. He's got to be playing more mature as a batsman. He's a senior batter in the team.
And if I know 3 sips are there, why would I play such a stroke to a wide ball outside the off stump? Here is a ball that beats him, all ends up coming forward outside the off stump. Again, this time closer to the off stump. That's the canal of uncertainty. And so oftentimes batsmen are very uncertain.
And that's the thing. Look, Rabada is very skilled. He has a great knowledge of what he's doing. He's going to bring back one in. He's going to have one out. You have to watch his hand as well. The question is, are the West Indian batsmen picking him? I want to believe that some of them are not picking him.
Yes, he's got a brilliant economy rate, 3.37. Here is Rabada. Comes up now. He's in Bosa Bradford. That's wide down the leg side, even beaten very end to his left. And that will come away for 4 byes. Maybe that ball slipped out of his hand. Didn't get it right on that occasion. And 4 prized runs for the West Indies. Extras now 7 4 byes and 3 no balls. 3 no balls as the over comes to an end, 35 with the loss of 1. 11 overs completed with Brathwaite on 17. Carty not out 7. Louis caught multiple. Rabada for 4. The wickets have fallen so far for the West Indies, needing 263 to win. Anthony, as we head up to lunch on day 3.
Yes, as we head up to lunch on day 3, and we have had 2 terrific days of Test match cricket. And I must say, Matthew, that I'm really happy to be doing my first Test match here at the Providence Stadium in lovely Guyana. What a place to be. And the stadium coming to birth in 2007, it has created numerous opportunities, not only for locals, but for foreigners as well.
Oh, yes, indeed. And Guyana on the rise as Mulder wants to take a wicket. That's driven down through the gully area. That will go for 4. Coming onto the front foot, Carty, and driving that off the outside edge, more along the ground through the vacant gully position and down to the boundary for 4. So he gets another boundary as a total move up now to what? I make it 39. 39 for the loss of 1. So Carty now moves into what? He's gone into double figures. He's gone up to 11, I make it. Says the scoreboard to our right, the small scoreboard. It's interesting that with the electronic scoreboard, it's difficult for us to see that. He's gone up to 11. Brathwaite is 17. That's way to our left. as Mulder comes up now. He's in bowls to Carty. Carty gets the ball wide of the off stump, doesn't offer. Sharp taken by the keeper, no chance of a run. Something I must tell you about Rabada, his economy rate, 3.37 for someone who's picked up 297 test wickets now. That shows its consistency, and his strike rate is very good as well. Now, he's picked up 4 wickets 14 times and 5 wickets 14 times as well. And he's got 10 wicket hauls 4 times. So his consistency has been excellent for South Africa over the years, and they've had to depend on him a lot.
But when you talk about Rabada, it's like, you're looking for a needle in a haystack, isn't that so?
Here is Mulder, comes up, he's in bowls to Carty. Carty lets it go outside the off stump, taken
Yes,
by the
and to-
keeper, and again, no chance of a
To
run.
support my point, can you have someone of Rabada's ability coming up now? It's gonna happen, I guess. But I guess in real time, you look at it, Rabada, a perfect statesman for South Africa, and ever since he made his debut, he hasn't really looked back. He has come on the scene, he is bowled with fire, he's bowled with pace, he's really aggressive, he's very smart, that's the thing. And you just can't put him away just like that. Perfect soldier for South Africa.
And he debuted at age 20 versus India in 2015. You look at that, Rabada, and he's been consistent. But now it's Mulder. None for 6 in his third over so far. Comes up in bowls to Carty. Carty's on the back foot in defense, plays it into the offside. And again, there is no run.
I get the feeling too, Matthew, 39 for 1, the target being 263. It's going to be a psychological thing. If they erase the 63 runs, and I tell you why, it's going to be 199 to win. And that can be a little bit of a psychological help for you sometimes.
Numbers make a
Yeah,
big difference.
a big difference.
Doesn't it? Yes, it
Big
does.
difference.
Yes, it has a telling effect on
Because
him
to
mentally.
sit now and look at 263, oh, wow, that is huge with the context of the game. But if you say 198 to win, wow, you're coming down closer. So, these things do happen in life, but let's see what will happen.
And then you've got Atenis to come. He would want to get some runs, of course. Here is Mulder, comes up, he's in bowls to Carty. Carty gets the ball outside the off stump, doesn't offer a shot, no chance of a run.
Carty looks now much more comfortable, isn't that so? He's 11 from 25. It looks as though he has picked up the pace of the wicket. Brathwaite, 17 from 33. We know that he can bat for long periods. He has to do it here. I don't mind, from a West Indian standpoint, if he makes a 50, a half century, and he bats 120 deliveries. I would not have a problem with that if the West Indies would go on and win. South Africa, though, they would want to see both of them back as early as possible.
First man from St. Martin, that island, a beautiful island, to play for the West Indies at this level. Mulder comes up, Carty is letting it go by outside the off stump. That was closer to the off stump, and even as it pitched, it came back a bit shade into the right-hander. He picked up the line well. That completes the over. 39 for the loss of 1 is the latest score from Providence.
I was chatting with a good friend yesterday, and he said, you guys didn't say happy birthday to Shivnarine Chandapal. and today I said happy belated birthday to him. I just want to share a little thing with you. The Australians were here many years ago, not long ago, a few years ago, and they had 2 bowlers in their lineup, Michael Beer and Nathan Lyon. I don't know if you recall that series. And Chandapal was in the West Indies team. And the guy said, look, there was someone on the internet who posted this. How can the West Indies beat Australia if they have a bear and a lion, and the West Indies only have a tiger? And, he was just trying to refresh my memory, because Chandapal, we talked about his birthday and all of that. But what a player was Shivnarine Chandapal. If I don't cover cricket in the next 5 years and I see someone like Chandapal, I'll be very happy. If I do cover it in the next 5 years, I'll be happier to know that we have found someone of that ability. Very, very patient, he's always there, and he's always wanting to bat for long periods. I had a good friend who used to ask me, how was Chandawal doing, and not Chandapal?
All right, so Maharaj, light moment there shared by Wadikar as Keshav Maharaj comes into the attack, the left-hand orthodox spinner, and brings the West Indies captain forward. I think he has a hat trick, if I'm correct, in Test cricket against the West Indies. Maharaj, I think he would have picked up Kyron Powell. I'll see if I can find that information for you. But he has a hat trick. I think the second South African to have taken a hat trick in Test cricket, Maharaj. bowling with a solitary slip and a silly point. There's a backward point cover, short extra cover in the mid-off on the offside. Brathwaite is coming forward and plays it into the offside. And there is no run. Keshab Maharaj, yes. Only the second South African to take a test hat trick. And the tour of the West Indies removed Powell. I'll tell you about that. Holden De Silva. Here is a ball that he comes forward to Brathwaite. No chance of a run. So he is a good bowler.
No doubt about it. Remember the last test? 40 successive overs. So bowling on the trot, it's not easy in very steamy conditions.
Yeah, so he's the kind of player that South Africa's looked to in the past few years. Forward comes Brathwaite, plays it into the offside again, no chance of a run. So they'll depend on him a lot, and I have a feeling that Dane Pete, the off-spinner, will also have a ball here.
Yeah, and you get the feeling too, look, the Bavuma is looking for opportunities, and why not?
Here is a ball that Brathwaite is coming forward to kill the spin, gets it out into the offside, no chance of a run. One
They might
delivery
not be.
left.
They might not be worried now with 39 for 1, but like I said, once it gets below 200 to get, the worry might step in. You never know.
Here is Maharaj. Has a little bit of a shift around with the field. So Bavuma now, we have Dizorzi. He's coming towards the short extra cover position. Bavuma will now come to point. And we've got two slips and a silly point. Here is Maharaj. Comes up, he's in on the middle stump. Brathwaite is forward. Kills the spin. That completes Maharaj's first over. 39 for the loss of 1 here. The West Indies needing 263. That's the latest score from Providence.
Yes, so the competition, the stiff rivalry continues between South Africa and the West Indies. And we go back to when you were talking about that one-off test in Barbados when the West Indies won. Brilliant bowling by the two legends of the game. 39 now for 1. Brathwaite 17 from 39. So you know what? He's staying there. He's telling himself, look, I have to be there. I am the captain. I am the leader. I must stick here. Carty's 11 from 26. So he's playing a good role as well.
And you look at Maharaj's economy rate as well, 3.14 in his test career. Here is Mulder, comes up, bowls to Carty. Carty lets it go outside the off stump. He's got 4 wicket hauls 6 times, 5 wicket hauls 9 times in his career. You look at the consistency of Maharaj, and South Africa's banked on him a lot as their main spinner.
They've put a lot of trust into Maharaj. Let's be honest. Because basically South Africa over the years, they've depended on the fast men.
Yes.
On their fast bowling.
Of course, they produce very good fast bowlers down through the years. We've called some names earlier in this in our commentary stint on the first day and the second day. Here is Mulder, none for 6 in his fourth over. Comes up now. He's in, bowls to Carty. Carty's on the back foot and plays it down towards Gully. And there is no run.
Who can forget the White Lightning? Remember him?
Of course.
That man used to present a lot of fear into opposing batsmen.
Alan Donald.
Oh my God.
And then you look at Sean Pollock. He was a good fast bowler as well, the son of Peter Pollock, one of the better fast bowlers who never got a chance to play at
because of the
international level
apartheid
because of
era
that
and all
apartheid
that.
system, correct. And you look at also some other good bowlers, Mackay and Tinney. All right, he was very good. Andre Nell, the big fast bowler as well. Here is Mulder, comes up, he's in, bowls to Carty, flicks it away, down towards fine leg, that's 4 runs. Don't pitch on his leg stump, and he straight there, and he picked that up nicely, picked up another boundary. He's gone up to 15 from 29 deliveries, it's 43 for the loss of 1.
I tell you something, Matthew. The heads of West Indians are coming down low. Some of them are fallen, but if the West Indies can get a victory here in this test match, people are going to be lifting their heads again and say, wow, there's some hope. Well, there is some brilliance here. I would love to see competitive cricket, though.
And if they get that victory, they win their first series, basically.
Wow.
And at home here as well, that one-off test match. They would have won in 9-2. Here is Mulder, comes up. He lets it go outside the off stump. No chance of a run. But their batting will have to come very good here, Anthony. And their batting has been brittle for a period of time now. Two balls left before lunch. Brathwaite 17, Carty 15, 43 for 1. They're working away at this total.
Yes, they're working away. It's 43 for 1. 2 balls to go. Legal deliveries before we have the luncheon break. Because remember, play started late. We started at 10:30 instead of 10. So just a 2-hour session. So they're looking to stay there. 43 for 1. I honestly think this is a well-calculated approach by both West Indian batsmen.
Here is Mulder in the distance, begins to move in towards us now. He comes up now, bowls to Carty. Carty's driving. He's going to get it down to mid-off. No chance of a run. We forgot to mention the likes of Adele Stein, Morny Morkel, of course.
How can you not mention Dale Steyn?
And Vernon Philander, who made the ball talk, that fast bowler. He's here. He's actually here. And he's a TV commentator. You've also got Rabada now, who's still playing for South Africa. We're looking at the good fast bowlers that have come through. And then you've got Lungi and Giddy. Final delivery. Final delivery coming up now before we head off to lunch. The West Indies would feel a little bit satisfied. Would not have wanted to lose that wicket of Louis, but he has struggled. Here is Mulder. Final delivery before lunch. Comes up now. Bosa Carty lets it go outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. And it's lunch here on day 3 at the National Stadium at Providence. Brathwaite 17, Carty 15. And at lunch, the West Indies needing 263 to win. They're 43 for the loss of 1. Just some quick thoughts from Anthony, and then we'll take our leave for a few minutes and have you join us back in 35 minutes. But certainly a good day's play so far.
A session of 66 runs and 6 wickets lost for both teams. The West Indies going to launch at 43 for 1. I want to believe that they have their nose in front at this point in time.
66 runs, 24.4 overs bowled so far. And certainly you've got to say that cat and mouse situation, the West Indies need to bat and bat well. So Brathwaite 17, Carty 15, 7 extras, 14 overs bowled, 43 for the loss of 1. And when you look at the batting to come, you'll have to say that the West Indies will have to work very hard here to come up with a fantastic victory. 263 runs, very ticklish, very dicey, but indeed, the West Indies can bat well and they can get these runs.
Yes, so it's 43 for the loss of 1 wicket, 14 overs bowled, extras 7. You look at the bowling figures. You're a batter. 6 overs, 2 maiden, 16 runs, 1 wicket. Burger, 3 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, no wicket. Mulder, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, no wicket. Maharaj, just a solitary over, 1 maiden. So that's a position at lunch, 43 for 1, Matthew.
Yes, let's tell you quickly what happened this morning when South Africa, in fact, resumed at 2:23 for 5. They lost Mulder leg before wicket to Warwick for 34. Maharaj caught Moti at mid-wicket, bowled Seals for a duck. Very end bowled by Seals for 59. Rabada caught Hodge at slip, bowled Warwick for 6. And Borger caught and bowled Seals a duck. 246 all out. 5 wickets fallen for the addition of 23 runs. Speed was 7 not out. 22 extras, and the West Indies needing 263 to win. They're 43 for 1. The bowling figure, Seals 18.4 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 61. His second 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. Moti 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 61. Warwick 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Holder 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. Joseph 18 overs, 2 maidens, none for 53. And Hodge 1 over for 9 runs. So that's the position. The West Indies in reply lost Louis, caught Mulder, third slip off the bowling of Rabada for 4. It was 12 for 1. And since then, Carty and Brathwaite has carried the total up to 43 for 1 at lunch. So we'll take our leave and join us back in about 35 minutes' time when we continue this intense battle where the West Indies will need 263, of course. That's the target, and they've already erased 43 runs. On behalf of the entire commentary team, let's take a break. Enjoy your lunch at this time.
All right. Hello to everyone. We're just about ready to resume the commentaries. The umpires are coming out. We'll start our broadcast in a minute. So get into your commercials. We'll do the countdown. I'll count the last 10. All stations, commentaries in just under a minute. I'll count the last 10. We're 30 seconds away from broadcast. "15 seconds and counting. "10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is cricket on the
Good
Cut
afternoon
and Drive
from
Network
the-
as we bring you ball by ball commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Good afternoon from the National Stadium in Guyana at Providence. That's on the east bank of Demerara. For those of you who have come here before, for those of you who have not come, we're just about 5-10 minutes drive from central Georgetown, the capital of this beautiful country. It's nice conditions here. When I say nice, I mean sunshine, high winds, the rich Atlantic breeze just coming across the ground. The flannels of the clothing are flying about, and it's a nice afternoon. Good afternoon, Neil.
Yes, good afternoon, Naim. Good afternoon to listeners wherever you are. Yes, good cool day, not too hot. Some clouds are run over to the western side, over to the West Demerara, but on the eastern side it looks good. Some wind around as well. South Africa picked up 1 wicket before lunch after being bowled out this morning. West Indies would have started, I would think, pretty decent. They've got a lot of work to do. As one knows, it just takes 10 wickets to get a side out. When those 10 deliveries were delivered, no one knows. But certainly an Charlian after lunch session is ahead of us.
And Borga will start it off to bowl to Brathwaite down the leg side. Kind of a loose delivery. And Borga has been a hard worker this game. We've had a Rabada, absolutely good stuff there from the South Africans. So just about 9 wickets for South Africa to claim victory, or just over 200 runs for the West Indies, whatever you make of it. So the game and the shape of the results will evolve within this session. Borga comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite again is letting it go down the leg side. Kind of a loosener, Neil.
Well, what he's trying to do is to stay as straight as possible to the batsman. He's operating from over the wicket, the left-hander, from the northern end or the immediate center end. And the wind in Guyana normally comes from the northeast. So he's trying to start the ball, I think, a bit too straight and possibly just getting some amount of movement away into the right-hander. But because it's being pitched about middle leg, it's going on the leg side. He needs to adjust the line a little if he wants to attack those stumps.
So he's getting acclimatized, I guess, South Africa. He hasn't come here before. He's charging in now. Nice approach. He's in there, bowls to Brathwaite on line, in front. And Brathwaite is defending, pushing up on the offside, no run.
Good delivery. That one, the line was adjusted. It pitched just about the line of the off stump and came back in to the right hand. And left arm bowlers once they start seeing that they feel, they get excited because now they have options. They can either just take it away from the right-hander or bring it back in, and the batsman would have to guess. So Buffett will have to be watchful and see exactly what Molde is trying to do with him. Borga, sorry.
Borga is there now, passes the umpire to Brathwaite. Brathwaite flicks away. Beautiful shot. That's 4. That was a nice shot, pitched into the pads and even to the task, and flicked it away nicely down towards square leg or forward of the square leg umpire, and 4 runs.
Overpitched, swinging back into the right-hander. One of Buffett's strengths is that he plays late. He normally plays the ball under his eye line. So he allowed it to finish a swinging in to him and then just worked it through the onside for four with the pace of Berger. You just had to get the ball, off the middle of the bat and then open lots of acres of open space on the onside with the team operating before, during that delivery, just 6 men on the off and 3 in the on.
So the West Indies looking for just over 260, 47 for the loss of 1. Louis being the batsman out for 4 off the bowling of Rabada. Borga down the leg side and taken by the wicketkeeper. Kind of a waste delivery. That's the end of the over. No, I think we've got another delivery to go. So just over 260. I know you're not a betting man, but I believe that this session will make the game, the shape of the results. We'll be seeing it during the session.
Certainly. I mean, we got a 2-hour session of play. With just about 220 to get 9 wickets and if these two bat well and bat long, that score would easily get over 100, and certainly the pendulum would have swung the West Indies way.
Borga struck on the pad. There's no appeal, none of conviction. And that one again coming back into the right-handed batsman. I think Brathwaite was taken off guard there. That's the end of the over, at the end of which the score is now 47 for the loss of 1.
And that's the type of delivery Borger would want to bowl more of. Pitching just on about the line of the off-stump and coming back into the right-hander. It was always going to go over the top. It was pitched back of a length. Buffett came onto the front foot. But that is what Borger wants to achieve. And if he can continue to do that and then get the odd one to go across the right-hander, right, Buffett will have to really and truly keep his eyes on the ball because it opens both his outside edge to go to the slip and can also come back in to threaten the stumps. So you finished the over well. Buffett would have looked at that and would have to put that into his mental computer and see how best to respond to the challenge that Borger could face operating from the northern end.
Well, from the southern end is Mulder, and to this ball, Carty turns it off the hips, down to forward of the square leg umpire. Short mid-wicket comes across to his right. Nice weather conditions. The weather forecast said this morning that if we are to have showers, it's going to be brief. It's going to be during the course of the morning time, and then it morphs into nice sunny conditions. But lots of clouds, white nevertheless, or may I say, and they're hanging across and over the ground, which cools down the atmosphere a little bit. Then the blue skies in the background. Nice wind again. 2 slips and a gully. Mulder from the far end, he's up and bowls to Carty. Carty drives through the gap between mid-on and short mid-wicket. It will not carry towards the boundary. The batsman will cross for 2, coming back now for 3. Nice shot.
Yeah, good shot. A bit uppish. I think he just fell over a bit as he looked to work that one through the onside. Possibly played away from his body as well. So he did travel some distance in the air. So he needs to be wary of that. But the result was good. They were able to pick up 2 runs. That one from Mulder was drifting into the pads of the batsman, and he just worked it through the onside. But again, he just needs to be a bit more patient and play it a bit straighter back because the one did travel some distance in the air.
Nice battle out there. As Mulder charges in, he's into Carty. Carty is defending one that came back from outside the line of the off stump. Carty did well, I think, and controlled it well. There's no forward short leg. There's no silly point, so there's no one up front to drive fear into the batsman. I don't know if I'm right, but the thinking is if you put people in front there, it brings fear, so they go on the defensive. What about opening the offside gap, invite them to go for the shot, and you have your slips waiting?
Well, it depends on how the bowler is bowling, because not everyone can bowl to that type of a plan. And of course, it depends on the vagaries of the wicket as well, of the pitch as well.
Mulder charges in to Carty. Carty stabs away into the offside cover. This time comes up and picks it up. So, quiet moment. Everyone have been in quiet expectations. I was in the stands. It might look like a small crowd, but that's well over 100. I understand in the Trinidad game, the highest number of people that went in, spectators I'm talking about, was somewhere in the 40s.
Well, yes, I mean, of course, there's a dearth of viewership, of live viewership of persons coming to the ground, spectators coming to the ground, and that's an area in which we'd have to work at in the Caribbean.
Mullah into Carty lets it go outside the off stump. But I understand that the recommendation was made for the school children to get in here free of cost. Apparently, it was not approved by the West Indies board, CWI, or Cricket West Indies, may I say. And so we would have had parents perhaps bringing out their children. And it's okay for the parents to pay, but if you have 4 kids, you want to bring them out to cricket, well, that would have at least brought some crowd in.
Well, yes, you need to have that atmosphere. Yes, millions are watching across the world. So television is, of course, a big thing, but you need to have the atmosphere for more than one reason that we'll go into after this delivery.
Mulder in, bowls to Carty. Carty again picks up the line, lets it go, taken by the wicketkeeper. End of the over, they've reached their 50 now, 51 for the loss of 1.
Now, when you look at the bigger nations, Naeem Chan, in cricket, the big three, for example, India, England, Australia, and you look at their test matches and you see the amount of spectators and a huge percentage of children, you can understand why they continue to produce good players over a period of time, because you're inculcating the right thinking into the minds of the young people. You're making them interested in the longer game. You're explaining the longer game to them, how the game works out, and so on. Yes, the shorter version is popular and it's been played around the world, but yet still a test match between India, Australia, and England, in the Ashes and so on, still draws maximum capacity crowds.
Brathwaite, 24, faces up to Borga down the leg side, looking to on drive. Didn't get hold of it. Down in front of him it went, ballooned off the pads, and there's no run.
Swinging in late again, Borga recognized he's getting some amount of swing, and of course some movement off of the pitch. Buffett is waiting a bit more. He's not reaching out too far ahead of him. Recognizing that this is an offer, you can see that Borga is getting excited. He wants to ensure he can bowl as many deliveries as possible to Buffett.
Over number 17, and Borga, that's a good delivery. He had Brathwaite flinching, coming forward, and in the end, it went down for the wicketkeeper to pick it up.
Yes, the man just moved across there from mid-wicket with the keeper. But you can see Borga is feeling good about his work right now. His length and his line has changed. He's bowling it a bit more on the line of the off-stump, and he's getting that inward movement. Right. What Buffett have to be careful of, Naeem Chan, is when he bowls the other one that goes away from him. He's got to be very watchful for that delivery.
Well, he settles there now. Borga comes in, bolted that one, whipped back from outside the off stump. Again, he was in no man's land. It has gone towards third man. We'd wait on a signal of the umpire. Must have came off the pad, so leg bys signaled by the umpire. Let me just come back to this point. You were talking about the mindset of young cricketers and shaping them for test cricket. But how do you get that thought out of their minds? Because it's happening. And I'm talking with some of the officials and coaches, and you hear it from the mouths of under 17 talking about their chance coming up for the IPL and the CPL to make money. Now, that's a difficult task for the board and the authorities. Borga into Brathwaite fending again, gets it up on the onside. He's not very comfortable here.
So, a youngster will look at a doctor who makes millions and said, this is an opportunity for me to make me, I want to become a doctor. But to become a doctor, you've got to go through different processes. Despite what your ambition is, you've got to go through the various training, and the environment is set there for you to go through all of that training. It is the same thing with cricket and getting to the IPL, and I'll get back to that a bit further.
Borga into Brathwaite, he flicks it away down the leg side, gets a single. Yes, Neil?
Right, so when you look at it in a nutshell, the players can decide what they want. Yes, they want to play in the IPL, but to get to the IPL, you've got to get to some form of international cricket, correct?
Right.
To get to international cricket, you have to represent somebody, correct?
Correct.
So that somebody have got to put the system in place to train you properly to say, look, if you want to represent me, you need to do X, Y, Z. You need to have ABC performance. You need to show consistency. If not, I'm not going to pick you. If I don't pick you, then you cannot get to the IPL. The IPL will not pick you from any street corners. So there's still some amount of control that can be had over the player's thought process.
Borga to Carty this time. Carty is again shuffling across, gets it up in the offside. But what about if, this is the Cricket West Indies telling them these are the conditions, you got to stick here, you got to go through this process. They do all of that, gain fame with the West Indian colours, and then after the IPL spots them, they just take their West Indian clothes and throw it away. I don't need to come back and play for you.
So the word is redundancy. You don't just focus on 10 or 15 cricketers. All these little academies that take a few group of players out and put them into an area, you need to broaden that gap. You need to be able to use whatever comes, and we'll discuss this later.
Mulder comes in now to Brathwaite outside the off stump. Brathwaite picks up the line, lets it go.
You need to have goal congruence, right? You need to have everyone on the same page, understanding and incorporating that the franchises will attract your players. You cannot stop that. So the business of cricket is part of it, and then also representative cricket must be part of it. So you must sit down together throughout the entire system, from the schools, clubs, government, backyards, whatever, and chart a course that is aligned with each other to produce not only cricketers for the franchises, but also cricketers who are prepared to represent their region and country.
Mulder to Brathwaite. Brathwaite forward. Goes up on the offside. But sometimes it's heart-wrenching because as a kid, I used the nursery system in my country. I used the club system. I used my district, my county, infrastructure, training, cricket gear, and then I represent my country. And then the West Indies.
There's something called a contract as well.
I
You
was coming to
you
that.
don't use it unless you're contracted to. We've got to think this thing through. We're not the only person, the only nation that is facing this problem.
Mulder to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets it into the pads, down towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. I was always hoping to discuss that because some countries, Neil, have their players pretty well tied down. I think Pakistan, England,
India.
India. No.
Do you see the Indian players playing in any other franchise cricket?
Exactly.
No, you don't. Yes, they have loads of money. We understand that, right? But these franchises don't come and leave nothing behind. They offer you money. Use the money and develop more players so you can have redundancy.
Mulder comes in, bowls to high, big appeal. He's given out Brathwaite. Now the umpires raised that finger. Brathwaite is going to go down to have a little discussion with Carty to see whether or not we should ask for that review. They have, right?
Yes, they've asked for the review. That delivery from Mulder was pitched on about the line of the off stump and came back sharply into the right hander. He tends to get the ball to go away. That one just held its own, came back into the right hander. Brathwaite did not get as far forward as he would want. And it's a close decision. He was saved before when the ball was pitched outside the line of the off stump. This one, the impact this time I think is more in line. And unless it's missing the leg stump, because the deviation was a bit pronounced and it came back in. From my vantage point here, there was not an inside edge. Of course, Snicko will verify that. Brathwaite did not get a touch, in my opinion. We'll see when they go through the various concepts, right? And he was hit somewhere around the knee roll. So Brathwaite could be in trouble here. Right, so Ultra have shown that there was no edge found, so it's just a matter now of whether or not he was hit in line one, if the ball's going to go on to hit the stumps. And it will be umpire's call at minimum, and that one to my mind is missing leg, missing off and missing middle, but definitely cutting into leg stump.
Well. Good afternoon to you across the Caribbean and across the radio land, and what a way to come on and start my stint of commentary. To tell you that Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, 25 from 55, LBW of the bowling of Mulder. Mulder now 1 for 14, just after the luncheon period, losing the very important wicket of the West Indian captain, Neil. He goes back for 25. Disappointing news here for West Indian fans. Atenes comes in. Carty's there on 16. Day 3, session 2. The target is 263. The West Indies are 54 for 2.
Yes, and definitely a big loss for the West Indies, their captain going back. But he's been getting into the 20s, Craig Buffett, and then getting out. And most of his dismissals are LBW or inside edge and bowl. So the opposition, the opponents against the West Indies have really worked and sussed him out, right? They are denying him the scoring opportunities. The ball's back of a length or outside the line of the off stump where we can push a noddle through the offside, and they bowl him a lot straighter. Mulder, in this spell, has kept the ball closer to Buffett. And it's a clear case of, look, you miss, I will hit. And that one did came back in sharply. Good delivery. We must give kudos to the bowler for that, for really sticking to his plan and was able to produce that delivery. And Buffett fell over a bit. He didn't get far forward, struck in line. An easy decision for the umpire.
Alec Athanaze comes to the crease with a top score of 92 so far in his brief test match career. In brilliant sunshine, 3 slips a gully, 3 slips correction, a backward point. There is a cover mid-off. Here is Mulder, bowls to Athanaze. He is pushing tentatively, taken by the keeper, Varian. It's 54 for 2. Anxious moments here, Neil.
Anxious moment. Athanaze just come out, new batter, his feet not moving as proper, as he would like. Obviously, that's the start. That's one of the most dangerous times of starting innings, especially the bowler. Like Molu's getting some deviation through the air and off the pitch as well. And, you've just lost your captain, you're chasing, you're in the 4th innings. There's a lot to fight for. So the batsman is definitely under pressure.
Here is Mulder, Ian Mulder, passes the umpire, bowls to Athanaze. He is opening the face, gets it past the point area. That's Maharaj is giving chase and doesn't pick it up on the first slide. Will pick it up now and rifles the return in. So he's off the mark. He's on 2. And 16 is Carty, 56 for the loss of 2 wickets. I did say it prior to lunch that the way I see things, that this test match is going to go down to the wire. I say that basically because of the nature of play that we have seen for the past 2 days, Neil.
Yes, you're getting some I wouldn't say brilliance, but you're getting some fight coming from some batsmen along the way. It's not being consistent, right? The bowlers have so far dominated the game. They've been more disciplined. They have stuck to their tasks for both sides, really and truly. And the batsmen are finding it very difficult to concentrate for long periods of time. So I think if you can get a good partnership from a West Indies perspective, a good partnership for a couple of hours, that can definitely swing the pendulum their way.
Here is Burger bowls to Casey Carty. He is turning it down to fine leg area. The fielder comes off the boundary and they get one more run. So one more to Carty. He goes up to 17, 57 for the loss of 2 wickets. Just in case you've just joined us on the Cut and Drive network, let me tell you that the West Indies being set 263 to win here at Providence. And they went to lunch at 43 for 1 with Carty on 15 and Brathwaite on 17. But moments ago, they lost their skipper for 25 in the 6th over. He was LBW of the bowling of Mulder. Alec Athanaze, who is highly talented, taps away and awaits Burger. Here is Burger. He's up there, bowls to Athanaze. He picks up the line. That one goes further away from the left-hander. Lets it go. 57 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, showing good judgment. Athanaze getting back and across, picking up the line of that ball, which is pitched just outside the line of the off stump. But he's getting the ball, Burger, to go away from the left-hander, and he got 3 steps in a gully in place. He left the cover open to encourage that drive so as to bring the edge into play. And Athanaze would have to, be patient and wait for that bad ball to come around.
Here is Burger, who is very impressive. Left arm bowls to Athanaze. That one lifts appreciably and taken by the keeper, Varian, who had to move towards the first slip area to field. And I still think there's lots of life in this wicket. And once you can bend your back on any track, you'll get that assistance. So far, he's getting that, the movement. The away movement is very vital for a bowler if he's not a tearaway fast bowler, Neil.
Well, away movement is always a big delivery. You see, once you can get the ball to deviate off the seam, or you can get it to swing through the air, right, it offers something different for the batsman to think about.
Here is Burger. He's up there, ball to Athanaze. He is fishing outside the off stump. How did that miss the outside edge taken by the keeper? And the oohs and ahs went up here at Providence. 57 for 2. Brilliant bowling there from the left arm seamer.
Look, he's getting a lot of movement, exaggerated movement, basically. What Athenaeus has to do is to keep his bat straight, allow the ball to come onto him. You will play and you will miss. That's fine. The bat is only about 4.5 inches wide, right? It's not as easy to find the edge as we would think. But if you hold your line right, you hold your bat right, you keep your eyes on the ball, you don't follow it up when it starts to move, you should be okay.
Here is Mulder. He's up there, bowls to Athenaeus. He picks up the line. He keeps moving it away from the left-hander. The interesting thing is, if he can get one to come back into the left-hander.
And that is the game changer. If he can get one now to just, go on straight or just to deviate the other way. So far, you've not really shown that, right? But these guys are smart. They are wily. They would have bowled in these conditions. They play a lot of provincial cricket in South Africa. So they know that patience is virtue. Everything takes time. You don't get a wicket every ball. What you do is try to set the batsman up.
I make it 4 slips in the gully, 4 slips and a backward point on the offside. This is pulled away. Down past the vacant mid-wicket area, and I will go into the boundary for 4. Easy does it as 1, 2, 3 for Athenaeus. He goes up to what? 6 I make him now. 17 is Carty. 61 for 2 after 19 overs here. And that's the latest score here from Providence.
That's a good shot by Athenaeus, being patient, waiting for that bad ball. He just dragged it down short, Burger, and Athenaeus was easily transferred the rate well and pulled it in the approved manner, rolling his wrist over the top of the shot and hitting it through back of square for 4. Now that's his test match cricket at its best in terms of a batsman being beaten and biding his time and being patient, and when the bad ball comes, put it away. Well done.
Well, I was always told you get to recognize a good player when he can pounce on the opportunity. The opportunity presented itself there, and he got a boundary. We look at Mulder now from the players' pavilion and bowls to that's Carty. And Carty is pushing outside the off stump. Not fully forward. 17 he remains. Good ball in the air from the speedster.
Yes, it's a good ball. It's a good ball. Pitched outside the line of the off stump and going away from the right-hander. He came forward. And that's his initial setup, to go forward first. But after that, he just cannot adjust to get his foot on line of the delivery to decide whether to play or to leave. And that's the reason why you find that his bat is going at the ball, because his hands are just getting away from his body. He needs to stay a bit tighter.
Here is Mulder. He's going to bowl to Casey Carty. He's up there, bowls to Carty. Carty gets a lifting delivery and is flirting with danger. He did not need to play that, unless if he wanted to slap it down past backward point. And sometimes they will tell you, most times they will tell you, if you're flashing, flash hard. Did he do that there? 61 for 2.
Well, not only about flashing or flashing hard. His initial movement, what he carries to get forward, right? As against, in the olden days, they thought we're going back and across, pick up the line and the length, and then you decide if it's full to come forward or not. He goes forward first and then stands up tall to play the balls that are short. That does not give you the time to respond to the pace and the movement of a good fast bowler.
Here is Mulder. Let's see what we'll do now. This one comes into him. This is good bowling. Realizing that Carty had expected it to go away and brought it back into the right-hander. Good thinking there from the South African team. And this South African team, I tell you something, they wouldn't just give up easily. They will fight to the last hour, the last minute. They show that time and again. The bowling attack being led by Kagiso Rabada, and time and again we see how Rabada, when we think that, he's down and out, he comes back with something vicious and gets that snorter into you and gets that important wicket. What a bowler he is. Day 3, session 2. The cricket is hot and spicy here at the moment. Here is Mulder, bowls to Carty, lets it go. Taken by the keeper. That is what you want to see. 61 for 2.
Look, good test cricket is what's on display in terms from the South African perspective. They're being patient. The bowlers are trying to set the batsmen up. They're bowling in good areas, not too many bad deliveries in offer. The young West Indies batsmen are being tested. They can only learn from this experience if they decide to. Right? It will not be easy. Everyone knew that. Getting 263 was never easy task to get. It's not over yet. Still some way to go. If they bat sensibly, can put together partnerships, they can get there.
Here is Mulder. He's up there. Bowls to Carty. He's forward driving. Obviously down toward backward point. Taken by Maharaj. And the wicket goes down. The wicket that they wanted. Casey Carty goes back to the pavilion for 17. 61 for 3. It's trouble for the West Indies.
No ball. So he's been reprieved.
Wow.
It's a no ball.
Wow.
All right. It's a no ball, but that does not take away from the fact that he was being set up. His technique is being found wanting. There's not much footwork, right, to get to the pitch of that ball to play it through the offside. It was not there for the drive, okay? And he went through with the shot. His hands are getting away from his body, right? And it's a big no ball indeed. Big no ball indeed. So a lucky man, Carty. Let's hope he learns from this.
Well, there aren't many people here at the Providence Stadium, but that was pin drop silence when he was caught. Here is Mulder. He's up there. Bowls to Carty. Carty is getting one that comes into him. And he is just turning the ball on the onside. And the oohs and ahs go up. And you're wanting to think here at 62 for 2. The South Africans are thinking, look, we have a chance here. Neil Barry.
Excellent delivery from Mulder. He's getting the ball to move around. And in the olden days, he's getting the ball to talk. He's getting some swing through the air. He's getting deviations off the pitch. And he's doing it at will, at a fairly decent pace. That one came back into the right-hander, and he hurriedly got his bat down in time. Excellent bowling.
This is really top-class bowling, no doubt about it. In brilliant sunshine as well. Here is Mulder. He's up there. Bowls to Carty. He gets one that comes into him. That's a test of his character, his skills. The over-completed. It's 62 for 2. Athanaze on 6 and Carty is on 17. That's the latest score here from the Providence Stadium.
A lucky Carty indeed to survive that. The no ball give him that reprieve. But listen, he's out there now. This is what cricket is all about. If you err, you will pay for it. The bowler did not keep his front foot at the back of the crease. It was a big no ball actually, but it was a good delivery. And Carty should learn from the error he made in giving that catch. He drove away from his body, and in so doing, he had no control of the drive. So he needs to adjust. He needs to allow the ball to come onto him. Right? He needs to really and truly work on getting his front shoulder and his front leg to go onto the pitch of the ball, onto the line of the ball, in order to play those shots.
Here is Berger. Starts a new over from the media center and struck on the pad. One that keeps the stifle low. Not out, says the umpires. The South Africans went up. Would they take the review? Would we see the T signal? And the captain Bavuma, we look at him. Yes, he goes for it. That's the T signal. We're going upstairs, my brother. And let's see what we're going to have here. Neil Barry.
We were looking for that delivery to come back in to the left hand. He was getting to go away from the left hand all along. Did he produce that, or did that one pitch in line? If he did produce it, it means we'll pitch outside the line of the off stump. Right. And one of the decisions to be made here is whether or not the batsman was struck outside the line of the off stump.
So we look at the replay now. The would be just outside the off stump, but we just await the. It looks as though it's outside the off stump from our vantage point here. It looks as though.
Well, the delivery, based upon what we're seeing, looking at the slow motion replay, right? I think it was away from the inside edge of the bat. There's some gap, some daylight between the inside edge and the stump. But that one pitched just on the line of the off stump, and I think started to shape away from the batter. It clipped his left pad, but I think he is safe because it is just outside the line, and he is playing a shot.
Yep. So he lives to fight another day. But that's this glorious game of cricket, the game that we all love. And you have to have a really strong heart. I hope you had a good lunch, Neil Barry. You're not going to just fall down here. Burger, none for 23.
The lunch was good and it wasn't a burger.
62 for 2. Here is Burger. He's up there. Balls to Athanaze. He's coming forward. And they're stroking the ball on the onside. There is a place called Hot and Spicy Creole Corner here in Guyana. And I tell you, this is hot and spicy cricket. No doubt about it.
And I think that's a plug for the meal provider. Are they the meal provider? Is
No,
that
no,
who
they're
Andrew
not.
Mason negotiated with?
They're
It
not.
wasn't. Okay.
They're not.
But the
The-
meal was good. I had the fish. I know Andrew would have that as well.
Well,
He's a fisherman.
Andrew loves almost everything in Guyana. Almost everything. And he's slowly gaining Guyanese citizenship, as I must let you know. Slowly by the day.
Citizen by investment? Is that that?
Here is Burger. He goes and bowls to Athanaze. He is fishing outside the off stump. My word. Some of my friends will be upset with me when I go back to Berbice. They're going to say, you are an extremely good wicket taker. Well, I have to do my job. I have to commentate on the cricket. And this is really extravagant movement here from Berger.
And this is a good period of play that the South Africans are leading at the moment. The bowlers, Berger and Mulder, are getting the ball to deviate, to move. They're hitting the seam. They're getting bunks. They're getting movement. And, of course, there is pace. The West Indies batsmen need to try to survive this period.
4 slips go down. Here is, that's Berger. Bowls to Atanase. He's coming forward. You get the feeling that he's not too comfortable out in the middle. There are some nerves there. And you have to see what the young man do. It's a very short career. He looks a pretty good player, though. When he has his sights set in there, he looks a very polished player.
What they need to do to overcome this challenge at this time, Anthony, is that they need to rotate the strike. They need to try to get off strike. They're allowing the bowlers to bowl too many deliveries at them, and they're being set up.
Here is Borges, teams in the game, passes umpire, cycle, bowls to Atanase, picks up the line very quickly, lets it go, taken by the keeper. Atanase is on 6, Carty's on 17, and the target reached 263, 62 for the loss of 2 wickets. Just in case you've joined us across Radio Land and you're wanting to know what is happening in the test match here at Providence, well, it's action, action, action. It's like you're looking at the action-packed movies, and you don't want to leave the screen, do you? Just want to wait to see what's going to happen next. Here is Berger. He steams away, passes the umpire to bowl to Atanase. He is fishing outside the off stump again. My word, 40 times out of 6 deliveries he played that shot. 62 for 2, 6 is Atanase, 17 is Carty. That's the latest score here from Providence. More from you, Neil, and that's going to be Andrew Mason.
You know, for young cricketers listening on the radio on 104 Light FM, I must give them, thanks for facilitating the commentary. And for all you listeners overseas, and give a quick shout out to Reginald Broderson, who I think is following it from New York. As I welcome Andrew Mason to the microphone. What is happening here is that South African bowlers have sussed the situation out. They are bowling with patience, they're bowling in the right areas, and they're getting movement both through the air and off the pitch. The West Indian batsman needs to be patient, need to try to rotate the strike, get off strike as much as possible, need to talk to each other. You're in a battle here for your life, really and truly. Should you survive this, it can only become easier.
Yep.
But they have got to work together, Andrew Mason.
You're right. And patience is bitter, but its fruits are sweet. I'm sure you've heard that before. Here's a ball. Bolden! Oh, my God. That was a terrible shot. A victim of his own indiscretion. It was a good old wild swipe by Carty. His leg stump has been castled, and the West Indies are on all kinds of contortions. 62 for 3. That was a naughty shot to play. Describe that to me, Neil Barry.
Well, he went for a big extravagant drive. His feet was in no position, no man's land really and truly. He saw the length and the line outside the line of the off-stump, but he didn't cater for the movement. He was playing for a ball that was going away. We know Mulder have the ability to take the ball away from the right-hander. But that one came back in, got the inside edge, and then cannon on to the stumps. But again, he played away from his body, right? So he's not, you have all the coaches in the world, in the camps in various areas, but these cricketers are not being brought up in the correct manner. And we have got to address that elephant in the room.
Yeah, I agree with that.
At the grassroots level. We cannot allow the players to just come up with all these flaws.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Mulder's smart. I'm just trying to think of someone in the Caribbean that he reminds me of. He's the type that certainly would do well in England. I mean, he's that kind of a ball he gets
Winston Benjamin.
Winston Benjamin. You're perfect in that. Winston Benjamin.
Whose son just want to go from
USA. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But Winston Benjamin bowls like that.
Exactly. In fact, you know, Carlisle Best told me that one of the most difficult bowlers that he faced was Winston Benjamin. He was a very good bowler indeed. He gets the ball to move both ways. And this has been an exhibition of fantastic bowling on a good cricket pitch. This is a good pitch. If you can bat, you can make runs. Something for the bowlers. And we've seen an exhibition of fantastic bowling from Mulder. And he's smart. He's got the outswinger going, the in-swinger going as well. And I think in the final analysis, it really played on Carty's mind, and he has departed. So, the pendulum swinging again not that ever it was out of the reach of the South Africans. They're in control here. Carty goes for 70. Now Hodge comes to the battle. So the Dominicans are in control. Of course, hello to our friends in Dominica there in Roseau, wherever you are there in Roseau. Lockhart Sebastian called me this morning, and he says that the Dominicans will win it for the West Indies. We shall see. Of course, Atenays is on 6. Hodge hasn't faced the ball as yet, but the West Indies, in pursuit of 263 for victory, they're in a spot of bother here at Providence at 62 for 3. Here's Mulder. 3 steps on the gully, comes up now and bowls to Hodge. And the distillery, Hodge has turned the ball away neatly off the legs, down towards long leg for a single. Didn't get his line right, and it was nibbled really down towards the position of long leg for 1. But a very good over indeed so far from Mulder, who has looked very good. But let's look at that replay. That's not a good shot at all. Big gap between bat and pad, losing his leg stump. Carty will look at that in the monitor and will say, no, that was naughty indeed. But in the meantime, 63 for 3. I want to thank all of those who would have ensured that my stay is good. I haven't seen anything from you as yet. You haven't brought me any pineapples. You went to Border Market this morning. But I've got a car from Amelia's rental, and the gentleman, I say here, Mr. Chet Bolden, what a name to have, down the leg side, as it's Mulder in, and this delivery is down the leg side. Did it hit the bat? Did it hit the pad? Just wait on the umpire. In fact, leg by signal by the umpire. 63 for the loss of 3, with a situation where the West Indies in pursuit of 263 for victory, 64 now for 3. And Brathwaite gone leg before to Mulder 25. Louis caught Mulder bowl, Rabada 4. And Casey Carter bowled by Mulder for 17. Atenays is 6. Hodges on 1 with Holden De Silva, Warkan, Moti, Joseph, and Seals to come. So this is an important partnership because there's some who feel that really Holder should not be batting at 6. Here's Mulder, comes up and bowls outside the off stump. And there's Hodge, the man from Dominica, along the ball to go by, to be taken by the keeper. And this represents a pretty good show by South Africa. Remind you at the break, the West Indies were 43 for 1. Now they are 64 for 3. And the South Africans with visions of glory. First wicket going down at 12, the second at 54, the third at 62. 64 for 3. Mulder's got 2 for 17 from 7 overs and 4 balls. As he turns now, operating from the southern end of the ground, begins to move in. Lovely approach. Comes up now to bowl to Hodge into this delivery. Hodge is along the ball to go outside the off stump. There is the batsman trying to work on his patience. It was a little bit fuller, inviting the drive, and Hodge won't be tempted. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. But this really is an extremely good exhibition of good bowling. He's getting the ball to move around. Neil Barron, good spell from him.
And you said getting the ball to move around. A lot of batters and a lot of persons coordinators say, the ball is moving a lot and so on. But this is cricket. And the ball is supposed to move.
Yeah, it's supposed to move.
That's the whole idea of the game you're playing, is that there's a ball in your hand. If the ball is holds in a certain way, it hits the deck, it will go in a certain direction.
And what was he going to do?
You've got to respond to that as a batter.
Is he going to go for the in-swinger here? Let's see. The ball before was an out-swinger. Let's see what he does. He comes in and bowls, and the batsman drives and appeal for a catch at the wicket. That was a very naughty stroke again. It was holding his own. There was the batsman driving. And this game is really not for the weak-hearted. So, at the end of the over, 64 for 3 is the latest score at Providence.
Excellent delivery, angled in by the right-hand fast bowler Mulder, coming a bit close to the stump, and the batter looked to drive through the offside. And it's on touching down, the ball is deviated, went away from the right-hander. Excellent bowling indeed. Mulder just maintaining the consistent line and length and getting lateral movement, Andrew, both in and out from the batters.
Well, I'll tell you this, Neil Barry, you've getting a lot of compliments. I've getting a lot of people listening across the world. They're saying that you're doing a good job. We fired you for about 10 years. Did we fire you? Yeah, but we decided, look, we must look after our brother. But you're doing a wonderful job. You've always done a wonderful job. Good to have you back. Here is Berger, comes in and bowls. Outside the offset, the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. My pleasure to welcome the man who is ensuring that I am driving around this wonderful country. Hello to you, Chet Bolden. How are you, my friend?
Good afternoon. Cricket is not a game for the light-hearted. I'm thoroughly enjoying the commentary here.
Indeed, yes. The name Bowling, I mean, is that a popular name in Guyana?
Not very popular, but popular enough. You know, it always inspires, greatness in cricket, which I grew up under the West Indies of Clive Lloyd, so I understand, I feel cricket. So lovely to be here.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Clive Hubert Lloyd, the big cat, with the highest honor at CARICOM recently. Here's Berger, comes in bowls to Athenaeus. Athenaeus is swiping outside the off. So what's that about, my brother? You're going to give your hand away? Come on, you can do better than that. It was not a good shot at all. Of course, Amelia's Car Rental, where are you located?
We're in Republic Gardens on the East Bank, very close to the Providence Stadium. So a lot of our clients who come for cricket use our service and all across the country.
Is that close to Eccles?
The very next village right over to Eccles.
Yeah,
Very
so you know this gentleman, I think he's in Eccles. He's got a house which is as big as the presidential house there. Of course, you're an Eccles man, are you? He's indeed. Here's Berger, comes up now, he's in, and bowls, and ball which is very well pulled indeed. And there's the batsman pulling the bottom hand away. This is an exhibition of fantastic bowling. You're enjoying the commentaries. You may not be enjoying the cricket, Chet, because the West Indies are doing not so well, but let's hope that they can do well. So how long have you been in operation now?
The car rental service has been around for just about 2 years. It's recognizing the need for improved service in this area. I've used car rental services before. One thing I focus on is having good quality cars. So the product must be tip-top.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I've got a good car. I'm going to take Neil Barry for a drive this afternoon. Short of a length. And there's the batsman going back, kept a bit low, played the ball away into the offside, down to cover, there's no run. So how can we reach you at your rental?
You can find us on Facebook, Amila Car Rentals, on Google. You can give us a call on 604-6631 at any time.
Say it again.
604-6631.
6631.
Yeah, that's the car rental number.
Okay, I see. Here's Berger as he turns now and will start his run. What a name to have, Berger. What if he's in Hamburg? He comes up now, he's in, and Bowles Athenaeus is coming onto the front foot. It's the bottom of the bat. Doesn't seem to be very sure, Athenaeus, and the ball goes out towards that mid-off area. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there's no run. So you've been in operation for about 2 years now. Things are going well?
Very well. I think we differentiate ourselves apart from the quality of the product. The quality of the cars is the service. Having lived internationally, I understand the value of providing a high-level service. So I bend back over to ensure that my clients are happy, and that makes a difference.
Here's Berger, comes up now, he's in and bowls the ball, which is outside the off stump, and there's Athenaeus allowed to go by to be taken by the keeper. Scores kept on 64-3, which is the latest score at Providence.
Yes, a good over indeed by Berger. He continues to be patient, and that's the hallmark of both of these bowlers operating presently for South Africa. They've been very patient. They've denied the West Indian batsmen too many free deliveries to have a go at it. Even when they do lose delivery, as in that over one that was a bit full and wide, and Athenaeus just threw his bat at it. He was not in position really to play the shot. And that happens once the bowlers have kept you tight. When you see something, your eyes lit up, but if your feet is not in position, then you cannot capitalize.
Indeed. Well, the players are refreshing themselves. Just to continue our chat with Chet Bowling. So what Amelia's? How did the name come about?
Well, who from Guyana know that Amila
Mila.
waterfalls is a source of power, a source of reliability, a source of sustainability, and that inspired the name of the company. And we've made sure that we provide cars that are sustainable, that can be used, reliable, efficient, and at a reasonable cost as well.
Indeed. And you can, suppose I came to Guyana, I can rent a car and go to the Kaitra Falls, or I have to take a plane?
Well, there is. We haven't got into the off-road facility, but there is sometimes that's something we have planned for the future. Where Guyana is a land of many waters, and the beauty of Guyana is in our hinterland, where the Mila Falls is. So we intend to extend our business into that area, providing off-road vehicles. But right now, it's only vehicles that can be used in and around the cities.
Indeed. Well, and you spent some time overseas as well?
Yeah, I lived for a long time overseas, but coming back to Guyana, wanting Guyana to raise the service levels in Guyana, ensure that visitors and Guyanese enjoy and understand quality service regardless of the area. And I've chosen the car rental at this point.
Indeed. So let's go through this again. It's a milers. I got it right.
Yes, a
And where are
Mila
you
car
located?
rental. We're renting Republic Gardens on the East
Republic
Bank,
Gardens.
very near to the Providence Stadium. The number is 604-6631. We have a Facebook page, a Mila Car Rentals. We're in Google. Find us. We're 24/7. We're at your service.
And you're close to Eccles, where your good friend lives. Have you ever met Neil Barry?
I had the pleasure of meeting him today and listening to his expertise. My
Yes.
knowledge in cricket has grown substantially over the last hour. It was fun being here. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
yeah.
Appreciated.
Just before you go, though, do you like cricket? You're a big cricket man?
I'm enjoying it. I'm not a big cricket man, as I said. I missed. But the good thing, my memories of cricket is at West Indies at its best.
Yes.
Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards, Malcolm Marshall.
Yes.
So I'm still living in those moments and hoping that we win here today.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank you for coming through and talking to us again. I want to thank you for ensuring that I get around Guyana, and it's always a pleasure. That partnership is so vitally important.
Thank you very much.
All right, so there you have it. Mr. Chet Boland, of course, from a Milo's Car Rental, 604-6631. You can certainly call him and rent a car, and we want to thank him for the partnership. Partnership is so important. And the West Indies need a partnership now, Chet, these two, to bat until the cows and the pigs come home. And Neil Barry, who is going to make himself available to be head coach. Have you ever thought of applying for that big job, Neil?
No, I've done my stint of coaching. I've done my payback to the game, really and truly. I think that before, if any part to do is to share my knowledge to the wider public, to get persons on board to understand that to benefit from all the different aspects of the game of sport and of cricket, we've got to put the groundwork in. We've got to make the developmental process better.
Here is Mulder, comes in to bowl to Hodge into this delivery. He's swinging the ball away. Where is that gone? Up towards the mid-wicket air forward square. It was short of a length. He's one of the few batsmen in the Caribbean that will hook and pull, and he took him on, and he gets a boundary.
Yeah, that was shot. That was asking to be hit, but you've got to be in the right position to play the shot. Mulder just banged it in a bit too short, and Hodge was onto the back foot in the flash, picked it up early, picked up the line and the length early, and smacked it in front of square for 4. Very good shot indeed.
Mm-hmm. I like Mulder as a bowler. It seems as if he'll bowl all day as well, and very clever. The use of his in-swing, his outswinger, and carrying the batsman wide and bringing the ball back as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Hodge into this delivery. Hodge is beaten outside the off stump, or did he just play inside the line after ball? A short delivery, look at that length, a little bit of movement away from the right-hander.
Excellent delivery. Again, delivered from close to the stumps. Therefore, he's bowling a very straight line to the batter. Hodge, we must give him credit. Yes, the ball deviated off the pitch, but he played and held his line. He did not follow the ball, and that's key.
Yep.
In batting in situations such as these. You have got to hold your line. The ball will move around. You cannot stop that. And if you didn't pick up the line, or if the movement is so much, if you kept your bat in line and keep your eyes on it, it's going to miss your bat. You just don't follow it. So Hodge, I think, responded well to that delivery.
6-8 for 3. Mulder comes and bowls to Hodge. Hodge gets the ball wide the off stump. That was pitched up inviting the drive, but he won't be lowering into discretion. Hodge just allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That's the typical bowler, just carrying a little bit wide, a bit full. But Hodge says, no, I'm not going to take that bait.
Well, as I said to you earlier, Andrew Mason, leaving the ball alone is an approved shot in cricket.
It is, indeed.
Right? It's a shot that all batters should have. You don't have to play at everything. Make the bowler bowl at you. Be patient. You look at the field, 3-slipper gully, backward point cover, and mid-off. And you're going to look to play a drive away from your body, as we saw Casey Carty did when he was caught off the no ball, playing away from his body. You don't want to be lured into that.
Now, interestingly enough, the gully is going out towards mid-wicket. What do you think of that?
Just
What are they looking to do here now?
a bit of gamesmanship.
Yep, indeed.
He's signaling that, look, we're going to bowl you short again. If you want to hook, you can hook.
Yes.
Right? You've got to look for the double bluff here. Whether
Yes.
he's going to pitch it away and take it up, or he's going to
Let's see
bowl
what he
you a
does
short ball.
here. The trap has been set. Mulder comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Yes, that trap has been set. He went wide. And Hodge says, no, I wouldn't go nibbling. I wouldn't go fishing. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So lovely weather in Guyana after some rain this morning. And it's a situation where a couple more have come in. There's couple of school children as well. But this is a situation where the West Indies are hoping that these two can bat for quite a long time here, because the West Indies are in some trouble, losing key wickets. Here's Mulder, has been brilliant. Turns now, operating from the southern end. Begins to move him with his body thrown forward. 68 for 3 to Hodge, who's got 5. Goes past the umpire, final leap and bowls. And he's forward, opens the face to the bat. Plays it square in the offside. And the thing about that, the ball went down to backward point. It wasn't in the air, as we saw with Casey Carty. And in the end, he lives to fight another battle. 68 for 3 is the latest score at Providence.
And the difference between him and Casey Carty, Arch got a good stride in.
Yes.
He did play away from his body in the end. You saw he took the bottom man off of the bat, meaning that the bowler dragged him out. So well bowled again by Mulder, really inducing what one can call a false shot. But because the batter, Arch, was online, he got himself close enough to the ball to be able to respond to the error and able to correct it just at the last moment. So he didn't go at hard hands at it. He took the bottom half away, and the ball was able to go to the backward point area, but along the ground.
So it's going to be Berger to continue as he starts his run, operating from the northern end. Comes into Atenes, and to this delivery, Atenes is allowed to go outside the off, so keeps it a little bit low. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper, 68 for 3. A lot has happened today. The West Indies getting the last 5 wickets today for 23 runs and restricting the South Africans to 246, 10 overs and 4 balls bowled, set 263 for victory. They've lost 3 wickets. They're 68 for 3. Atenes 6. Hodge is on 5. And we are day 3, second session. So this game is going at the pace of Usain Bolt. Oh my golly, really very quickly. Here is Berger as he comes in to bowl to Atenes, and Atenes is allowed to go outside the off, little left-hander. Just watching the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. Have you seen a lot of Atenes, Neil?
Yeah, I've watched him both at the Premiership level. I've seen a few games with him on television and so on. A good player, well organized. He has the talent, but we need to add to that the patience and the understanding, the commitment to the game. We need to add those ingredients to these young players so they can understand that once you come out there in the white West Indies colors, you are representing something.
Here's Berger, comes in, bowls the ball, pitch up and driven well out towards cover, but the fielder Bavuma got his hand to it, moving to his right. Now, had that gone past him, I think it might have gone very close to the boundary, but he was able to make it, he made that dive across his right, took the pace out of it, and instead of getting 4, limited the maximum to 1. That's very good work by the captain.
Good work by the captain, good support. The field is set specifically to encourage the drives through the offside with the 3 slips in place in the gully as well. You're going to bring that into play with the ball moving around, at this time. So you need everyone to support, to come on board and to really support the game. You mentioned earlier, Andrew, that the game is moving very fast. I did a quick research. Last year, out of 31 test matches, only 8 were drawn.
Oh,
right?
interesting.
So that goes to show that the impact of the shorter version on the game, the players are not prepared to be as patient. And
Right.
that's globally. But there are some players, can do things a lot quicker. They're fitter.
Right.
And stronger, so they can still score their hundreds, but at a quicker pace.
Quicker
We talk
pace.
about basketball in England,
Yeah, indeed.
and so on. Is a case in point.
Here's Berger, comes in, bowls to Hodge. Hodge covers up, ball in the leg stump. And the Dominican walks across his crease. Got 100 in England, just works the ball into the onside to Maharaj, who comes in from the wicket to pick it up. There's no run, 69 for 3. And just to let you know that Brathwaite leg before to Mulder for 25. Louis caught Mulder ball Rabada 4. And Casey Carty driving the ball onto his leg stump off Mulder for 17. Alec Atenes is on 7 from 23 balls. Hodge has got 5 from 10. And to come, Jason Holder, Josh De Silva, Goodrich Moti, Jamar Walker, and Shamar Joseph, and Jaden Seals. Here's the delivery, which is just on the line of the leg stump. As Berger continues, the ball turned away down to that leg gully area. There's no run, 69 for 3. But when you look at this batting lineup, Neil Barry, you got Holder next, then De Silva, Moti, Walker, and Shamar Joseph, and Jaden Seals.
Well, names, isn't it? But
names.
the names have got to deliver. We can call it the best names in the game, but you've got to go out
You
there
gotta
and
deliver.
respond to this challenge.
You got to deliver.
And that's what's important. They all have got to put their hands up.
So 69 for 3. Berger to continue from the northern end. Comes in, bows to Hodge. Hodge is turning the ball away neatly down to that backward square area. He's a very busy batsman he is, and just working the ball turning the wrist and impact and working the ball neatly down towards backward square for 1. So that ends the over. Athens is on 7. Hodge has got 6. It's 70 for 3. That's the latest score at Providence.
And employing the leg slip at the moment for Berger is not a bad ploy for the right-handers because he is getting, big movement into the right-handers. And we've seen a few balls going in the area in that you can get the inside edge onto your body and he can take a catch there. So they're employing, some very strategic field placing, and the bowlers have been able to respond to the challenges. I welcome Master Kissoon to the commentary position.
Hi, Neil. Hi to everyone across Radio Land, especially in Guyana and the Eastern Caribbean. A lot of persons following this cricket on YouTube and, online all over the world. The two Dominicans are out there. And Neil Barry, they had a good partnership in that second test at Trent Bridge. Forward comes Hodge and plays into the offside, down to the captain, no run. A little bright spark at that moment on that England tour, 175 between the two Dominicans. It was a good partnership. The West Indies got up to over 400 runs in that first innings, but they went on to lose the game. But a little bright spark.
Bright spark, but remember, Test cricket is played over 5 days.
That's right.
And whatever you do in the first innings, you've got to replicate that in the second innings. And that's where we've been falling down. And even as we speak, we see the crowd in the green stand have grown. I must shout out one of the coaches I've seen from Maltinos, Joel Allen, who've bought some of his charges. And I think another club would have bought some players a few minutes ago. So this is good. That's a good sign, Macho Kissoon.
Mulder bowls on the leg stump turned away towards Pete. But he hasn't had a bowl in this match as yet. Dane Pete, the off spinner. And the way that the South Africans have approached bowling at the West Indies in the second innings. You look at the wickets going to Rabada and 2 to Mulder. Now Mulder's has moved this tally up to 29 wickets, test wickets so far. He's picked up 6 in the match, so he's been very consistent.
Yes, I mean, the fast bowlers are doing the job, and it's good to see. It's good to see, you're in the game, you can bowl fast, you want to pick up wickets. So by all means, if you have the track that helps you, make use of it.
Mulder 2 for 22. That's pulled away. That's gone towards backward square, and that's 4 runs. That's the type of player Kavim Hodges. He'll take you on. He attacks you. He goes after you. And he's an attacking player. He's a busy-like player in the crease, and he picks up a nice boundary to carry his total up to 10. The West Indies up to 74 for the loss of 3.
Well, he has no problem going on to his back foot. He's not such a tall lad. But the problem is he's prepared well. His setup is good. He goes back on the cross. He picks up the line and the length, and then he responds from there. That one was short from Mola, he's pacey but not that quick to really threaten you, especially if you're a batter who love to take on the short ball. I think you would like someone at that pace bowling you short balls against getting to deviate off the pitch.
3 slips and a point. He's driving, nice shot, but the captain is in the way and just moving across his left to field. And again, no chance of a run. When he got that maiden 100 in England there, and the way he celebrated Neil Barry, you just get the impression that this guy is a guy that he wants to play cricket some more. He was a little bit out of first-class cricket for a couple of years. But he's not what you call the big name type of cricketer. You talked about names just now, but Kavim Hodge has shown that he's got some ability, and he has performed well so far. Here is Mulder, comes up, he's in bowls to Hodge. Hodge gets the ball that off the bottom inner portion of the bat. And that was excellent ball. He got that ball to come back into him, did he?
Yeah, just swung a little bit in the air, full length, almost a Yorker, with an attempted Yorker, possibly just outside the line of the off stump. Cut forward, had a bit of a dab at it, but that one swung a bit late in the air, inside edge found. He was very lucky it did not ricochet onto his stump. So a good period of play, very challenging for the batters, as both South African bowlers continue to be patient and put the ball in very good areas.
Here is Malden, brilliant sunshine, crowd building in the green stands, comes up, bowls to Hodge. He lets it go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. The over comes to an end. The West Indies 74 for the loss of 3 here. They're battling their way to find that target of 263 to win this test match and win the test series. That's the latest score here from Providence.
And the reason why I said names is because all along you hear people talk, oh, this person, this name, that name. But as a whole, the West Indies team have not been successful. And if you're not successful, you don't have drawing cards. You're going to have empty stands like these. If you're not successful, you're not going to be able to promote a lot more people into the business of cricket. If you're not successful as a team, people will not come out and support you, wouldn't get sponsorship and so on and so forth. So I think, across the board, across the spectrum within West Indies and Caribbean cricket, we have got to look at what we need to do collectively to get back West Indies cricket to where it was so that we can benefit from the business of cricket, which is booming right now.
But from a test level perspective, that's going to take some doing, wouldn't it?
Look, when I say cricket, I'm not differentiating between test or 2020 cricket. Cricket is a business across the spectrum. It includes 2020, 40 overs, 50 overs, and test cricket.
Rabada comes back for a spell and forces Atenez onto the back foot, loud appeal. The ball bounces away into the leg side. And that was angled down the leg side there on that occasion. Atenez gets off strike as the score moves up. He moves to 8, gets a single there. 75 for the loss of 3. Good ball. First delivery in a second spell from Rabada.
Excellent delivery, operating around the wicket to the left-hander. Came in the ball pitch on about the line of the off stump, but coming back into the left-hander. A bit high. I would think that's why the umpire was not interested.
1 for 16. He picked up the wicket of Louis. Here is Rabada bowls to the right-handed Hodge. His forward defense gets it into the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Louis caught Mulder, third slip ball, Rabada for 4. It was 12 for 1. The West Indies went to lunch at 43 for 1. 14 overs bowled. Brathwaite was 17 not out. And Carty 15 with 7 extras. Still 220 runs in arrears in terms of winning this game. And then Brathwaite after lunch, leg before wicket to Mulder for 25. Carty bowled by Mulder. What a shot. Terrible shot for 17. 62 for 3. Here is a ball that he allows to go by outside the off stump. Taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. So Neil, very tight here now for the West Indies. They've got to fight very hard. They're on the back foot. 3 wickets gone. And you look at the scalps that have been snapped up. Brathwaite, the big fish, the captain. Carty as well in his second test match. Didn't have a bad outing in the first test. But when you look at the others to come, Holder coming at 6, well, then you'll have to say nothing much in the bank. You'll need another big score from Holder. Here is Rabada. Comes up. Hodge is lifting that into the mid-wicket area. It's heading up towards the boundary. A chase here for Maharaj. He won't get there, and that goes into the boundary, and that's 4 good-looking runs to Hodge. He plays that shot a lot. Neil Barry so far in his short test career, and he looked pretty good there. Picks up a boundary. He's gone up to 14, 79 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, picking up that back of a length delivery. I wouldn't really call it a short ball from I think that one was not short. It was just below the waistline. He went for that hook shot. He needs to be careful because remember there's some variable bunks batting at that end if you're bowling from the media center. That one did not get up as high as he expected, but he able to get enough bat onto it to get it over mid-wicket and picking up 2 runs.
Right, so Rabada making a change, moving Dizorzi from point, and the white foot slip will go out to the point here, it looks like. So Dizorzi comes across to mid-wicket, and you've got what? You've got a square leg deep. Here is Rabada, comes up now. He's in bowls to that's Hodge. Hodge is on the back foot, hustles into the shot as he plays it into the onside. No chance of a run. Setting the trap for Hodge. Obviously, they would have studied him as well.
Yes, they would have studied it. And if you look, they tell him, okay, you want to pull, we're going to protect that, but we're still going to attack you with the 3 slips and the backward point. We leave the cover area open for you to drive. I still think Rabada wants to take him, to slip or bowl him down.
Rabada bowls, and he's getting that off the outside edge down towards third man for 4. And picked up a boundary there. Hodge, he's gone up to 80 now, 83 for the loss of 3.
And very fortunate. That one was pitched up, going away from the bat. He shaped the play through the onside. So it opened him up. The ball pitched and straightened. And he was opened up outside edge, found along the ground, went for 4. But they've got to be careful. The South African fast bowlers continue to move the ball around. They continue to attack the stumps. And they will not let up. They will not let up Machuke soon.
Yes, so that completes the over. 12 extras, 27 overs bowled in the West Indies. Second innings here, 83 for the loss of 3. Rabada 1 for 24, Borga none for 25, Mulder 2 for 26, and Maharaj bowled his first over was a maiden. So Atenez is on 7 from 24 balls. Now we're going to have Dane Pete in his 11th test match, 34 test wickets on his belt, 5 for 89, his best, Neil Barry. He'll bowl for the very first time in this match, the right-hand off spinner, the 34-year-old.
Well, you know, when you take the side, you cater for all eventualities. You know that they have two spinners in the side, Maharaj and himself, left-arm spinner, right-arm off spinner. You know the spinner tends to come into a test match a bit later in the game. I mean, of course, you've got the top-line spinners who can bowl from ball one, right? But the fast bowlers have done the job. So there's no need for him then, but he's needed now, right? There's a bit of partnership. You want to rest your fast bowlers. Mulder and Berger at long spells, right? So it's time for the spinners to come on now. Their job will be to keep the pressure on, deny the West Indian batters scoring up, free-flowing, scoring opportunities, and pick wickets up if they can.
And they need to be very watchful since they haven't faced him. Here is a ball that is driven, nice shot down through square cover by Atenes. He picks up a single to carry his total up to 8. Hodge comes back into strike now. So you look at Dane Pete. He's got an economy rate of 3.68 in terms of his bowling. Best bowling of 5 for 89. So he's picked up 4 wickets 3 times and 5 wickets twice. So not that bad at all. He's in his, 11th test match. Dane Pete will bowl to the right-handed Hodge now. So we'll have a look at him as well here, Neil. For the very first time, we'll have a look at him. Right arm off spin. That's turned away towards the backward square area where Rabada moves to his left to field. Another single. So if they can rotate the strike, take the pressure off of themselves, batting out there, the runs are going to come.
Yes, and that's what they need to do, especially with the spinner, you know, in operating. He's getting some amount of turn. You've got to see how much spin he imparts if he's going to get the ball to bounce as well.
He's bowling around the wicket now to Atenes, who's looking to slam that through the offside. And that ball came down to the third man area for Rabada to field. And that's a bye. So he didn't get a touch onto that. He missed out on that one, Atenes. But Neil Barry, why go for that sort of shot? Take your time and play. This is a new bowler. You've got to be patient.
He didn't get to the pitch of the ball. He's playing as if it's a seam bowler bowling. That one was pitched a bit wide and turned as well.
Hodges on strike, gets the ball down the leg side and taken by the keeper. But have a look at this gentleman bowling, Dane Pete. He didn't bowl in the first innings. Take your time. Come on, guys. 2 Dominicans at the wicket. You're West Indians. Your team is in trouble. Come on. Here is a ball that he turns into the leg side. No chance of a run. Be patient. Come on. This is West Indies cricket. This is Test cricket. And you cannot play as if you're little boys. And sometimes this is the problem of West Indies cricket, Neil Barry. I'm sorry to use such terms, but that's true. Here is a ball that's turned away towards backward square. No chance of a run.
You are familiar with the term muscle memory, right? And if you don't do something often enough, Machu Kisun, you cannot expect to just get up and do it. These things come through practice and time. And our preparatory school for these young men is just not good enough. We are not challenging them enough at the lower levels, at the grassroots level, for them to come up with that understanding that they need to be patient, that you need to fight. Those are areas in which we have got to work on. That is where our problem lies. I mean, everyone can see it, except I guess for maybe the powers that be, right? Our developmental process, where we're bringing up our young cricketers, is sadly lacking, and this has been that way for the last 30 years.
Those are serious numbers you call there. Rabada comes into Atenas, and he's pulling it down the leg side, or should I say Atenes. Yeah, I think we've had various pronunciations for his name, but he himself has said his name is called Atenes. So good to hear that, Atenes. And it's one of the young batsmen in the Caribbean that I liked. I looked at him a few times here. He's had some good scores at Providence, good hunting ground, so to speak. Let's look at Rabada now. He's another stalwart. And to this ball, Kavim Hodge hooks it away. That's gone all the way down to the mid-wicket boundary. I lost sight of it, actually, but it was a trifle short, almost went into the hands of short mid-wicket, but evaded him somehow or the other, and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, the result is there. It's 4. He decided to take the chance of there was a short straight mid-wicket and a deep backward square. That one was a fraction short outside the line of the off-stump. He had to fetch it. and it passed perilously close to the man at the short mid-wicket area.
Rabada comes in, bowls to Hodge. Hodge beaten outside the off stump. That's a dirty one. That one moved away, and I don't think that I've got all the right choice of words to describe it. Held Barry.
Lovely delivery, pacey as well. I'm quite sure that would be somewhere close to about 139, 140 kph. He's been operating at 134 all day. That was a quicker delivery, pitched up outside the line of the off stump and went away from the batter.
263, that's the target. Hodge settles. Rabada in, outside the off stump. He lets it go. Rabada has come from a pretty prolific, his speeds over the past recent times.
So that third delivery was
136.
144. So he jumped up from 132 the first, 134 the second, to 144, that one that pitched and left. So you see, he has the ability to really change a gear effortlessly.
Well, he's the fastest South African to get to 250 test wickets. He took just 53 matches. Short, Hodges hooking, in control, good shot. That's an excellent shot. And I'll tell you why I say that. There's a man down on the forward of the square leg boundary and one down on the long leg boundary, or backward square if you like. He bisected them.
He bisected them, he rolled the wrists as well. Sometimes people say, okay, there are two fielders there, don't take it on. But there's some batters who, that's their shot, that's their thing. That's how they respond to short balls. And you don't coach it out of them. What you try to do is get them to control the shot. And on that occasion, he got on top of the bunks, rolled the wrist nicely for a short ball from Rabada, and was able to get it to the long leg fence for 4.
Nice battle in the making here. Rabada into Hodge. Hodge is forward. Hodge is getting the upper hand slightly in this little battle that has emerged over the past over or two. That's the end of the over, 95 for 3.
Not being prepared to play a short arch, and that's what you need to do as a batter in this game. You've got to be confident. You've got to play to put away the bad balls when they come. And you as a batter must know what is a bad ball for you. You're the person out there responding to the challenge. For him, it's the short balls, and he has not missed out on any of the short balls, right? You've got gone to 27 from 33 deliveries. We're scoring, a scoring rate upward of 80, runs per 100 balls. So this is good batting from Hodge. A few loose shots, but not too many. But look at his footwork. He's been very busy, and he's played 90% of the time in the approved manner.
And he's doing this under, may I say, very difficult circumstances. Good bowling from Mulder and company. Here is Pete down to Atanaz. Atanaz? Forgive me, sir. However it's pronounced, but I think it's
Think
Atanaz.
of mayonnaise and then pronounce it.
Mayonnaise. Atanaz. And then you say, easy in your mind, mayonnaise. Here is Pete to him. He's trying to turn it down the leg side, took the outside edge, and came down on the offside. Good delivery. That one spun a lot, Neil Barry.
Spun a lot, yes. The ball is coming from around the wickets. He's angled into the right-hander, the left-hander rather. Fell over as he tried to work it through the onside. He's not getting to the pitch of the ball, and that's always dangerous when you're playing against spinners. If you don't get to the pitch of the ball, you cannot play across the line.
And I see he's maintaining close-up fielders. Solitary slip and a man on the onside as well. This is pushed into the offside, no run. Now the other, yes, Neil, go.
When you look at it, Athens should be telling himself he's bowling off spin, which means the ball will go away from me through the offside. So most of the shots I should be trying to play is with the spin through the offside as against going through the onside.
Here he is once more. Turn just past the man, just in the vicinity of the leg slip area. And I think that was a catch.
Yeah, that definitely was a chance. I think it came a bit sharp. That was the arm ball. Athens looked to work it through the onside. The inside edge found. And the fielder at that short leg position just reacted a little too late.
Here is Pete once more into Hodge this time. Hodge gets the inside edge. These batsmen are having a difficult time against Pete. They're playing here, it's going there.
Because he is getting turn, he's imparting spin. If, we can get a slow motion replay and they have all the technologies there to show the amount of revs, he is imparting a lot of spin on that ball. And once you do that, you're going to get dip, you're going to get drift, you're going to get flight, and you will get turn.
So slip, a backward short leg, forward goes Atanaz. and picked up by the bowler himself. Fantastic over. That's the end of it. 97 for a loss of 3, looking for 263.
And because these batters do not use their feet, they cannot, nullify the spin that he's getting because they're not getting to the pitch of the ball. So they're playing from the crease. That's allowing the ball to drop and do its thing. So that's an area for both of these batsmen that they need to work on. Right, they've got to be able to use their feet against the spinners, get to the pitch of the ball and work it into gaps, and not allow the spin bowler to dictate terms, to bowl too many deliveries to them in one over, because he will set them up. That's the way our spin bowlers operate.
Rabada 1 for 33 in this spell. He's the youngest South African to get a 10-wicket haul, 13 wickets for 144 in Test cricket. Forward, that's on the back foot goes Hodge into the offside. He's had quite a prolific career on the 19 World Cup, which was played in 2014. He got 6 for 25. And that journey took an upward trend all the while in his success story.
And he plays all formats and franchise cricket. So how can he do it and we can't?
Exactly. This morning we were talking about that before you arrived. This is Hodge on the back foot, steers it up on the offside. Seems a little more in control there. But there's something in the air. Something is very eerie when Hodge is batting. You expect him to counter-attack. Something is going to happen when he's batting.
Yeah, but so far he's been responding well to the challenge. He's shown a bit of weakness against the spinners, playing from the crease. But with time, you can overcome those areas. But he needs to just concentrate and remain focused.
Hodge is 28, turns it to backward square for a single. That takes the score to 98. It will bring Atenes into confrontation with Rabada. This has been a good ground for Atenes. He's played here 3 times before this, 2019 against Guyana. That's in the 4-day CWI tournament. And he got 66. Then he played Jamaica here last year and got scores of 81 and 97. So he's been a good hunting ground for Atenes. He settles there now, left-handed batsman. Here is Rabada into him. He's back and squares it up on the offside. There's a man down on the backward point boundary. Just a single.
Yeah, it's just a single, but a good rotation of the strike. Remember, it's a left and right arm batting combination. The bowler have got to change his line, his length, his mode of attack. And that's what you need to do, right, to counter the situation. They came together at 62 when they lost the 3rd wicket. So far put together, some 37 runs partnership, and they would want this to blossom and continue.
99 for 3. Rabada into Hodge, bowls him. Leg stump gone out of the ground. Wow. Rabada celebrates in fine style. I don't think he knew what happened there, Hodge.
Excellent delivery. Pitched just outside the line of the off stump. Came back inside edge found as well. Hodge just played away from his body. And if you can look at the amount of dismissals, his bat did not come down in the straight approved manner. He was chopped, coming down across the line of the ball. So you've made an error. Rabada is the type of bowler who will continue to attack you and attack you and attack you. And you've got to be careful of not making errors such as these. If you look at the replay again, and for those who have their television, if you look at it, you can see that his bat did not come down in the custom way of straight from first slip or 2 coming down. It came from a gully that allowed for an edge, the inside edge to be made present, an inside edge onto the stump. Excellent delivery. This is what you call pressure bowling. Good Test cricket.
I'm listening with patient expectation to hear predictions behind me from some of the commentators who are actually calculating how long and how many stints the West Indies would need to get to 263. And I'm wondering whether they'll be recalculating this and recalibrating their thoughts as to how long the South Africans will take to get home in this particular match. But the West Indies are in serious trouble, 99 for 4. Just to remind you that they're looking for 263. Jason Holder, the seasoned campaigner, who has been made into a star bat recently simply because of the shortage of quality batsmen in the West Indies. He's a star. He has come out here, and let's see what happens, Neil Barry.
Well, I'm sure he did not choose to make himself into a star batter. What he has done over the years is to remain true to his talent. From youth cricket days, Jason Nolan has always shown that he can bat. And whenever he gets the opportunity, he gets his runs. He's got to go there on his shoulders. And he's been consistent more than most. As again, like, you keep looking at the names people keep throwing around. The thing is that the player must want it. They must want to go out there and perform. They must know and understand their abilities, and they must understand what they need to do to maximize on their talent. And they must want to represent. It's all well and good about talking about all what the game can give you in terms of the financial rewards, all these financial rewards in all sport. It's about you going out there and getting it and doing it consistently. And then you'll get a lot more financial rewards.
So Rabada will continue. He's got, one delivery left in this over. The new batsman, Jason Holder, a lot on his shoulders. It has been like this for a pretty long time. Here is Rabada into Holder. And Holder gets a short delivery, fending outside the line of the off stump, just missing the outside edge. This has been a splendid stint from Rabada, end of the over, 99 for 4.
This has been a good display of seam bowling by the South African attack. They've shown patience. You can count the number of bad balls they would have delivered since they started bowling, some 1 hour into play today or just after that, some before lunch. Berger did not start as well from the far end. He did bowl some ill-directed deliveries on the leg side, but he came back from the northern end and got that ball to move around, got it into good areas. Rabada continues to tease the batters and pick up key wickets. This has been a very good display of seam bowling by the South African Quicks.
I was talking about that a bit earlier on, yesterday or the day before, that Jason Holder, for example, knows that he's not a tear-away fast bowler. I was wanting to see more swing from him. New over, Pete into Atenes, and Atenes is edging away down towards third man. He'll pick up 2 runs, but precariously so. The solitary slip went after that ball. Could possibly, we wait on the replay from our monitor to have a little look at it, could have made it into a catch. It was far away from him. Wide.
But it's clear they may look to employ a second step or a gully and try to force him to drive again. He wants to play from the crease. He's not getting to the pitch of the ball. If you don't get to the pitch of the ball from spinners, you allow the ball to pitch, and if there's turn, it will turn, and your outside edge will come into play. And Jason Nola come down, I've spoken to him and said, look, you need to leave some of these balls alone. Maybe he's not reading. He's not sure which is the arm ball, which goes too straight, or the one that will turn away from him.
Pete will come into Atenes, and he's back sweep or reverse sweeping, an appeal. This first slip takes the ball. I really can't fathom the thinking of Atenes here, because there are 2 slips here. He's left-handed, and then he goes for the reverse sweep.
Well, the reverse sweep is an approved shot. Now it's played a lot more, but you need to know when to play it and how to play it. And that definitely was not one of the occasions in which to play that.
Pete comes in, bowls to him. He's forward. Did he get the edge? Taken by slip. And everybody's on move, so there's no anxiety in the air. So it beat the bat, but he was driving, and Holder's coming down to say, that's Goliath coming down to say to David that you got to be careful.
Well, I'm hoping that he's not the one who got the car to rent from the sponsor.
The Andrew Mason
of
Foundation.
Andrew Mason, yeah, because definitely he's driving carelessly. The ball is pitched up outside the line of the off stump. He's not to the pitch of the ball, and yet still he's playing that big extravagant drive.
Yes, I'm a little bit disappointed here. Pete up to him now. He's on the back foot, squares it up on the offside, no run. And up to last year, I described him in the regional tournament and then a summer game, and I got to admire his batting, and I was hoping that someday, very shortly, he'll come good. He's had some good individual score, had a good score in Trinidad, 90 plus. He had a good score in England as well. Pete comes and bowls to him now. He's forward, and I think deliberately angling the bat, but I really can't give an account for his thinking. But he was forward and then opening the face somewhat, and it went to a second slip.
Look, this is a test match. It is difficult. The players are always under pressure. You're losing wickets. Spin ball is operating. He's getting some turn.
101 for 4. Again, the reverse sweep. And he's dropped at first slip. He's going to go for 1 and come back for 2. Help me, Neil Barry. I mean, what's in the mind of Atenes?
But he's looking to score. He's looking to take the fight to the spinner. He's obviously not comfortable, right? He's not reading the spin. He's not prepared to use his feet and get down the track and negotiate the spin. Now, Pete is a short man. For him, he has to flight the ball to get it up there. And if Hodge was fleet-footed, like some other players, in the past, come down the track, get to the pitch of the ball, negate that turn, and then you'll be okay. But he obviously is not prepared to do that. He is confused. He's trying to attack the bowler, but so far he's survived, but very, very lucky.
Very lucky. And the elementary thought is that I can't reverse sweep because I have 2 slip there. So exactly that is what he has done once and going and doing the second time round. Now, Rabada, that was the end of the over, down the leg side. Nice take there from the wicket keeper, Jason Holder, just letting it go down the leg side. In your memory, and I know that I can tickle your mind a little bit, who are some of the batsmen who would have batted spin so well and I used their feet? I remember people like Alvin Kalicher, and in contemporary times, I remember, of course, Brian Lara, Carl Hooper. I like to watch them battle spin, even Chanderpaul as well. Rabada into Holder lets it go.
But Gordon Greenwich as well. The use of the feet, how to do it. Look, it's not easy to do. We can sit there up there and say, oh, use your feet. You've got to practice these things. And you've got to be able to play it in games and in scenarios and, get accustomed to it. It takes time. Our late colleague, Clyde Butts, may his soul continue to rest in peace, would always tell you when he bowls to you, if you can't use your feet, if you cannot dance, you'll not be a good player of spin bowling.
103 for 4. Rabada to Holder. Holder pushing into the offside. Holder is not yet off the mark. Atenes is 15. Andy Jackman comes to mind.
Andy Jackman as well, another good player at the local. Even to Suresh Daniram, right? Faisal Sattar. Those guys played spin differently. There are different ways of conquering it. Using your feet is one of the ways. Clayton Lambert, with all his antics, he too was a fairly good player of spin bowling, understood what he needed to do, and he was left-handed as Atenes as well.
Holder drives. Next delivery, Bavuma comes around from mid-off and picks it up. 103 for 4. So after Hodges' exit from the crease, there's a little lull even in the crowd. Nice wind still coming across the ground, but the crowd is pretty still. There were bubbles of excitement or paroxysms of excitement earlier on when Hodge was dispatching a few boundaries, but they've gone a little quiet. They're looking at the scoreboard all the while. Rabada into Holder. Holder, I think he played inside the line and let it go to the wicketkeeper on that occasion.
Well, he did not follow the ball. Pitched from wide and just held its own. He covered his off thumb, got forward, and recognized that it was going to go away from his bat. Just held his shape and allowed the ball to pass. As I repeat, leaving the ball alone is a cricket shot, which all batters should learn to understand what to do and how to do it.
Rabada turns now. Last delivery from this over. He's going to bowl to Holder. Holder is a tall guy. He's jumping back and flinching there. In the end, he was trying in the process of pulling in the bat inside, but I think I'll give credits to Rabada. More from you, Neil, and then we'll have Wadikar Kemraj.
Well, of course, Rabada continues to do what he's been paid to do, what he's selected to do, to be the team leader, to come there, keep things quiet. Bowls some very good delivery to Holder, not allowing him free scoring opportunities, and continues to keep the pressure on that to allow Pete to operate against Atenes, who seems to be just out of sort against the spin. That's an area he definitely has to work on. As I welcome Wadikar back to the microphone, he has got to be a bit patient. Yes, it's difficult, but that's why you're out there. You're out there to challenge yourself and to overcome these challenges. And his Achilles heel right now is Dane Pete.
Here is Dane Pete, continues from the Players' Pavilion end and bowls to Atenes. He's standing up straight. then punches the ball straight to cover. That's Bavuma is in the way, and he fields, prevents them from running. 103 for the loss of 4 wickets. Athens is on 15. Holder hasn't scored as yet, and the very competitive nature of this test match continues. Very gripping. Here is Pete. Right arm over the wicket, wrong wicket correction. Bowls to Athens. He is pushing forward and beaten, taken by Varian from behind. 103 for 4, and just back with the brilliant sunshine that we had throughout the course of the day. I know this morning we started late, but after that we've had brilliant sunshine. Here is Pete. He's up there. Bowls to Athens. He's coming forward. Outer part of the bat, straight to the Zorzi at point, and he fields, and there is no run. So the competitive nature continues. The South African team, they're pegging away, looking for that 5th wicket. Here is Pete. He's up there, bowls to Athens. He's coming forward, kills the spin, and plays it on the onside. And my colleague Naim Chan and Neil Barry, they were chatting about batsmen over the years using their feet. I just feel, and this is my honest opinion, that B.C. Lara was just a gem of that. Here is Pete. He's up there. Bowls to Athens. He's coming forward, stroking the ball straight to cover. That's Baboom. He's in the way again. 103 for a loss of 4. What a time to welcome back Matthew Kisoon. Good afternoon to Matthew.
Hi, Wadi Cars. Good to be back. This is an intense battle. 160 the West Indies need with 6 wickets in hand. It's not going to be easy at all for them.
This is Athens. He's looking for the pole, top edge. And this is Markram going back, takes the catch. And he played it once, he played it twice, he played it thrice, and he paid the penalty. And he is going back to the pavilion. Poor shot selection. He's gone for 15 of 34 deliveries. Day number 3, session number 2, 103 for 5. The magical figure to get his 263, Matthew Kisoon.
Dane Peters picked up his first wicket in terms of Test cricket here in the Caribbean. Really a bad shot. He's played a couple of bad shots. You tend to get the impression that Athens may have lost his concentration, the ability for him to stay there and buckle down. He didn't use his feet well, and Markram just had to tidy up, running back just a couple of feet and took the catch easily. He skied it in the air, and really easy pickings for South Africa here. Then Pete striking nicely. What I like about Pete is that he's flighting the ball well. And if you're not going to use your feet to the spinner well, you're going to be in all sorts of trouble. And that has been the case with Athens. Didn't look good at all to the spin of Dane Pete. And eventually Pete picking him up. And really not what the West Indies would have wanted. You look at De Silva coming out now. He has been on and off bat. He's not been consistent enough. Just one Test 100 on this belt. But you need someone like Holder and De Silva now to buckle down and get some runs. They need to make a real contest. They really need to carry this game as close as possible to the end. And even if they do not win this test match, you've got to put up that fight. From the way Hodge, well, he got a beautiful delivery, and then he drove at it and got the inside edge onto the leg stump. He was bowled by Rabada, who picked up his 298th test wicket. Carty played a bad shot. Brathwaite was leg before wicket. The ball would have hit the leg stump cleanly. And, of course, Louis, because of his technique, his technical flaws, was caught behind.
This is Rabada, continues from the media center end, starts another over. And that's Jason Holder is pushing out into the offside. He can score. The score remains at 103 for the loss of 5 wickets. And this is intense cricket. And you get the feeling that South Africa, they're just maybe smelling victory and just sniffing it there. But they have to work. Rabada goes in to bowl to Holder. He's up there to Holder. He's coming forward and stabbing the ball out into the onside. And that's Maharaj Field on the onside. There's no run. It's 103 for the loss of 5 wickets. So I shall endeavor to tell you what happened during the course of the tea session, the pre-tea session, or just before tea. Mikhail Louis, who was caught by Mulder at a third slip of the bowling of Rabada. He went in the 5th over for 4. It was 12 for 1. I'll come back to that. Here is Rabada. He's up there, bowls to Holder. He is coming forward, beaten outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. and there is no run. Craig Bradford, the captain, he stayed around there for a long time until he was LBW of the bowling of Muller in the 6th over. He went for 25. It was 54 for 2. Casey Carty, who I said is very classy on the first day, bowled by Muller in the 22nd over for 17. It was 62 for 3. Kareem Hodge, who was very aggressive, bowled by Rabada in the 31st over for 29, 99 for 4. Here is Rabada. He's up there, bowls the holder. He is struck on the pad as he ships to play the ball on the onside. And there's a stifle appeal by the South Africans. Would they go for the review? Temba Bavuma makes the T signal and says, I'm going upstairs, my brother. So that's the position here. They're going upstairs. Struck on the pad holder as he was shaping to play it on the onside. But we have to go through the protocol to see what's going to happen. And the umpire, the standing umpire, did not raise the finger. So there has to be something really flush on the stumps for that to be out there, Matthew.
Yes, and if he gets the wicket, it will be his 299th test wicket. He's getting ready. As we look at that replay, he struck him on the left pad. Maybe that angle slightly down the leg side there. But that leg stump is being seen.
Well, that's the thing. The leg stump is being shown in that replay. So let's see what will happen here. They're just awaiting the confirmation from the big screen. All eyes are glued on the big screen at the moment to see what's going to happen here. Jason Holder is waiting patiently with his partner. That's the De Silva as well. And they're just looking. Good. So we watch the replay now. And as you said, it's slipping down the leg side. Just slipping down the leg side. Saved by the bell.
He won't get that 299 test wicket as yet. He's anxious to join some elite fellow countrymen of his who would have picked up over 300 test wickets, like Ntini, 390, Alan Donald, 313, Morny Morkel, 309. Big names in South African cricket, especially in the fast bowling
How do you
department.
often forget the name Dale Steyn?
Well, right. But Ntini with 390, Donald with 330, Morkel with 309. Rabada is looking to join them, and he can do that because still 5 wickets to fall in the West Indies innings.
So Kagirisu Rabada continues in brilliant sunshine from the media center end again to bowl to De Silva. And De Silva is getting a ball down the leg side. He goes for the flick. Misses, taken by the keeper who has to dive away. We haven't talked much about Varian's keeping, but he has been brilliant.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He was brilliant with the bat, and his keeping skills are excellent. I think he models Mark Boucher, as you know, that guy from South Africa who played for them for a very long time. The wicketkeeper batter, and he played for South Africa for a number of years. So he's modeling him in terms of his career here.
Here is a batter bowls to De Silva. He's getting one that's short and is going back. Then stabs the ball on the onside. Another over completed. Rabada 2 for 35 from 11. It's 104 for 5. De Silva yet to score. Holder yet to score. And the score is 104 for 5. That's the latest score here from Providence.
159, the magical target now with 5 wickets in hand. The West Indies doesn't have much in the bank here. So Holder and De Silva, in terms of the batting department, they've got to come good. Warrican, Moti, Joseph, Seals, well, probably if they fight hard, truly it can be a good game coming down to the end, a ding-dong battle, but Holden De Silva will have to get runs. The top score here, Hodge, 29, followed by, of course, Brathwaite. So no big partnerships, no partnerships at all. When you look at it, 12, and then you come down, you see 42 for the second wicket, which wasn't bad at all, but not enough. And then 37 for the fourth wicket. So no partnerships that you can really talk much about. And if De Silva and Holder can give them a good partnership here, the West Indies can come back slowly into this game.
Dane Pete will continue from the players' pavilion end and will bowl to Jason Holder. He hasn't scored as yet. In fact, both batsmen pretty new to the crease. They haven't scored as yet. Here is Pete up and bowls to Holder. He's hitting it high in the air. The fielder is coming wrong. Takes a catch. My word, what has Jason Holder just done? He might be looking to the heavens and saying, oh my God, I'm going back into the pavilion. 104 for the loss of 6. Holder goes for a duck. De Silva hasn't scored as yet. That ball was tossed up and he went for it. Unfortunately, got it to the fielder at long on, just trying to confirm the fielder. But he is going back to the pavilion dejectedly. And it so happened.
Yeah, Yeah, it looks like Mulder, who took that catch there, Holder gone for a duck caught. Mulder bowled Pete for no score from 12 balls. Very disappointing indeed. The West Indies batting continues to let them down. And Andrew Mason echoed the reality that Jason Holder should not be batting at number 6. He should be batting at number 7, basically, or even number 8. But the point is, you're short a top class batter. If you want to use the phrase top class, because in the West Indies batting lineup, there are really not too many top class batters. They're good. Their technique, there's a lot of flaws in their techniques. These are young guys. Some of them, they've got to learn the trade well. It's not that easy, Anthony. But you look at someone like Holder, you look at someone like Craig Brathwaite, the two most experienced in the side, and looking to give shape to the West Indies side in terms of batting. Holder's a bowling all-rounder, basically, and the fact that he gave his hand away there, I'm wondering if he saw that man at long on, to be honest with you. To play a shot like that with the field at long on, you just get the impression it's either two things. He just played the shot, and he thought he would have cleared him, or he never saw that man there at all. And that should never be, because if you're batting, you've got to look around the field to see who's there.
What had happened before the ball was delivered, at the very end, the keeper had signaled to Mulder to come in a little bit. So he had to get some sort of communication going. And in the end, just played the ball in the air. Mulder came off the boundary, took the catch, and he went back to the pavilion. Well, was he set up? It's just left to be seen. 104 for 6. De Silva hasn't scored. Moti hasn't scored. Now you can see a cluster of fielders coming around the new batter. That's Gudakesh Moti. And lots of pressure here for the left-hander now. They're what? 2 slips, silly point. And, of course, there is a leg slip. There is a very short gully. And there is a cover point on the offside. This is Moti. He's sweeping down to backward square and will pick up a single. He's off the mark right away. And Gudakesh Moti might be the happiest man on earth right now. He's off the mark.
Yeah, he is off the mark. Nice sweep shot, but the field is down at backward square on the boundary there. So yeah, they're going to dry up the runs. If you look at the way Temba Bavuma has set up his field nicely. The West Indies will want to go for runs, yes. But he's got the fielders placed pretty nicely. Look at the one for the right-hander now. At long on, you've got a mid-wicket on the boundary.
This is speed coming forward is the Silva. And gets a single down towards mid-wicket. Bavuma, who is very good in the field, had the return sent to the non-striker's end. Did not hit the stumps. And they get a very lucky single there. Good running though in the end between the two West Indian batters. But we have seen a steady procession of wickets thrown from the pavilion. The West Indies going down. And this is the thing I don't like about West Indies cricket of late. They lack the grit and the determination. Here is Pete. He's coming forward. That's Moti. And plays it down to backward point where Rabada feels and there is no run. Where is the fight? And where is, that gut feeling, that urge to go on? Where is the will to win, Matthew?
That's a good question. When Moti got out in the first innings, it ended the first day's play. And, it was so sad to see the way he went. Must have lost his concentration and played a naughty shot.
This is Moti going back and then punches the ball into the offside. He's won. The Silva is won in over number 36, 106 for 6. The target reached 263. Dane Pete, 2 for 10 in his 5th over. How well he is bowled. He comes up, bowls to Moti. Moti is coming forward, stroking the ball into the offside. He can't beat the field. The field is coming around there. That Dizorzi. He cuts off the single, 106 for 6. Another over completed. And that's the latest position here from Providence.
All the time in the world to buckle down and bat, to develop your technique, save their technical flaws. Yes, the bowling has been spot on, but all the time in the world, you've still got 2 days left in this test match. That doesn't matter at this stage, because look at the way the West Indies are tumbling. They're giving their wickets away. Louis, technically wrong. Brathwaite was leg before wicket to Mulder. Carty played a naughty shot away from his body again. Hodge got a beautiful delivery from Rabada that cut back into him. And, of course, Atenez, a terrible stroke by a young man with talent. And then Holder, the one with a lot of experience, giving his hand away to long on.
Here is Rabada. He's up there, bowls it to De Silva. He's opening the face of the bat. This will run pretty close towards the boundary. Two fielders giving chase. The ball will be pulled back now. In fact, a relay throw to Maharaj, and he returns to the keeper. And they get what? I make that 2. So 3 is De Silva. 108 for the loss of 6 wickets. And when you look at it, the score 263, and the way the West Indies started, you want to believe that, look, perhaps this would go very close. And I did say it, that this match would go down to the wire. Well, I want to change that thought right now. Here is Rabada. He's up there, bowls to De Silva. He's coming forward. Once a single. Where is he going? 108 for the loss of 6 wickets. So I'm just pulling back that view, and I'm saying now that South Africa are large and in charge here at the Providence Stadium right now.
Well, I'll agree with that statement. They are large and in charge. It will take a miracle for the West Indies to pull this off. I think West Indian fans in the Caribbean and all over the world will obviously want the West Indies to win, but this looks very, very difficult now.
This is Rabada, bowls to De Silva. And the last moment just pull the bat in a little bit, and we'll get what? We'll just await the signal from the umpire. They'll get a single. So a bye signal by the umpire. One more to the West Indian scorecard. No matter how they come at this point in time, Matthew, overthrows, leg buys, they'll welcome them. Isn't that so?
Yeah, good movement there by Rabada when it went past De Silva. The ball shaped away from very end, the keeper, and he had some difficulty in taking that one, parried it down towards the third man area, and that's how they got that bye.
Here is Rabada, the bowl to Moti. He taps away, bowls to Moti. Moti is letting it go. Looks like a top order batter for sure. 109 for the loss of 6. The Silva is 3, Moti is 1. The target 263. And that's a pretty far way away from here. But of course, you've got to build blocks in partnership and all of that. The West Indian team, they haven't been able to establish a real partnership. A partnership of essence, as Rabada continues.
Just 42 and 37 partnerships with the second and fourth wicket.
Here is Rabada, bowls to Moti. This is wide outside the off stump. He lets it go. He doesn't need to play. And pulls the bat in at the last moment. The South African, the slip cordon is very strong. And they might be saying to themselves, oh my God, the next one is coming to me. I have to catch it. Did you have the opportunity to fill in the slips during your playing days?
Never really felt it.
They never trusted your eyes?
Probably never. But they entrusted me with a ball in hand to bowl some leg breaks.
Kagiso Rabada continues. He goes away, very smooth approach, bowls to Moti outside the off stump. That one moved away. That's Kagiso Rabada for you. He can give you everything. One that comes in, the other that goes away, the other over completed. 109 for the loss of 6 wickets. And that's the latest score here from Providence.
Yes, another brilliant over from Rabada. That final delivery there was pitched just on about the off stump and moved away from Moti. He played at it, and it didn't get the edge, and the ball taken by the keeper. 109 for 6 now, but really Rabada 2 for 37, Mulder 2 for 26, and Pete 2 for 10, having the first time he's bowling in this match. He's impressed. He's bowled well, and he's picked up Athanaze and Holder. So he's been a good find for South Africa at this stage. We talked about him having a bowl, and certainly he's come on and done the work for South Africa so far.
Here is speed bowls to De Silva. He was going back and getting it on the outer part of the bat. It comes down to the third man position. The fielder gives chase. That's Burger. Returns to the keeper. And if we do have a replay, we're going to see that replay now. He was going back and struck on the pad, but way outside the off stump. He will be better advised to stay on the front foot, my brother. Stay on the front foot. 111 for the loss of 6 wickets. Here is Pete. He's up there. Bowls to De Silva. He's coming forward. And Pete having his first bowl in this match, but he has looked really impressive.
I think the previous delivery, De Silva was very fortunate to get back onto that, squeeze it out into the offside, because that ball was cannoning into spars, and that was in line with the stumps.
This is Speed, might have tried a leg spinner there, and this is turned down to backward square where Rabada fields. And in fact, the Zerzi who cleans up rifles the return in, and they get another single. Well, the runs are like Guyana goal at the moment. Very expensive, 112 for the loss of 6 wickets. The silver is 6, Moti is 1, and that's the latest position here. So what we're having, Matthew, a very interesting scenario here. Building up the West Indies team has been put on the back foot again at home. You know, it doesn't sound nice for West Indies cricket. I have to say that.
151 to get with 4 wickets in hand looks highly improbable, to be honest, with this quality bowling.
This is Moti going down the track, and this is gone all the way for 6 towards the right of the presidential suite. And might be saying, look, 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 I am here, and I am going to take you on. And he got a 6. Well played.
Hit your way out of pressure, maybe, down the track. He did advance down the track, and he picked that up beautifully. But you get the impression it's just about hitting your way out of pressure, because both batters will be under tremendous pressure. You look at the field placements here, about 3-4 men around the bat, just close to the batter there.
Here is Dane Pete. He's up there, Bolster Moti is coming forward. And it's not easy as a batter when you have a cluster of fielders around you, because they can be chirpy as well. And, you know, sometimes it gets to you as a batter. But on that occasion, he just came down and just used his feet and just deposited the ball into the boundary for 6. Here is Pete. He's up there, Bolster Moti. He's standing up straight and punches it straight to Dizorzi, who is at a short mid-off, and there is no run. 118 for the loss of 6 wickets. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Probably saying to Athanaze, this is what you should have been doing. You've not been using your feet. You want to play reverse sweep shots, but really you need to learn to play the spin as well. Learn to get onto the front foot, kill the spin, you know, play positive. Look to sweep, look to play the ball through the mid-wicket area, use your wrist well, look to cut, you know, when you have to go on the back foot, that's understood. But if you're going to play spin as well, you've got to use your feet and dancing on the track. You talked about Brian Charles Lara, very good to spinners. Carlo Wellowin Hooper was excellent to spinners as well. Shiv Chandrapal, Ramnaresh Sarwan, a very good player of spin as well. And you look at those players, you don't see players coming through the West Indies lineup now that look as good as those guys.
And I wonder why some players, some batters, don't use their feet to the spinners. And if you use your feet to the spinners, this is what you do. You kill the spin entirely, and you can get the ball on the full. But players are afraid of being stumped. That's the thing. So they stick in their crease. Here is Maharaj. He will continue from the media center end and will bowl to that's De Silva, who taps away. He bowls to De Silva. He's coming forward, stroking the ball straight to short cover. That's the captain there, Bavuma. And kudos to Temba Bavuma. Matthew, he has led the South African team really well. I'll get your thoughts in a moment. Here is Maharaj. He goes in, bowls to that's De Silva. He's cutting past point. This will go into the boundary for 4. The fielder gives it up now. And that's a sunflower shining in the bright sunshine here at Providence. And even though there isn't much water in it, the West Indies have picked up a boundary.
Yeah, when he gets going, De Silva is strong behind point, square of the wicket on the offside. He's really a good player. You know, he looks good when he plays those shots, and he plays a lot of those shots when he gets going. But he's been a bit inconsistent with runs coming from his bat.
Well set. He's stroking the ball into the offside. You want to see much more a commitment, much more positivity. And the names can go back. If you mention the list of keepers, this is De Silva going back. And I honestly feel, this is my honest opinion too, we haven't found a proper keeper. And of course, since the exit, I don't want to go too far, but since the exit of Ridley Jacobs from the international scene, we haven't really found a real, positive keeper. Here is Maharaj, bowls to De Silva, and he's going back and across and straight to the fielder there at cover. And they get another single, 123 for the loss of 6 wickets. De Silva is on 11, Moti is 7. And the target there, the magical figure, 263. And the West Indian setup might be looking at 263 and saying, boys, let's stay there.
Yeah, 140 behind. You're talking about keepers. I thought Shane Dorridge wasn't a bad guy at all when he played for the West Indies.
This is Moti chucking the pad as he was going back. Might be slipping down the leg side. They realized so, and they would not go for the review. Yes, so the over completed. And the score remains at 123 for the loss of 6 wickets. 11 is the silver, 7 is Moti. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, Shane Dorridge was a good right-handed batter, wicket-keeper batter. Maybe his wicket-keeping he needed to tidy up on, he needed to improve on, but he's the type of guy who would have got runs for you. He was a little bit consistent, a bit more consistent than some of the other keepers who came along the way. But Shane Dorridge, and it's been very puzzling in terms of his Test career and how things has happened for him. But he's not really in the fore of West Indies cricket now at all. So the Silver is the one who's been entrusted with those duties, and he needs to come good.
This is the silver tucking the ball into the onside. Straight to Bavuma, who fields at the start of the 40th over, 123 for 6. So all you people across this beautiful Caribbean, good afternoon again to you. Here is Pete Bowles to the silver. He's coming forward, stroking the ball into the onside. Can't score. 11 he remains. 7 is Moti.
Flighting the ball nicely. But when we talk about the silver, we're talking about him being consistent more with the bat as well. His wicket keeping is improving. Hasn't done that badly, but he needs to score runs more consistently for the West Indies.
Here is Pete Bowles to, that's the silver. He's turning the ball straight to a wide long on area. The fielder comes off the boundary. That's Mulder. And one more to the total, 126 for the loss of 6 wickets. Mind you, they're not out of the game, Matthew. I want to make that clear and straight. They're not out of the game.
I love that.
But the pressure is on the West Indies.
I love that.
The pressure is on the West Indies.
I love that statement from you, Wadika. You never give up. This is Test cricket.
Here is Pete. He's up there. Bowls to Moti. He is punching the ball straight down to point. That's Bavuma is giving chase. And will throw himself now. Bavuma is a live wire in the field too, isn't that so? He runs around, throws himself around. That's nice to see from the South African captain. The silver is 12, Moti is 9, 126 for 6. We are pretty far away from 263.
Yeah, very inspirational to all the supporters back home in South Africa and those who follow Temba Bavuma in particular.
This is Moti coming forward again. Gets it on the outer part of the bat, straight to a second slip. The two slips, they're very short and very close to each other.
They're attacking in
very little space between them.
Look at that, silly point in a forward short leg. 4 men under the bat.
Here is Pete Bowles to Moti. He's coming forward, wants a single. They contemplate a single. Yes, they'll get it now as Bavuma runs past the ball from cover. And that's Mulder who cleans up. And they get another single. So they get another single. So what? Is that T? The bills have been lifted. Yes, they'll go for tea on this the third day of the second test match here at Providence. The situation is the West Indies needing 263 to win. They're 127 for 6. The silver has 12 and Moti has 10. I'll go across to you for some quick words, then I'll wrap it up.
It's been an all South African session, of course. Lunch 43 for 1, and then Brathwaite went, Carty went, Hodge went, Atenis went, and Holder went. So you look at the fact that they picked up 5 wickets after lunch. It tells the story of the fact that South Africa has been on top right through the West Indies innings. After removing Louis with the score at 12, they went on to remove Brathwaite, Carty, Hodge, Atenis, and Holder. So it's been a very good effort indeed. I can quickly probably run through the scorecard. At lunch, 43 for 1, and after lunch, Brathwaite was leg before wicket to Mulder for 25. Carty bowled by Mulder for 17. Hodge bowled by Rabada for 29. Atenis caught Markram, bowled Pete for 15, and Holder caught Mulder, bowled Pete for no score, 104 for 6 then. But you look at the score now, 15 extras, 40 overs completed, 127 for the loss of 6. It's not been a good batting effort by the West Indies at all.
No, it hasn't been. It hasn't been a good batting effort from the West Indies. They're 127 for the loss of 6 wickets. The magical figure is 263. Matthew shall go through the bowling figures.
The bowling figures, Rabada, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37. Burger, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25. Mulder, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26. Maharaj just bowled 2 overs, none for 5, 1 maiden. And Dane Pete, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23.
Good. So the West Indies need another 136 runs to win. You look at the summary there, and the West Indies need exactly 136 runs to win. When we come back after the tea session, we'll give you more commentary. We hope that you enjoy our commentary here so far on the Cotton Drive Network. I'm Anthony on behalf of the entire commentary team, handing you back to your respective studios.
Okay, we are getting ready for you. Possibly the final session, well, the final stint of commentary based on what we've seen. We're going to be with you in a minute from now. Stand by. We're at Providence, the West Indies in deep, deep trouble. Commentaries in a minute. I'll count the last 10. We are just about 30 seconds away. I'll count the last 10. 15 seconds and counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Pleasant good afternoon from the National Stadium at Providence in Guyana. The players have come back onto the field after their very short stay in the pavilion for their tea break. And remember the game, the timings have been pushed back by half an hour because they started half an hour late this morning. And that is when the tragedies of the day started to unfold. And the West Indies have been finally set a target of 263 to win the game. And they came in at lunchtime. Brathwaite, well, Louis first went, and then after lunch, Brathwaite, Carty, Hodge, Holder, and Athanaze all gone. Borga will open the attack from the commentary box and square up on the offside. That's Moti. So we're down to the wire, so to speak, and the wild aspirations and expectations of this very small crowd, and relatively small, may I say, because in comparison to the last test match in Trinidad, I understand that the highest number was 43. They could be bordering maybe on 150 somewhere around that area. That's the size of the crowd I'm talking about. Borga breaks into that rhythmic approach. He's up there. Bowls to Moti, beaten outside the off stump. Moti's not going to fool me. He's pulling the bat in. I think it was too late, but the ball got past him, taken behind. So, Neil, hope you had a nice little break there. You've been working very hard during the course of this test match. Welcome back to the microphones. And this morning when I sat with you, I said, after the first session, if we can already start gauging the outcome of the game, it will start to unfold before our very eyes. Too heavy of tea, I guess. I'll come back to you, Neil. Moti settles. Here is Borga. To him, he's forward, stabbing, running. A single there. Bavuma is very quick across the field, but couldn't stop the two batsmen from crossing in time. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. And so too is Moti, who's showing some character out there. Right? He's showing that and that's the nature of Moti. Busy player, comes from the Asian county. They play a lot of cricket there. Right? Look at the way in which he approached running a simple single. He gets to the other end and turn. Those are things we want to see more from the top order batters. Right? He responded to Borga, one delivery which pitched and left him. He pulled his bat in, yes, after he was beaten, but he did not follow the ball. Those are good signs, good traits.
128 for 6. Borga into De Silva. De Silva angling it up on the offside. And there's no run. I would like you to do a comparison between the West Indian fast bowlers and the South Africans, if you're to just describe them in a nutshell.
Well, I think that the South African bowlers move the ball a little bit more. They get a bit more lateral movement and some movement through the air as well. by and large than the West Indian fast bowlers. But the West Indian fast bowlers did bowl very well in this test match. I must take my hat off to them. The bowling unit has responded well to the challenge.
Borga to De Silva down the leg side, nicely taken by the wicket keeper. I think that'll be called a bye. Wide?
No, it's a bye.
It's a bye.
It's swung late.
Oh.
The keeper skipped the course. He did not glove it cleanly, just pried it out to the backward square area, not to be tidied up, and they went through for a bye. Borga just throwing in length with the right-handers. Now, early on, you had a left and right-handed batting combination. You had Athenaeus batting with
Hodge.
right? Left-right batting combination, and they did not use that to their advantage.
Borga to Moti. Moti is 11. He's up there to Moti. He's letting it go outside the off stump. What about the word stamina between the two sides? Who would bowl for a longer while in a good way?
Well, it has shown clearly. I mean, we've had 2 spells from Roberto thus far, 3 spells from Borgo, 1 from Muller at the other end. This is not the conditions they're used to. Yes, they come from South Africa, a bit of a hot country as well. But the consistency, I think you would give that edge to the South
Africans
bowling lineup. I think they've put the ball more consistently in good areas than the West Indian bowlers. And the margin of difference is not that much. I think the West Indian bowlers have bowled very well on this track in this test match, and they have reaped the reward. They've picked up the bulk of the wickets. We had 5 wicket all for Shamar Joseph, 6 for the other West Indian fast bowlers. So yes, I think it's close, but you may want to give the South African the edge based upon the work of Roberto especially.
2 for 27. That's the figures for Pete, who is operating from the far end. The first delivery pushed into the onside, no run. But Pete gives you the impression, he reminds me a little bit of Carl Hooper. The action is simple, but he's doing much more, a lot on that pitch. He's getting it to turn. Athenaeus, for example, was in total disarray. Moti settles, he's back and chops between the backward point and cover point down to the boundary for 4. And you were just talking about Moti.
Yes, that's a good shot. Picked up the lane and the length well. Recognize that Peter's getting that ball to turn. He's imparting a lot of spin on the ball. It was flighted, but it dipped early. Moti spotted the length early, went onto the back foot, kept his eyes on the ball, and played in the approved manner for 4. Moti has shown that he's a better batter spin than Athenaeus at this point.
Pete comes into Moti again. He's forward, opening the face. There are 3 men up for the catch, and you can add the short extra cover if you like. 2 slips and a backward short leg. Moti moves to 15, 134 for 6. Pete comes into him. He's down the pitch, but he drives flat along the ground. There's a long off. I thought for a moment he was aiming again for the presidential box, but that was not the case.
Well, not every time a player comes down the track, you're looking to hit 6. You can come down the track to offset the line and the length of the bowler. But no, he was going for a big shot then. But the ball dipped in him. He kept his eyes on the ball, adjusted well, and played it out a long off.
135 for 6. De Silva forward. And I see that Moti is taking the offensive to the South African bowlers, whereas De Silva, I wonder if they have a little plan, because De Silva is pretty defensive. Pete comes into De Silva. De Silva is playing this one off the pitch. Waits for it to turn, then gets it down to backward square. That's the end of the over. 135 for 6.
Well, Moti is have a much more aggressive mindset as a batter. Remember, his primary role is as a spin bowler, left arm orthodox spin bowler. So batting is a bonus for him, but he has worked hard in this game. He's never been shy of batting and taking on and really fighting, taking the fight to the opposition bowlers, especially the spinners. This partnership can continue to build. If, for example, De Silva continues to play that anchor role, they rotate the strike. Moti will score a lot heavily off of and easily off of the spinner, more so than the fast bowler, right? So what they may want to consider is De Silva taking more of the faster bowler and Moti the spinner.
Well, let's see what happens. Borga is up to Moti now. Moti lets it go. And I like the focus of Moti. He's looking very, very carefully, meticulously. He's picking up the line very early, I notice, and letting it go.
Well, that's part and parcel of batting. You need to know your scoring areas. You need to know your strength and your weakness. You need to know where danger is, right? And I keep reminding people, leaving the ball alone is a cricket shot. You must know where your off stump is. You try not to go chasing deliveries. Force the bowlers to bowl into your strengths, where you're comfortable, then you score and cash in at that point.
1, 3, 5 for 6. Moti's beaten. That's a beauty. One that was dropping somewhere between middle and off stick. Moti was defending, and it just beat him, beat the bat, almost beat the fielders two behind.
The left arm operating over the wicket to the left-hand batsman. With the natural angle, the ball is going to go into the left-handed batter. It pitched and then deviated away from the left-hander. Excellent delivery. It's very rare that those deliveries actually touch the outside edge because the deviation is too much at times.
Burga comes in now, bowls to Moti. Moti again beaten outside the off stump, almost taking the outside edge. I think he was fishing and hunting and searching there for a solution to that Burga delivery. And the speed is 135 km.
He adjusted the line and the length on that delivery. Similar to the one before, but the length was different. And it was a lot closer to Moti and Bong since he had to play it. And with the outward movement, he followed it in the end, but he's just not good enough to get a touch. Two great deliveries.
Now, Steyn out, Markel out. Just have a little look at that in a while. Burga comes into Moti. Moti's pulling the hand inside. I think he picked up the line late, but I'll give credit to him for that. But let's just come back to this. How are these people manufacturing these players? Steyn, Markel, they're out. Now we see Ntini, Makaya Ntini, but Rabada, now Burga and Mulder doing a fine job in replacing, just as in the batting department. Hashim Hamla and company.
The production chain is always there.
I'll come back to you, Neil. Burga, 135 for 6 West Indies, fishing outside the off-stump Moti. I don't think he picked up that one. I don't think he read it. De Silva is chanting something to his ears. What possibly could De Silva be telling Moti?
Beaten outside the line of the off-stump on 4 consecutive deliveries. He's telling them, look, he's taking the ball away from you. You need to be watchful, allow the ball to come onto you and don't go chasing after it. Good advice. But he also, I hope he also tell him, look for the one that will come back in because that's a dangerous delivery now. You've gotten 4 that going away. He will try to get one to come back into you.
Remember those golden figures, 263. That's what the West Indies are chasing. Moti stabs one into the offside. Bavuma always up to the task. He's highly animated on the offside. He picks it up. There is no run. End of the over, 135 for 6.
And we are going back to the production chain, right? Cricketers will be, they will born, they will develop, youngsters will come into the sport. It's about the pathway that is created by the system that they come out of, right? If the system is there to challenge them, to guide them, challenge them, test them, before releasing them into the world stage, you will continue to see a good, process and players coming through. But if the system is not there to support that, Naeem, the players, you will get a one-off. Mm-hmm. You will not get a consistent team coming forward who can come and really represent in the world stage.
Pete, 2 for 29, starts a new over into the onside. De Silva just getting inside of it and turning the wrist straight to Bavuma. No run. Pete, very calm, very collected, casual sort of approach. He's into De Silva. He gets the ball to turn a lot. De Silva is back and forcing it through the offside. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for 2. They're thinking about a 3rd, and they'll get it 2. That's good running, too. But the fielder down at cover point just fumbled a little bit and giving the batsman an extra run.
It was well timed as well, just short of a length, allowing the batsman the room, De Silva, not trying to hit it too hard, recognizing he's going through the offside, which technically is against his turn, but he played it well to the right of the man at backward point, but it was well timed.
Now, Neil Barry, in Guyanese parlance, the old people would say 1 dotty builds dam, meaning one piece of earth at a time you can build a dam. They've reached 138. Moti's on the back foot, cramped there a little bit for space. And that one apparently kept a little low. He's backing us. We're looking at the monitor now. We'll have a better idea. It kept a little low.
Kept a little low on the arm ball as well.
Pete comes in, bowls to Moti in brilliant sunshine. He's turning this one forcefully into the onside. Mid-on comes to his left, a single to the batsman.
Moti has upset the rhythm of Pete just a little by using his feet. All right, Pete is now bowling to him a bit flatter and straighter. That allows Moti a bit more time to go on to the back foot and to play those shots.
Here he is going to bowl now to the Silva. And the Silva is getting one in the block hole almost. He digs it out. There's a forward short leg for that catch. And there's a solitary slip. You were talking after this over. I think I get back to that point that you that you were talking about with the administration of cricket to churn out these players. The Silva drives down pleasantly down towards long on for an easy single. And a single that's over 44 gone now, 140 for 6. But which nation or nations would you say have got some of the best systems, and that's why they're churning out these players?
Well, I think right off the bat you would say Australia. Even if when Australia go into a slump, they don't really fall that far from the top of the tree. They continue to rebound and rebound a lot quicker. I think that's how you would judge a system, how good a system is. Their ability, because players will change, you will have transition, right? Some of your better players will go. It will take a time for the others to get the experience. So how you maintain, right? How you maintain that consistency of performance, Naeem, is how you will judge the system, right? Of that nation. So I would say Australia, India, for example. Yes, they might have 1.4 billion people, so a lot to choose from. But you must have a system that carries out that choice process.
Now, new over from the commentary box, and Borga goes away from us now into the Silva. The Silva gets a full toss, didn't make use of it. There are two men close up. When I say close, relatively short extra cover and short mid-off, and didn't get hold of that. The outfield, there's a big inviting gap, but a few people behind there in the slip cordon waiting for an edge.
Yes, and that goes to show tense the Silva is, because that was a bad delivery. And I mean, you want to put those away. Those are gifts. Full toss from Berger, who's moving the ball off the seam, through the air and off the seams. You get a full toss, you want to put it away, but he's so tense, he just couldn't make use of the opportunity.
Berger breaks into that approach now, passes the umpire into Moti. Moti is back and flashing through the offside. Long chase here for cover point. He might just pull it back. It's a long battle he does. That's a good bit of feeling there in the afternoon session. Most of these players should be exhausted and tired, but he gave a good chase and pulled it back just inside.
Good shot by Moti. Shot with a little bit of room, but he didn't try to hit it too hard. He didn't try to open the face too much. He got as close as possible to the delivery and punched it through the offside. And a good bit of fielding by Kishan Miraj. Saving one run, but everyone counts in these low-scoring games. A good shot by Moti.
Borga turns now at the top of his mark, 144 for 6. They're inching on there. 44.2 overs. Here is Borga to De Silva. De Silva, as you said, nice word, nice choice of word. You can see that he's another word is stiff. He's not loosening up. Moti's more relaxed and playing his shots. Borga is very, very tensed indeed.
Yes, and it's a critical stage of the game. This partnership is needed. Is blossoming. Nearly some 40 runs, I think. Moti responds for 20 of them, 20 from 30 balls. So he's been prepared to play his shot whenever the opportunity provides. I think he took a liking to Pete. I think upset Pete rhythm just a little.
Borga, 3 slips standing by, along with the wicketkeeper 4, pulled away, but not getting hold of it there. De Silva, shortish delivery on about the middle and leg stump. He tried to pull it, as Hodge did, quite successfully earlier on. But on this occasion, he's not getting the shots he's not getting the timing right. 2 runs, nevertheless, 146 for 6.
And the ball's a bit older now, a bit softer. Didn't bounce as high as he expected, so I think he had to adjust just a little. The good thing is he kept it down. He didn't try to go over mid-wicket, because Bavuma is a short mid-wicket, and he could have easily hit it straight to him.
Andrew Mason is going to join you, Neil Barry, in just a few. Nice afternoon, brilliant sunshine, wind coming across the ground. You can look at the clothing of the players and you can know that there's a high, nice, fresh Atlantic breeze coming across the ground. Borga goes away from us to De Silva. De Silva is letting it go outside the off stump. I noticed that he's changed from over to around. Would you have a reason for that?
Change the angle. Look to bring the stumps into play, LBW, and if he's getting the ball to go away or just straighten, they can bring the outside edge into play as well. He's been operating over the wicket, and it's shown that he can bring the ball back in. Now, from wrong the wicket, especially if he runs close to the stump and can bowl it outside the line, it will get a later inward movement, and that can bring about a false response from the batter.
1-4-6 for 6. De Silva 20, Moti 20. Up there now, almost taking out the off stick. That was very close. Shamar Joseph did that when the South Africans were batting in their first innings. More from you, Neil, and then Andrew Mason.
And exactly what I was talking about, just getting that ball outside the line of the off stump to shape back in. One can say, well judged by De Silva. Pass close, a lot of movement, especially exaggerated after it passed the stumps. The keeper taking, moving to his left. Smart players. Welcome back, Andrew Mason. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Good afternoon to you. 117 to get, but of course, importantly, just 4 wickets in the bag. These two have done a good job so far. So there's some hope, and they say hope urges on and tells you tomorrow will be better. We shall see. Here's Pete. Comes up now. He's in and bowls, and Moti's back and clips the ball from that leg stump out towards mid-wicket. There's no run for him. Moti's got a first-class 100. It was against Barbados. De Silva is on 20, 146 for 6. Here's Pete, the off-spinner. Comes round the wicket to bowl to Moti, and Moti is going across and strokes the ball away out towards cover. Lovely shot, 4 runs. Beautifully played indeed through that cover area, and he made some room and spanked that through cover. That's gone for 4. Well played, and the 150 has come up on the board for the West Indies. Moti now goes to 24.
Top shot by Moti, made by footwork. The one was slightly short. It just dragged down a bit by Pete, and Moti was onto the back foot in the flash and playing it front of cover for 4.
Well, he's getting a good delivery, playing a bit square. That's a good comeback delivery, but he got his bat in front of the pad, plays the ball with a bit of suspicion up the pitch. There's no run. 150 for 6. Here's Pete as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Moti into this delivery. He's forward, drives it into the offside. Good tumbling save by the fielder, the captain. Moving across to his right, moving from that extra cover area to pick it up. Had that gone past him, would have gone out to extra cover. He might have gotten a run or two, but good work by the captain. Here's Pete round the wicket. Run side now, comes in and bowls to Moti. Moti's covering up, the ball in the leg stump, different length, different line. Pushes into the onside, down towards mid-wicket. There's no run. He's kept on 24. De Silva's got 20. 1 to come in over number 46. Peters in again, comes into Moti into this delivery. Moti's forward and is beaten outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. At the end of it, Moti is on 24. De Silva's got 20. 150 for 6 is the latest score at Providence.
And Pete have responded well to the challenge posed by Moti, who, from the time he came out, took a fancy to Pete, used his feet well, got down the track, hit him first six, hit him back down the ground, cut him a few times through the offside for 4, forcing Pete to change his field and adjusting his line and length. But in this over, he's been able to bowl some deliveries to Moti, took his legs away basically, bowled a bit flatter, a bit quicker, but still imparting some turn. The last delivery just touched down and spun away from the left-hander.
So it's going to be Berger to continue a partnership that has realised 46 precious runs for the West Indies. The target is 260. The odds are still very much with South Africa, but you never know. Cricket is a funny game. Here's Berger as he comes round the wicket with a shadow alongside him, comes in and bowls. A ball which is coming back at the right-hander, but just taps it gently into the offside, down to that cover area. Man with a Test 100. And that's De Silva, the man from Trinidad and Tobago, gets 1 to go now to make him 21. Moti's got 24. And the score's up to 151 for 6. They've added 47 precious runs for the West Indies. These two have done a good job. Holder gave his hand away. He was a victim of his own indiscretion. And really, Atenes would not want to remember this test match, particularly the way he got out in the second innings was a naughty shot he played. Here's Berger. Comes in to bowl to left-handed Moti. He's in and bowls to Moti. And Moti's getting one down the line side past the keeper. It's gone for 4 byes, I would imagine. Yes, it was outside the leg stump. And there was Moti coming inside the line. It was too far from the keeper. That's gone for 4. They've added 51 and 67 balls. This is good cricket, 155 for 6.
A good partnership. two batters, one with a first-class 100. You said so against your own country,
Barbados and
one with a
Trinidad.
Test 100. So these two can bat. So
They can.
there's still some hope here. There's still some hope. We're not going to give them too much because there's something called a commentator's
Yeah,
curse.
indeed.
But the two can bat. And they have so far gone about their business very well. 51 from 67
Here
balls.
is
good.
Berger, comes in, bowls to Moti. Moti is forward. The ball finds the outside edge, goes down toward that third slip area, drop it in front of the fielder at third slip. Good outswinger. Played away from his body. There was a gap between bat and pad, but luckily it didn't go full to third slip. It was a good delivery that left the left-handed batsman.
Yes, good delivery indeed. He's still getting movement. He's still getting movement a bit through the air and off the pitch. And Moti, the one who's pitched up, saw the opportunity, went for it, but good thing he played with soft hands. I think had he really played a flashing, booming drive, it would have carried.
155 for 6. Here's Berger, comes in to bowl to Moti into this delivery. Moti is peeking outside the off stump. That's a lovely ball. Ball touching him just outside the off stump, leaving him. He played at that. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. And immediately, De Silva comes down to have a lecture.
Yes, have a talk, break the rhythm up. Out there could be a very lonely job as a batter, right? It's the 11 players and the 2 umpires who sometimes you tend to think is not in your team. So you've got to look at that, and so you need the support. So every opportunity that the batters have to come down and have a conversation, point out the flaws in each other.
Yes.
And just give that bit of a reassurance.
Partnership is so important. You're
Partnership
right.
is so
yeah.
important.
You
This
got to
is
work
a
it.
team game.
Yeah, team game. You're right. Here's Berger, as he will start his run, operating from the northern end, runs away from us, comes up now, final leap and bowls, and outside the off stump, there is the batsman coming across the line. The ball hits the pad, maybe the inside edge, goes up the pitch. The bowler just picks it up after the batsman just threw it to him. Moti just draws away down towards that square leg area, trying to sum up enough concentrators to continue the battle. Of course, he must know that if he continues, keep the faith. And there's a famous saying that if you keep that faith, certainly doubt will starve to death. We shall see. 155 for 6. Here we go. As it's going to be Berger to continue. 1 left in the over. Comes in to bowl to Moti into this delivery. Moti is forward. Inside edge. Will look for the run. Will get it 2. Went down to the Corsi, who actually came across his right to ball, cut back at him, hit his finger and was parried down towards mid-on. In the end, the ball was picked up by Rabada. So they got a run. Moti keeps the strike. The over comes to an end. 156 for 6 is the latest score at Providence.
And these two are doing exactly what we spoke of earlier on in the piece, about going about chasing this target. You've got to look to keep scoring. Scoring is not only about boundaries, it's about strike rotation, it's about seizing every opportunity to get a run, right? Because once you have strike rotation, the feel inside becomes a bit flustered. They cannot exert the amount of control they would like to because you continue to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, you draw closer with every run to their target. So it's a psychological game.
It is.
And these two are exemplifying that for the West Indies now.
Here is a delivery given lots of air by the off spin of Pete, and there's the batsman Moti, like a number 3 batsman coming onto the front foot, driving the ball sweetly down to extra cover. There's no run. There's a big gap between backward point and extra cover. There's a man on the cover boundary. Here's Pete round the wicket from the southern end, comes in and bowls to Moti, and Moti's covering up. But the batter's broad as Essequibo. The ball is going up towards that mid-off area. And there's no run. The extra cover fielder comes to pick it up. 156 for loss of 6. And now the forward short leg is going to go to Silly Point. Here's Pete, comes in to bowl to Moti. And Moti is back and chops the ball down to backward point. It was a bit short. Rabada comes across. Rifles return to the keeper. And there's no run. Moti is there. He's got 25. The Silver's on 20. 156 for loss of 6. Just trying to steady the rocking ship here. Here is Pete, comes in to bowl to Moti. Moti's on the pitch when he gets there. Drives. That's gone away for 4 runs. The field up there was diving to his left. Might have got his fingers to it, but it goes away up towards long off for 4. There was an element of risk about that, but he was positive and he gets a boundary.
Well, long off is very wide.
Yes.
I was a bit surprised that they're keeping the long off that wide. Moti shots down the ground have all been straight. And He tends to go down the track.
He actually got his
once
fingers to it as well.
He got his fingers to it. But he had to travel about, 20
Yeah.
meters to get to that. Good shot by Moti.
Here's Moti. This delivery is given Samir. He's onto the front foot. That was thrown up again, inviting indiscretion. He says, no, I just block it into the offside. 160 for 6. Moti goes to 29. He's a local man. Can he do it for the West Indies? Pete comes in and bowls to Moti. Moti is back and forces the ball away, down to backward point. There's protection on the boundary. The backward point is deep. Moti gets a run. His bat is very broad now. So the over comes to an end. What a revival here for the West Indies. Still a lot of work to be done. Many rivers to cross like Jimmy Cliff. 161 for 6 is the latest score at Providence.
Yes, and the score is inching closer under that 100 mark. Psychologically, that would be a boost for the West Indies. And the South Africans will start to think just a little bit more. Yes, they know a wicket here, and this can be very good for them. As we've seen that replay, Viren coming around, very hard. They feel it long off, coming around, dive into his left, did not, couldn't hold on. But a good shot by Moti. And Moti, he's not allowing the spin bowler to bowl to him to dictate terms. He's prepared to use his feet. And because of that, Peter had to adjust his line, his length, and Moti being able to score. And this is a lesson for all the batters in the West Indies team who have been struggling against Pete. We have seen that, Atenays in particular. And for the youngsters watching as well, you've got to be able to recognize what the challenge is and have the tools to overcome it.
Yep, indeed. You're right about that. 161 for 6. Moti is there. He is on 30. The Silver's given good support. He's got 21. Here's Maharaj to take it up, replacing Berger. So from pace to spin, he comes in and bowls to Moti. And Moti's forward and is driving outside the off stump. That went very close to the outside edge. Very well bowled by Maharaj. Got to be careful there, Mr. Moti. That was close to the off stump. Let's have a look in the monitor.
Yeah, operating from the northern end. Just got a bit of drift as well and dipped on Moti and went through straight. A bit of an arm ball or a drifter.
It was.
Moti looking to play down the ground, and it just went past the outside edge.
And he comes again, Maharaj, on his way to Moti into this delivery. Moti's forward, plays the ball up towards long on. We'll get a single. The bowler comes across, can't stop it. Rabada picked it up just about now. They get a single. It's got to be just calculated, just wait for that bad ball. Cricket is made so difficult by so many people, really. And just work the ball around, wait for that bad ball. Someone should tell Atenays that. It's very poor batting from him today. You really can't get out like that. And Jason Holder, with all of his experience, kicking the bucket down, so to speak, almost like from the zenith to the nadir, really. 162 for 6. Here's a left-arm spin of Maharaj as he comes into De Silva, into this delivery. De Silva allows the ball to go outside the off stump. Of course, he is the vice-captain of the side. He's a leader, and he must understand that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. Here's a delivery, which is outside the off stump off the back foot. Goes De Silva. The ball comes from the bottom of the mat and squirts out towards the fielder at silly point. There's no run. 162 for 6. Maharaj, the left arm spin around the wicket. He's got a slip and a silly point lurking as he comes in to bowl to De Silva into this delivery. De Silva's forward, about as broad as Frederick Street in Port of Spain. And the ball goes down towards that deepish mid-off area. They contemplated a single, but they didn't go beyond the thought. As it was Moti saying to De Silva, don't flirt with danger. Here's Maharaj, comes in, bowls to De Silva. De Silva is back and forces the ball away. Throw backward point, runs for the West Indies. One, they'll get a second surely. De Silva gets his skates on. He's a big, strong man and gets back for the second. Was outside the off stump, plays square in the offside. And there was the course who couldn't pick it up. And the ball went down to backward point. They're back for the second. So it means now that psychologically it's under 100 runs now to get, it's 100 and, 163 for a loss of 6. And exactly 100 to get now with De Silva. He is on 22. Moti is on 31. 163 for 6 is the latest score at Providence.
And a good over indeed for the West Indies. They would rotate the strike. De Silva has been very quick to go on to the back foot whenever Maharaj dropped it a bit short. Maharaj is a different type of finger spinner, of course, left arm, but he doesn't impart as much spin as a Dane Pete. And I think the umpires are reviewing the run, And we look at the replay. Did he get his bat behind that line? The line is not yours, Mr. De Silva. You need to touch down.
Yeah, because they actually went for two, but that's why I was saying 164. But it seems that one short, it would appear. In fact, what are they going to do now? Are they going to? Is it 163? The bat didn't go over?
Yes, no.
So they gave it.
Decision,
So 160. Okay, here's the delivery on the line of the off stump, bowled by Pete, and there's the batsman Moti playing very well, stroking the ball to the right to the field. That extra cover gets a run. So now psychologically, it's under 100, 165 for 6. Boy, if these two can get the West Indies home, one would think that Moti should get some land like Joseph. Here we go, as Pete to continue on his way from the southern end. Lovely weather in Guyana. Comes in to bowl to De Silva. De Silva is forward and whips the ball away to mid-wicket, can't score. We know that De Silva can bat. He bats sometimes with a washpan of common sense. He's 23, good broad bat, the man from Trinidad and Tobago. Here is Pete, comes in and bowls to the West Indies vice captain, who's back and strokes the ball away down toward long on for a single. Gets easy as you continue to bat, and of course you get those open spaces down to long on for 1. He goes to 20. What's he now? 24. Moti's got 32. 166 for 6. Game has been really interesting. Here's Pete, comes in to bowl to Moti, and Moti is driving. That's gone through cover for 4. Hit that ball very hard indeed. Over cover. That's a wonderful shot by Moti. Beautifully played. Hit that with tremendous power. The roti from Guyana came into evidence there. Look at that. A ball given somewhere. Bang! Over the top of extra cover. That's gone for 4. Well played to the man from Berbice.
Batting like a man who knows how to play spin and to hit with the turn as against going, playing against the turn. Over pitch with some width outside the line of the off stump. Moti took the chance and was rewarded.
Here's Pete, comes in, bows to Moti. Moti is across and steers the ball into the offside. Easy for a single down to backward point. So 171 for 6. Moti goes up now to, I make him 37. De Silva's got 24. These two are doing a good job. Keep the faith. Both faith and fear sail into the harbor of your mind, but only faith should be allowed to anchor. 171 for 6. I write that down for and give it to you. You can say it in your praise.
Man always filled with all of these phrases.
Here's the delivery, which is bang on target. Ball that's given some air. There's the batsman coming forward, Pete, from round the wicket, and a big broad bat there coming from the West Indies vice captain. 24 to De Silva. Moti's got 37. 171 for 6 is the latest score at Providence.
And the game, over the years have never really changed. There's a process in scoring runs. You've got to spend time with the crease, especially the longer version. And the more time you spend, the more positive you will get, and the more the opportunities to score will come. The ball gets a bit softer, the fielders get a bit tired. So those are things in Test cricket that one needs to prepare themselves for. At the start, it will always be difficult. For heaven's sake, it's Test cricket. You've got to spend the time, you've got to be sensible, and you've got to ensure that you're making the correct choice 95% of the time.
Indeed. Here's Maharaj, comes in to bowl to Moti into this delivery. Moti's forward, gets a single, good, clever batting, out towards cover. Berger comes across to pick it up. They get a single. They'll push him in the offside for 1. 172 for 6. Yeah, that's true.
Strike rotation.
Important, isn't it?
How easy it is now. You can push it. The fielders are tired. You can get those singles. Spend time with the crease, young people.
Here's Maharaj, comes in to bowl to De Silva. De Silva is back to bowl, which is very well bowled indeed. He was indecisive. He wasn't neither forward nor back. Was half cocked at the end. The ball made it just hit the top of the bat. Maybe the pad. It's difficult to tell. There was a bit of indecision there. Well, he got away with it. He lives to fight another battle. Oh, hit him pretty high as well.
Pretty high. It's going to miss.
Yeah, it's going to miss.
Excellent delivery.
Yeah, it was. Good bounce. In comes Maharaj. Bowls to De Silva. De Silva's back. The ball keeps a bit low. Gets that big bat and steers it square in the offside down to that short point area. There's no run. De Silva 24, Moti's 38, 172 for 6. The target is 263. Maharaj round the wicket, comes in to bowl to De Silva. And De Silva is forward. Ball given somewhere on the middle stump, and he blocks up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there's a run. A little bird flies across the ground, just about to land and pick up his maybe early dinner. Here we go. as Maharaj is in and bowls, and he's on the back foot. Wow, wow, wow. That was a very dangerous shot. The ball was squeezed down towards that square leg area. But in the end, he got a run. He elected to go back to that. The bowler was about to go up, but the bat came down. It kept a bit low, but he got some bat under that and gets a run 173 for loss of 6. With that, De Silva goes to 25.
What De Silva does when he go back, he stays low and he plays with a straight bat. He's not going back looking to go across the line. So in case there's a difference in bounce, he can respond to it.
Here's the batsman coming forward and driving straight down towards the boundary. Will it go all the way? No, there's a fielder down that long on. Rabada gets a run, but there was Moti coming down the pitch and got some bat into that. He's a lucky man. I don't know if there's need to do that, really. Of course, I suppose he's saying the ball is big as a breadfruit now, but you've got to be calculated here. Came down the pitch. It was straightish, really. Rabada came across his right, down at that long on area. They're back for the second run. These two have done a great job for the West Indies. Rabada made a very good save because he really stopped. But maybe seeing the monitor, he had to sprawl away to his right. In fact, you thought the ball had gone to the boundary. I thought so as well. But they got to 175 for 6. Not a lot of people here, although we've seen a bit more. And I'm sure they're supporting the West Indies big time here. Can they get over the line? We shall see. But they've made a good effort, these two. And Mulder's back, turnovers 1 made, 2 for 26, 175 for 6. De Silva 25, Moti's got 40.
And maybe we can attribute the increase in crowd to the good work that you and the commentators are doing on 104 Light FM. So many people listening in the cars, and he said, you know what, we're going to pop into Providence and cheer the West Indies on.
Indeed, you're right. Well, Mulder's back. He's a handful, 2 for 26 from 10. We shall see if the West Indies can get over the line. I would imagine if that happens, there'll be a roadblock like Shaggy tonight across the Caribbean. You know about Shaggy, do you?
I think I do.
Here we go. As it's a delivery which is on the line of that Mr. Mulder's in. And there's De Silva coming right across the stumps and playing the ball away up towards that mid-on there. Got a little bit square, 175 for 6. He's got 25. Yes, Neil?
Not only coming across, he also walked down the track as well to the bowler, maybe trying to negate the movement that Mulder's been getting all day. He needs to be watchful, good aggressive approach, but he needs to be sensible, understand what took him this far in the partnership.
Keep fighting.
Keep fighting, keep working, keep making the correct choice.
He's got to do that. He's got to bat until the cows come home. And those sheep that Mia Motley gave to Irfan Ali, I'm sure they're getting big up there somewhere in Berbice. 1,000 black belly sheep from Barbados. Here is Mulder. Comes up now and bowls. Outside the off stump of the man from Trinidad and Tobago. Comes across the line and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. 175 for 6. He's got 25. Moti is on 40. And the action is really joined here at Providence. Lovely weather after some early morning rain. It's given away to a fantastic contest between bat and ball. The South Africans still with the advantage, but this has been a tremendous effort of these two, batting with steely resolve, trying to get the West Indies over the line. Can they do that? Well, if they do that, well, then I suppose you can look at Vibes Cartel. It will be sweet to the belly like him. I know you know Vibes Cartel as well. He's your favorite artist. Here is Mulder. Comes in to bowl to De Silva, and De Silva allows the ball to go outside the off stump. A bit of swerve away from him. Too wide to influence the shot. The keeper comes across to his right to take it. It's 175 for 6.
And De Silva, as you said, his tactic is to advance down the track in a sensible manner. He's not running there crazy to Mulder, but just batting outside of his crease and then stepping even closer to Mulder. Mulder doesn't have the pace ready to drive him back with a short ball. He recognized that and decided he's going to cut down on the movement. As a result,
the keeper
is now standing up
because
that you need to keep Mr.
in his crease. Yeah. So he's under the stump. Here's Mulder comes in to bowl to De Silva. De Silva is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. His judgment is good. He's a good mathematician. That was not far outside the off stump. In fact, the keeper, all part of the psychology, just to whip the bails off.
And that's what Test cricket is all about. You've got to keep, strategizing. You've got to respond to the challenge. It's all about being tested. It's all about responding to the test and trying to pass those exams. That's, from a West Indian perspective, they're hoping that Moti and De Silva can aid them in that process.
Yeah, this is an important period because the last couple of deliveries, now the run scored, something that can play in your mind. The keeper is up, 2 sips in the gully. Here is De Silva waiting on Mulder as he comes in from the southern end to bowl him into this delivery. He's across and strokes the ball away down towards that backward point area for a single. He's a good player, De Silva. I think when you look at his production, I really should be doing a lot better, but he's battled away in adversity. He's the captain. And the ball goes square in the offside for 1. So what do we make of it now? 176 for loss of 6. Moti is on 40. De Silva's 26. How will Moti approach Mulder? He's been calculated. He's battled. Well, we know he can bat. There's no doubt about that. He's got a first-class 100. It was played at the Queen's Park Oval against a big side in regional cricket, Barbados. And that, I would imagine, should count for something. But, you know, when you see Moti, he can bat. There's no doubt about that. These two would love to shepherd the flock to safety. We shall see. And we encourage people to come to Providence and support the West Indies. Of course, they need that support. Things have been very rough for the West Indies over the years. And it's really got the captain thinking now. The third step is being pulled away. Let's look at this, Neil Barry. You're the analyst here. That third step has now gone to mid-wicket. What do you think is the thinking there?
The thinking is to try to cut down on the scoring opportunities of Moti.
Okay.
Try to bowl him a bit straighter. Don't allow him too much width. And the reason to taking the third step out and putting him out mid-wicket.
Mulder comes in to bowl to Moti. And Moti is getting the delivery, which is on the leg stump, looking to work the ball away. The bottom man came off the bat. We'll go down to short backward square. Let's look at the umpire. There was some bat on that, so he gets a run. Every run is like gold dust. And, of course, when you're talking about Guyana, you talk about gold, you talk about gold dust. 177 for loss of 6. Moti with that single goes to 41. De Silva is on 26. So the equation now, the West Indies need 86. They've got 4 wickets in the bag. Look into your crystal ball.
Well, you don't look into the crystal ball. What you'll say is that the pendulum is swinging. At the you know,
Can you say that again?
The pendulum is swinging.
Could you say that again?
Cricket is
I'm
a
going to
game
record
of
you.
glorious uncertainty. The pendulum is swinging. Okay? West Indies.
Should I quote you in
this
primetime
partnership,
sports?
Yes, you can do that. This partnership, right, has
Yes.
brought the momentum towards the West Indies.
You reckon?
Yes. Slightly.
Slightly.
Yes.
Choose your words carefully.
Slightly. What the South Africans will try to do is to cut down on the scoring
Yeah.
opportunities.
Here's a ball pitched up and driven. Where is that gone? Through cover, 4 runs. What a shot. Pitched up. Outside the line, the off stump for Mirage. And there was Moti spanking the ball beautifully into the shadows of the red stand at the far side through cover. That's gone across the outfield like a shot from a gun. Well played, Moti. Wow.
So now you understand what I'm talking about. Right? The opportunities to scoring is a lot more now for the West Indians.
Yes.
They've done this through good, sensible cricket, good aggressive running, and they've put away bad balls.
Here's
especially
Maharaj
Moti.
comes in, bowls to Moti. Moti's back. The ball which is on the off stump. They will look to get a single there and don't go for it. Seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit now, as they would say in Caribbean parlance. He's up to 45, 181 for 6. The target is now 80. Here's Maharaj as he comes in to bowl to Moti into this delivery. Moti's back. The ball goes just outside the leg stump. And yeah, you're right. He's done well. He's got 45. De Silva 26. 181 for 6. 52 overs and 3 balls gone. Mirage comes in to bowl to Moti. Moti's back looks to sweep the ball away. There's an appeal for leg before he's been given. But he's going to go upstairs now. But I mean, I don't know why Moti would want to play that shot as he did in the first innings. There's no need to do that. Well, we have to see if he's going to get away with that. He got out like that in the first innings. You know, sometimes you really don't need to do that. A bit short. The umpire gave him, but he's immediately gone upstairs.
And rightly so. I think that that one was pitched on about the line of the middle and leg stump, just back of a length. Moti possibly erred a bit in terms of picking up the length. He played across the line, trying to push it, right? That is a very tough call. I know the decision is out. So if it's just clipping, it will be umpire's call. But to me, that look if that is missing the leg stump.
You think so?
activation.
All right. So, okay, here we go. Is there any bat involved here?
I don't think there's
No,
bat involved. There's a lot
not
of
at all.
daylight between
Yeah.
the bat and the ball.
So that's not an issue here.
It's pitched about middle leg, and you're seeing a bit of the leg stump.
Right.
But the direction that the ball is going, I don't think it would have clipped the leg stump. I could be wrong, but
Yeah. Okay.
close.
Okay. Well, it's time for decision. Everyone's waiting. It was a bit of a naughty shot there. I didn't think it was on. Here we go. Back. And let's see. Impact in line. Umpire's call. Oh, my golly. umpire's call.
The dreaded umpire's call. And the umpire said not out, Moti would have still been batting, but that's the nature of the game. But he erred in terms of picking up the length.
Yes.
I don't think it was a bad shot to really play because the ball was heading down leg side, right? But the length maybe was a bit too full and the bounce was not there as well. So I will not really blame Moti for playing the shot. That is how he bats. He tends to take the chance, seize upon the opportunity. This time it just did not work out. So I think a well-played knock by Moti, and there's a lot of positives you can take out of that. One hopes that the higher order batsman can look at the little things that Moti would have done in his innings, such as run aggressively between the stumps, be prepared to use his feet against the spinners, and to put away the bad balls whenever they arrive. I think, well done, Moti. You tried your best.
Yeah, he did indeed. Yes. Yeah, you're right. I suppose a little bit harsh in saying he got out in the first innings like that, but he batted very well. Warren comes to the crease, and it's 181 for 7. Let's have a look at that.
Yes, I think the ball was pitched on about the line of mid-off. The ball is operating left arm over. It pitched just outside. It turned in, and it was heading down to the leg side. They say it's an umpire's call, but that was mighty close.
Mighty close.
Mighty close.
Do you like umpire's call?
Look, with all the technology, there always be controversies. At the end of the day, I try not to get involved in it. The think tank, they knows best. But all of these things are subjective in many ways. As you said, the umpire said not out, it was being not out.
Yeah.
So what is umpire's call?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
Indeed. All right, but he made 45 from 59 balls. Well, he's done his job. He's got to hope that Warwick can certainly stay. And in the final analysis, we shall see exactly what the situation is. In the first innings, he got out have a look at how he got out in the first innings. Similar, you think?
Similar, but the ball was a lot straighter.
Right.
In the first innings, a lot straighter and a lot fuller. This one was a bit short of a length, pitched just outside the line, and you can see the angle. Right, so the bounce was not there for the shot. Maybe the pace as well was a bit slower, so he played a bit early, right? And that was just flicked his pad going down onto the leg side. In the end of the day, umpire's call, debatable.
The thing about the umpire's call is that, if he said not out, then he would have been not out. So it's always interesting. There's a great debate about it, really. 181 for a loss of 7. Warkan comes to the crease. De Silva is on 26. I'll leave you for the time being. Your good friend from all the way in Berbice, Anthony Kemraj, will come a call-in. 181 for 6. Here's Neil and then Anthony.
Yeah, so a good breakthrough for South Africa. If you're a South African fan, you're very happy with that. A few of my work colleagues are South African, James Langeveld and Ricardo Salse. They're possibly very happy having a beer somewhere following the commentary.
Good afternoon to you, Neil. Good afternoon to listeners across Radio Land. And what are we having here? We're having a test match on a knife edge. And it's happening fast out in the middle. The last time we were chatting, things were happening quickly. 181 for 7. Here is Maharaj to bowl to the right-hander. That's De Silva. He's coming forward.
Warwick.
In fact, it's Warwick. Correction. And stabs the ball out into the onside. The over completed. De Silva is 26. Warwick hasn't scored as yet. The target is 263. And we look at the summary of the day's play there. In fact, the scorecard. Bradwitt getting 25. Louis 4. Carty 17. Athenaeus 15. Hodge 29. Holder didn't score. Moti moments ago 45. A very good innings from the Guyanese left-hander there, Moti.
A good innings indeed. And as much as possible, we try to encourage someone like Moti, who can give valuable runs at the bottom, to continue to work hard in this game. I think that decision was a bit unfortunate. We could have gone the other way, but he definitely have the ability to bat and provide crucial runs at the end.
Here is Mulder, bowls to De Silva. He's opening the face down towards backward point. He gets a single. Good rotation in the strike. And whether or not he's going to expose Warwick and company, that is left to be seen. As Warwick is about to take guard, he settles. He hasn't scored as yet. We still have the blistering sunshine here at Providence. We look at the grandstand, number of people coming out to support this game. Nice atmosphere, gentle breeze blowing across the ground. And lots of people might just be harboring the thought, would this game go up until tomorrow? Would we come back tomorrow morning? Is this afternoon enough? Here is Mulder to bowl to Warwicken. Warwicken is pushing outside the off stump and he is beaten, taken by the keeper. And for a moment, Neil, your heart was in your mouth.
Well, I don't think Warwicken is good enough to get a touch onto that. That was an excellent delivery. Just angled in by the right arm of a bowler, on about the line of the off stump, and then pitched and straightened. Warwicken was late in the shot, and a lot of movement, two slip on a gully, waiting for the underkeeper, waiting for that outside edge. And the question is, why did De Silva take the run off the very first ball?
Well, that's the thing. That's a very important thing. Very important thought. I was wondering myself. Here is Mulder to bowl to Warwicken. He's up there, bowl to Warwicken. He's coming forward, one that comes into him. And if you're the senior batter, you would want to protect your partner. Isn't that so?
Well, you can also say, well, you know, when you're batting, doesn't matter where you bat, you're a batter. And if they would have prepared him properly, he should be able to hold his own, bat 4 or 5 deliveries. It was a bit too early. There's a lot of movement in place. You know, one would think he would have said, look, hey, hang in a bit. Let me handle the fast bowler for a bit as you get yourself settled before we take that single. But hopefully Warwicken can respond to the challenge.
2 slips to gully, begin to go down. Here is Mulder to Warwicken. He's coming forward and straight to backward point. That speed is in the way. He feels there's no run, 182 for 7. So if I can just recap a little bit, the West Indies being set 263, and they've lost a number of wickets quickly. The very first to go was Mikhail Louis in the 5th over, when he was caught a 3rd slip of the bowling of Rabada. He went for 4. It was 12 for 1. The next, the captain, Craig Brathwaite. He was LBW of the bowling of Mulder in the 6th over. He made 25, 54 for 2. Then it became 62 for 3. Carty was bowled by Mulder in the 22nd over. I'll come back to that. Here is Mulder. He's up there, bowls to Carty. He is edging and is put down eventually at...
Gully diving to his left.
Gully position there, just waiting to see who is that fielder. And in fact, it's Stubbs, Tristan Stubbs, the big figure of Tristan Stubbs. The ball going to his left, Neil Barry.
Well, that's a good effort, actually. I think Warwicken advanced down the track. I don't know why. The ball left him outside edge. Found Stubbs moving smartly to his left. Just, I think as he landed, the ball just jarred out. You see, at times when you dive, if you don't land in the correct manner, if you hit your elbow first, that can force your hands to open, you can spill the beam. A good effort, I'll put it as that.
Here is Mulder, speeds in again to bowl to Warwicken. He is coming forward and pushes the ball out into the offside, straight to Bavuma, who is very workmanlike and might be telling his boys, look, we have them on the back foot. Let's go. 182 for 7, not over completed. De Silva 27, Warwicken hasn't scored as yet. The score reads 182 for 7. That's the position here at Providence.
And with the fall of Moti's wicket, of course, the momentum now slides back towards the South African side. They've got Warwicken in, and after that, we have had, Sears and
Joseph.
And Joseph to come. So,
as you said, Neil, lots of
Joseph
names.
can bat. Joseph, I mean, have shown that he's prepared to play shots, right? So they just have to chip away.
Here is Keshav Maharaj to bowl to De Silva. He is chucking the pad. And I share your view. Pretty early, he exposed Warwicken at the other end. I take the point, too, that, you're a test player and you should be able to defend and to really play for yourself and to really protect your position. But then I don't feel you should be exposing players so quickly. This is De Silva. He is struck on the pad. There's an appeal. He is out leg before. The dreaded finger of umpire Sykert goes up. And De Silva goes for the review. Right away, makes a T signal and goes up.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a lot closer in my view than the one with Moti. So I'm not surprised the umpire finger went up. He came forward, he didn't really get a great stride in. The ball is operating wrong the wicket. That one was pitched just outside the line of the off stump, possibly the arm ball coming back in. And I think he was struck in front. He didn't really get his foot forward. He had a deep step back. Both feet are within the popping crease. So he's hit inside. I mean, there's a possibility that ball could be sliding down, but because he's so close within the stump area, if he doesn't get an inside edge, that too may be another umpire's call. But I'm very surprised that he's batting that deep in the crease for the left-arm spinner.
So we look at the replay now. There is broad daylight between ball and bat. So it's a flat line there. We'll just have to wait and see what's going to be the decision now. So we're going to look at ball tracking to see where exactly he is struck as he was coming forward. And I was saying protecting Warrican. Well, my word, who is protecting who at the moment?
As they say in flights, put your mask on before helping someone else. He's got to protect himself.
So we're just awaiting the
Ball
decision.
tracking.
So I guess that's going to come up in a moment or two. We're going to look at it now.
Pitched in line.
Yeah.
Pitched in
Might just
line.
be clipping the
and
left
umpire's call
umpire's
again, just as I
call.
said.
My word.
Just as I said. And to my mind, that was a lot closer from the naked eye than the one with Moti. Again, umpire's call. But I'm surprised that for the spinner, the silver can be caught struck in front with both feet, front and back, stuck within the popping crease area. That's 4 feet. He's a tall lad. He should be getting out in front. Definitely an error in judgment.
So what we have here, Joshua De Silva, LBW of the bowling of Keshav Maharaj for 27. And the score reads 182 for 8. If you haven't heard it, 182 for 8. For those people who might just be thinking, look, the West Indies are finding it really difficult here right now. And I guess the target right now is out of their minds, actually. Just bat, and come back tomorrow maybe. 263 to get 182 for the loss of 8 wickets. Two relatively new batters at the crease now. Joseph, who can give it a whack. He comes in. Warrican hasn't scored as yet. And 182 for 8. Neil, what do you make of it?
Well, obviously the momentum is with South Africa. We know Joseph can play a few cameos. One hope that with his exuberance and, his newfound, he loved the game, and he will go and do his way. He will die trying. There's no doubt about that. What is that? Yes, he just got stuck in the crease, and one would think that he went back for it. Obviously an error in judgment in terms of the line and length. He tried to work it through the onside. He should be looking to come forward and hitting that ball possibly through the mid-on area as against going through backward square mid-wicket.
Say when you're in doubt, you push out. Well, he was struck on the pad, and it was the umpire's call towards the end of it. And he had to go back to the pavilion. Can Joseph give us what he gave us in the first innings? Here is Maharaj to Joseph. He is looking for a drive early. And might have had the inside
edge found, yes.
And we'll go down to a short fine leg position. Dizorzi feels he's off the mark. He is on 183 for the loss of 8 wickets. You talk about the pendulum swinging, and I remember my school days when my teacher would say, class, we're now going to be looking at the pendulum.
Yeah, so this time I think it has swung definitely towards South Africa. Joseph will play a cameo. One can expect that. Hold on to your heart, people. Warrican is now trying to reverse sweep. It's all happening here, Cambridge.
Well, that gave me some laughter, because Warrican, what you need to do here right now is to play proper cricketing shot. You're not a frontline batter, and you've just come in. You haven't scored as yet. Your team, you're back against the wall here. Here is Maharaj, bowls to Warrican. He's turning it on the onside. We'll get a single as Pete comes off the boundary area, and he fields one more to the total. So both of them are one now, under one. 184 for the loss of 8 wickets. And Maharaj, 2 for 18. This is the man they have to watch carefully, Keshav Maharaj. He has that ability to bowl for long periods. We saw it in the first test match. He was a thorn in the flesh of the West Indies batters. And he's at you all the time. That's the thing. Here is Maharaj to bowl to... That's Joseph. Is coming forward quietly and plays it down to backward point, and he can score. The over completed, 184 for 8. We've had 55 overs bowled. The target is 263. Joseph is 1. Warrican is 1. That's the latest score here from Providence.
And Maharaj continues to attack the stumps. He's been rewarded with 2 wickets. He broke the back of the West Indies resistance, so to speak. A good partnership between Moti and De Silva came to him, picked up both wickets. Moti a good knock for 45. De Silva stayed there, showed some responsibility. Both erred in terms of picking up the length of the balls that they got out from. And Maharaj, of course, because he bowls so straight, was able to get the nod from the umpire.
Well. It's Test match cricket. The third Test match at Providence. For those of you who are here at Providence, I guess you'll go away with the memory. Whichever way this Test match goes. South African, the West Indies gripping cricket. This is Warrican taps away as Mulder continues and bowls to him. He is coming forward, and at the last moment might have pulled the bat away, but it was struck on the outer part of the bat. And the ball goes out to cover 184 for the loss of 8 wickets towards the closing stages of a day, Neil. It's always a very tough situation to play out as a batter.
Well, as a batter and the fielders as well. I mean, you spend the entire day out there. Cricket is a tough sport, no doubt about that. You spend loads of time on the field. You've got to prepare your body well for it. But when you got into the game as a kid, you knew that this is what you had to do, so you prepare yourself well for it, and then you're able to respond to the challenge.
Here is Mulder, bowls to Warrican. This is played down past backward square. That's Rabada, who comes off the boundary from a fine leg area, and rifles a return in to the keeper, Varian. Good services to the keeper. 2 more to him. He goes up to 3. Joseph is 186 for the loss of 8 wickets. Our good friend Andrew Mason is always talking about the black belly sheep, but he's not talking about the rice that we send to Barbados. Andrew?
And possibly the origin of the blackberry sheep might very well have come from Guyana at some point in time. They sent 1,000, how many is remaining in Barbados,
Two against one. Here is Mulder. He comes up to bowl to Warrican. He is coming forward and again clipping the ball on the onside, down towards backward square. Rabada comes off the boundary, he feels, and they get a very quiet single. 187 for the loss of 8 wickets. West Indians love their cricket so much that when something goes against them, they're very quiet and they're expecting a lot more from their players. But sometimes it becomes pin drop silence when a wicket falls.
Well, there are men who would bleed maroon, all through their lives, and they are here. Some of them are here watching the cricket as well. You would see it on Facebook and the media. There's some people who will continue to support, and as is their right, the West Indies despite what. And for those people, I really do take my hat off to them. They are really diehard supporters, and we need to have more of those people involved. But they've got to take that support not only at the top level, but down at the grassroots as well, because that's where cricketers come from.
Imagine someone driving every day from Berbice to be a part of the commentary. Just imagine how lovely West Indian cricket is. 187 for the loss of 8 wickets. Here is Mulder. He's up there, bowls to Joseph. He is driving on the onside, straight to Maharaj, who is stationed at a very wide mid-on area. And he gets another single, 188 for the loss of 8 wickets. I'll tell you something about Joseph. He won't stick around because he's a very aggressive-minded person, and he will want to get on with the game.
But that's the way he plays, and I mean, you really cannot fault him for that. He doesn't know how to play any better. Maybe as he gets older, he may be become a bit more selective, but you don't want to take away his aggressive nature. His primary job is to bowl. You've done that very well since his advent into Test cricket. You've also scored some valuable runs.
Here is Warrican. He about there to take strike, and he's whipping the ball on the onside. It seems as though he has one shot at the moment. Down towards backward square. Rabada comes off the boundary area, and he fields, and they get 2 more. 190 now for the loss of 8 wickets. And I tell you something, the nerves are going to be cooler once they can get past that 200 mark, Neil.
Yeah, but every single run, it's getting closer. Anything can happen. You just don't give up. What they're doing to Mulder is to advance on the track to him. They're walking towards him to negate his movement that he's getting, right? And that, of course, allowing them to play a bit easier. Of course, the South Africans will respond to that. As you can see, the keeper is going to go up to the stumps once again to keep them in their crease and to allow Mulder the opportunity to get that ball to move and deviate. How the West Indian batters respond to this challenge is left to be seen.
Interesting move. Varian coming up to the stumps to Mulder, 235. Here is Mulder. He's up there, bowls to Warrican. He is letting it go and goes into the gloves of Varian, who whips off the bails in a flash. He has been doing brilliant work, of course. 190 for 8. 2 is Joseph, 6 is Warwick. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yes, and an over that finished well, but it's obviously the plan that was hatched in the dressing room because quite a few of the West Indian batters have started with the silver and so on, have started advancing down the track to variant, to mold it, to cut down on his exaggerated movement. And they have been successful so far, but at the other end, Mirage continues to pick up wickets.
At this point in time, before Maharaj continues, let me say thank you to these sponsors, the Sports Network out of Berbice. We do coverage for radio, TV, and the internet. Here is Maharaj, continues from the media center, and he's up there, bowls to Joseph. He is forward and gets it on the outer part of the bat. It will go down to a third man position. The fielder is giving chase from backward point, and will rifle the return. Now, good services to not the keeper, but that's Makram who takes the return, and they get what, 2 more. And I like the positivity of Shamar Joseph. What's the point being, you know, just pushing and prodding the entire day? You have to get runs. You have to make the runs to win. That's the point. Here is Maharaj, bowls to Joseph. He is beaten outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 192 for the loss of 8 wickets.
He has the tools to score runs, there's no doubt about that. In terms of his defense, he needs to work a bit more on that, but he certainly can give the ball a whack and he gets into good positions.
Here is Joseph settles, and he is going back. For a moment, I was thinking he was going to be LBW. And my word, Bavuma makes a valiant effort, dives to his right from short mid-wicket. He fields cleanly. Neil Barry, another one kept low.
Yeah, it's kept low, but it shows that Joseph is keeping his eyes on the ball. He went onto the back foot, but he didn't look to go back and pull across the line. He kept his eyes on the ball. It stayed low. He was able to adjust and punch it through the mid-on area.
Well, he will be better advised to be in the front foot. There is a change made in the field. Pete is moving from the offside to the onside. So there is a packed onside field. Here is Maharaj. Bowls to Joseph. He is tickling it on the onside. We'll just await the signal. That's the Zorzi who is giving chase. And we'll rifle the return now. And they get to 2 more runs. 2 more to the left-hander. So, yes, so those runs are off the bat, I'm told. Joseph is on 6. So both batsmen on 6. 194 for the loss of 8 wickets. And as they count down, here is Joseph bowls. That's Maharaj. He's coming forward, and Joseph is coming forward. Plays the ball out into the offside. And that's Mulder who fields no run. 194 for the loss of 8 wickets. Keshav Maharaj, he's very steady, and he's on a spot. And he's keeping in check. He doesn't give you too much. Here is Maharaj, goes in, bowls to Joseph. He's coming forward and kills the spin as the ball goes out into the offside. And another over completed, 194 for the loss of 8 wickets. Neil Barry, things are happening and happening real fast here at Providence.
Yeah, it's a good, eventful day of cricket, really. At the start of the day, we saw South Africa losing the last 5 wickets, but not too many. The West Indies was able to keep them under 300. The West Indies started reasonably well, but then after lunch, they fell away a bit, lost some 6 wickets or so after lunch. A lot of the shot selection and the way in which some of the batters went about their innings will always be questioned, and rightly so, because they looked a bit, out of sorts, especially Atenays against the spin of Pete, and those are areas in which the team needs to work on. They've got to continue. I'm not going to say go back to the drawing board. I think that staying has been overused in West Indies cricket, but we've really got to work on our developmental process.
2 slips begin to go down. Here is Warwick, and he faces up to Mulder. He is coming forward, one that comes into him. And back and across, and plays it straight to short mid-wicket. The captain is there, Temba Bavuma. He's a live wire in the field. He fields cleanly, and there is no run. So if I can go across the field for you, there are 2 slips. There is a very deep backward point. There is also a very wide cover. There is a mid-off in Keshav Maharaj. There is a mid-on, which is rather straight. Mid-wicket in short, that's Bavuma. There is a forward square in the Zorzi, and a man on the fine leg boundary in Rabada. Mind you, Varian, he's right up on the stumps there. Might be saying, you leave your crease, you're going to see what's going to happen. Here is Mulder, he's up there. Bowls to the right-hander, that's Warwick, and he squares him up. And as the ball goes out into the offside, there's no run. 194 for 8.
Just getting the ball to deviate off the track and getting movement. The pitch is still offering some support. I mean, it's a wearing pitch, the end of day 3. And of course, the cracks would have widened just a little. Kudos to the ground staff. The variable bunks have not been, as pronounced it is in the past. We can count, 10 deliveries in this innings? Well, for today, that possibly kept a bit on the low side. But other than that, I think it's just a good cricket pitch. Good for Test cricket.
Here is Mulder. Passes the umpire as a bowls to, that's Warwican. He leaves it alone. Picks up the line very quickly. And might have deviated off Varian as it went down to second slip. He's getting the ball to move. And that's nice to see. Even though late on the third day, the South African bowlers have been spot on.
Yes, they've bowled very well. They've been pretty consistent. They have put the ball in good areas, really asked the batsmen a few questions. A lot of them, of course, went unanswered or the wrong answer was given. They've picked up the wickets. It's 194 for 8. An excellent job indeed by all of the bowlers for South Africa.
2 for 35, Mulder so far. He's up there, bowls to Warwican. He's coming forward. And again, the ball that comes into him. He's getting lots of movement. That's the thing with him. Mulder, very impressive. It might not be that quick as Rabada and co, but he's getting the ball to move.
Getting some deviation indeed, running from close to the stump. He's getting some bunks as well. Obviously, he's hitting the seam a lot, and it's causing some discomfort to the batsman. Yes, he's a tail ender, but because the keeper is up, he cannot advance down the track to negate that movement. And so far, the captain may be considering for South Africa bringing in a short catch on the offside.
Why not? 2 slips begin to go down. Here is Mulder to bowl to Warwican. He's up there to Warwican. Warwican again is getting one that moves away from the right-hander. And if he's getting all that movement, imagine if the conditions are more suitable for bowling. The conditions are much cooler. What he's going to do with the ball, he's actually getting lots of support here from this Providence wicket. 2 for 35 in his 14th over. Shamar Joseph has 6. Warwican has 6. And they're doing the right thing. They're down in the middle of the pitch. And might be saying to themselves, we have to stay there. We have to bat for a long period of time.
There's still 2 days left in this test match.
Well. We can take it in chunks. Here is Mulder. He's up there. Bowls to Warwican. He is again coming forward, pushing the ball straight up the track. And Mulder fields, and there is no run. The score, 198 for the loss of 8 wickets. Joseph is on 6. Warwican has a 6. More from you, Neil, and then it's going to be the voice of Matthew Kisoon.
Yes, the game winds down here. Whether or not it goes in today, number 4 is all left to be seen. Am I seeing right? Is it 19 overs remaining in the day's play? And if that's the case, then there's still some way to go yet for these 2 batters to negotiate, to take the game into day number 4 as a welcome back, Matthew Kisoon. A long way off yet, folks. Still a lot happening as Maharaj continues from the media center end. Matthew.
Yes, Neil. Hello to you. Hello to everyone right across Guyana and the Eastern Caribbean region. You're picking up the commentary. Of course, a live feed and live streaming, YouTube. Here is Maharaj continues. Comes up, he's in bowls to Joseph. Joseph is on driving. He's going to get a single as the ball went to the left of Maharaj. And 1 more to the total. Neil, I'm not a prophet of cricket, but how are you thinking at this stage with this game? Obviously, I'm not trying to put you under pressure.
I can tell you what, there will be a result. That's all I'm going to say.
That's a very, very smart and wise answer from Neil Barry. There will be a result, and someone will win the series. Here is Maharaj. He'll walk back to his mark. We're in the 59th over, 195 for 8, so 63 and 5. 68 needed, 2 wickets in hand. Here is a ball that Warwican is turning down towards the short backward square area. He doesn't get a run. So Joseph is out there. No rabbit with the bat, as we said. He loves to score his runs as fast as possible. Warwican is 6, didn't score in the first innings. But a good fight is what is always needed. Yes, there will be a result. But it's the fight that's important here as well. The West Indies are under tremendous pressure here. Forward comes Warwick, and you've got two low-order batters having to get 68 runs. And that could never be easy. Just Jaden Seals to come. And it's not surprising that the game could actually end today. Here is a ball he's looking to sweep, hitting across the line, but that hit him way outside the line of the off-stump Warwican. And ambitious shot, Neil Barry.
Warwican's strategy, if you note, before Mirage bowls, to step outside the line of the off stumps. He's taken LBW out of it, right? He's also taken away the turn away from the right-hander. That's where Mirage should be going. So he's using a sensible strategy to overcome the challenge of Mirage.
Forward he comes, plays it back to Mirage on the onside of the pitch, no run. So Mirage 2 for 23 is bowled well. So he's removed Moti and De Silva. Moti getting to 45, 59 balls, 5 fours and 1 6 in that knock. His eyes testing in so far. Here is a ball that is flicked away. Nice shot down towards the square leg area, backward square leg area, and they come through for the single. So that will complete 59 overs of the West Indies innings. Joseph is 7, Warwican 7, and the latest score from Providence, the West Indies are 196 for the loss of 8.
Yes, and just chipping away at this lead. They need what? Another 6 or 7 runs for victory. Who knows what can happen? But it's a tall order. The South Africans had some 19 overs or 18 overs remaining in the day's play. 59 overs, I think, have been bowled so far in the day's play. So there's still some time left. We're not going to think about a new ball. The South Africans really and truly don't need a new ball. They're very good at bowling that old ball, getting some reverse swing. And this type of track, which could be a bit abrasive at times, the ball, I think, will reverse. And possibly Mulder would utilizing that reverse swing and to aid him in getting that exaggerated movement. As we speak, Rabada is coming from the southern end, and one knows that he can bowl. And if there's anything left in the pitch, he will find it. He's such a good bowler.
Right, so the close-up play yesterday, 223 for 5. So that lead was 239 by South Africa. And today started with, go through the scorecard for you and what transpired today as Rabada will come in to the attack from the players pavilion end, and that's outside the off stump. Warwican looking to flash that through the offside. Missed the shot taken by the keeper. Still a chance for Rabada to get to 300 wickets. He's got to pick up these 2 remaining wickets, and he will join that elite club of his fellow countrymen, in particular, Ntini, Donald, and Morny Morkel, who would have picked up 300 plus test wickets. Isn't that possible, Neil Barry, as Rabada comes in now to bowl to Warwican with 2 slips going down, and he gets a ball that makes a little height onto him. He's forward, gets it out into the offside, no chance of a run.
Yes, I mean, from the onset, there is always the saying or the thought that Rabada will one day be the leading South African fast bowler. He has all the goods. Mm-hmm. He plays the game well. He looks after his body well. He's a fit young man. Good head on his shoulders, and kudos to him.
Here is Rabada. Comes up, he's in bowls to Warwican. Warwican pulls the bat inside the line, and the ball is taken by the keeper, no run. Let's go through the West Indies innings today. Well, first of all, let's recap how the day started. Day 3, South Africa in their second innings. They were 223 for 5 overnight. Mulder was left before wicket to the ball of Warwican for 34. Maharaj was caught Moti at mid-wicket, bowled Seals for a duck. Here is Rabada, comes up now, he's in bowls to Warwican. Warwican gets a ball that he's edging away to the right of second slip, down to the boundary for 4. So 4 fortuitous runs for the West Indies. They need it. The 200 comes up in the 60th over. There's 63 runs behind Neil Barry, but a good delivery from Rabada almost got his man.
Excellent delivery. Pitched in by the line of middle leg, the leg cutter. And Warwican looking to play through the onside. It opened him up. And it didn't carry the second slip. Was to his right. And he tried to knock it down, but didn't. And 4 runs.
Very end was bowled by Seals for 59. Rabada caught her, just slip ball Warwican for 6. Here is Rabada. Comes up, he's in bowls to Warwican. He gets the ball on the middle stump. Turns it out to mid-wicket, no chance of a run. Berger caught and bowled Seals for a duck. That was a brilliant catch. 246 all out, 80.4 overs, their innings. And the last 5 wickets this morning falling for the addition of 23 runs. Pete was left not out 7, 22 extras made up of 4 byes, 13 leg byes, and 5 wides. And 10.4 overs was needed for the West Indies to wrap up the South African innings today. That strikes him on the pad. There's an appeal as he was looking for a run as well as the return came back in. And he had to hustle back into his crease of the strikers there. Not out, says the umpire. That's the first over from Rabada, and a new spell coming to an end. 60 overs completed in the West Indies innings, and the latest score here from Providence, needing 263 to win. They're 63 behind, 200 for the loss of 8.
Looking to wrap it up South Africa, going back to the race in the old Rabada. A good over from him, still getting some amount of movement, still getting some pace off of this track. Getting the last delivery to come back into the right-hander, stifle appeal for LBW, but I think that was going on leg.
Yes, Neil. So, you know, after the game started 10:30 this morning, of course, pushed back by half an hour. So every session pushed back by half an hour. Of course, we can play up to 5:30, and then, if time permits and light permits as well, they can actually probably go up to 6 o'clock, if I'm correct. I think those are changes in the laws of the game now. That's very important for everyone to know, especially lovers of the game and especially umpires. I want to go through the bowling figures for you quickly as Maharaj gets ready to bowl. That's the bowling figures for the West Indies when they wrapped up the South African innings this morning. 263 to win. Seals 18.4 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 61. 6 for 61, Jaden Seals. Excellent bowling from the Trinidadian pacer. Forward comes Joseph, gets it into the offside. No run. Moti, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 61. Warwick, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Holder, 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24. Joseph, 18 overs, 2 maidens, none for 53. And Hodge, 1 over for 9 runs. So that's the bowling. Those are the bowling figures for you for the West Indies in South Africa's second innings. Here is Joseph on driving down towards short backward square where Dizorzi fields, and there is no run. So when the West Indies started with 263 to win, they lost Louis, caught Mulder at third slip off the bowling of Rabada for 4. It was 12 for 1 then in the 5th over. We're getting ready to watch. Here is Maharaj, just ensuring that his fielders are in the rightful position. Little adjustment here now, Neil Barry, as Dizorzi goes down to fine leg. And
He's going to collect the helmet.
Oh, he's going to
But
collect
put
the
some more pressure on. They'll bring in a silly point and a forward short leg and add some more pressure to Joseph.
Okay, so he's going to come into field close in. So you're going to have what? You're going to have 3 men around the bat, just that slip, and then you will have silly point and a forward short leg. There's a backward square. You've got a mid-wicket on the boundary, then you've got a long on. That's on the onside. Here is Maharaj. Comes up. He's in bowl to Joseph. He's giving it some air. And it comes off what? The pad, but
Must be inside edge onto his pad as he went for a big shot, a flighted delivery, but Dizorzi took evasive action and couldn't respond in time. If there was an inside edge, the ball had lobbed up just his left at City Point.
He's the man at City Point. Here is Maharaj bowls. That's just outside the off stump off the inside edge. 1 bounce to forward, short leg, no run. So 63 needed. And those 63 runs are not going to be easy with these 2 final wickets for the West Indies here. But a lot of pressure. Maharaj, the informed bowler, of course. On the back foot goes Joseph. Gets it out into the onside. No chance of a run. And then the West Indies went to lunch at 43 for 1. 14 overs bowled. Brathwaite was 17 not out. Carty was 15 not out with 7 extras. 220 runs still needed at that stage. That turned down the leg side. Looking to flick it fine, missed the shot, taken by the keeper. The over comes to an end. 200 for the loss of 8, Neil Barry. Brathwaite then went after lunch, leg before wicket to Mulder for 25. 3 fours in his knock, 54 for the loss of 2. Carty was bowled by Mulder for 17. 3 fours in his knock as well. Faced 47 balls. A bad shot, Neil Barry. I guess as we recap, you can just describe or explain maybe some of the shots the West Indian players would have played that really they should not have played. Brathwaite, of course, got a good delivery. That one was going on to hit the leg stump clean, but Carty's dismissal, really, that shot wasn't called for.
Yes, I think it was a bad choice of shot, but then he was exposed. His lack of footwork, especially the deliveries pitched up outside the line of the off stump, was clear to see, and the South Africans would have recognized that. They would have done their homework. They would have watched him in the first test. or, and they watched him in the first innings, and they attacked his weakness.
So Rabada continues. He starts his 14th over, 2 for 41, and that's a nice stroke played there by Warwican. Came forward, eased it into the offside, sets off with a single, 201 for the loss of 8. The West Indies need 62 now to win. So the countdown is on. Hodge was bowled by Rabada for 29, 38 balls, 6 fours. Talk about his dismissal.
Well, Hodge played some good shots, yes. But the thing is, his choice of trying to play that shot at that time was wrong. He didn't pick up the length at all. Was a bit outside the line of his off thumb, played away from his body, inside edge, really and truly, and came back in. What the South African bowlers were doing all along is just toying with both the inside and the outside edge of the West Indian batsmen, especially the right-handers.
Rabada to the left-hander edge, and that's gone for 4.
Gone between second and third slip. They looked at each other. No one made that decisive effort.
Streaky shot, a boundary. That reduces the total to 58 to get now to win, 205 for the loss of 8.
And that was a pacey delivery as well. They took a step up. Big ball is not carrying, and they took that chance to come up a bit early, a bit closer to the stump. Good delivery from Rabada, from wrong the wicket, left the right hand. He flashed. It went as a catchable height, but it went very quickly. And before the second or the third slip could respond, it went through for 4.
Joseph has gone up to 11 from 17 deliveries. Here is Rabada, comes up also Joseph. He's on the back foot, stabs it out towards the fourth slip area, what you would call it third slip, but wide, and more in the fourth slip position. No chance of a run. And then Athanase's dismissal caught Markram off the ball of Pete, the off spinner who had a first ball in the match. He went for 15, 103 for 5. Athanase's dismissal.
Well, I think he this is innings he would want to forget, but he should try to remember for the errors he would have made and try to learn from the experience. 3
sips go down. Here is Joseph on driving, not timing the ball well, coming off the bottom portion of the bat, down towards mid-wicket, picked up by Temba Bavuma, no chance of a run.
Looking for a big shot, Joseph. He saw something which he felt he could hit down the ground. Rabada looking for the Yorker, full and straight, inside edge onto his pad. He saw the big open area between mid-off and mid-on a bit wide, and he tried it. Once it's in my arc, I'm going to hit. That's the way Joseph plays. He tends to be a lot. He has a free spirit, and especially love to take the challenge up against the faster bowlers.
Rabada bowls, he gives himself room and then slaps it hard into the ground. It bounces out to Maharaj down at cover. And again, no chance of a run. And then Holder caught Mulder off the ball of Pete for no score. 12 balls he faced, didn't get off the mark, 104 for 6, giving his hand away to long on.
Give his hands away to long on. I think the spinner came on. He was getting some bounce and turn, getting some grip, some purchase. And all lack of footwork, just looked on drive.
Here is Rabada comes up. Joseph is pulling that over Temba Bavuma's head, is it? In fact, he's got his man. He's out caught. What a catch by Temba Bavuma. A short man leapt in the air, took the catch. And Shamar Joseph thought he would have got that over his head, Neil Barry. He did not. That was a miraculous catch. He's gone for 11. He raises his head to the skies and says, my goodness, I could have gotten that over his head, but that wasn't to be. What a catch. Look at that. Leapt in the air, one-handed. That was absolutely brilliant, Neil Barry. The 9th wicket is gone, and Rabada's picked up his 299th test wicket.
299th test wicket, and this was an extraordinary catch by a short man. He just leapt vertically, possibly about 2 feet, and made it look so easy in the end. Not a lot of exuberance, the captain, but he did what he had to do, and that is one of the hallmarks of Bavuma. He has always been an excellent fielder, and he made that catch look very easy. Joseph, of course, he lived by the sword. He will die by the edge. That's the way he bats. He's a free spirit, and he tried to go over long on with that delivery that was pitched just back of a length. He couldn't get under it enough, get the elevation to go over the shot, Bavuma. And the 9th wicket was falling. He said 299 for Rabada. And I don't think anyone will begrudge this young man should he wrap up this innings and move to 300 test wickets.
Right, so final man coming out now to do some battle. And Rabada would want to wrap it up. South Africa on the verge of winning another test series against the West Indies. The West Indies would have won that lone test match in 1992 in Barbados. And they haven't won any series since against South Africa. So It's been an all South African affair. So they're looking for their 23rd test match win against the West Indies. The West Indies would have 3 wins and 8 draws in terms of clashes between the two sides. But let's continue the innings quickly here of the West Indies. 1 wicket remain to fall now. They need to pick up 1. The West Indies need some runs still. Here is Maharaj. Comes up. He's in bowls to Warrican. Warrican is playing it into the onside. No run. Moti leg before wicket to Maharaj for 45. His highest test score. 59 balls, 5 fours, 1 6, 181 for 7.
Yes, I think, it's touch and go with Moti. He erred on terms of judging the length, but it was umpire's call. It was heading down. So the technology, I think, got Moti out more than anything else.
The very hard decisions, you would say. Forward comes Warwick and gets it into the onside. No run. There are many around the world that would say that's unfair. But you're using DRS, and that's a decision that they came up with. Umpire's call if it's clipping. And that was it for Moti. Here is a ball that he's looking to swing. An almighty swing shot over mid-wicket. And he missed the shot. Look at that, Neil Barry. Warrican.
Well, Warrican is saying he's a tail ender. He's batting with the number 11. Not a lot to fight for. He's going to try his best to smack a few out of the ground. And who knows, maybe take the game home. But definitely not the type of shot recommended at this stage.
Maharaj bowls. That's given Samir. Nice delivery on the leg stump, and he turned it away into the leg side, no run. So the Moti De Silva combination, that partnership for the 7th wicket yielded 77 runs, 181 for 7 then. And then De Silva leg before wicket to the bowling of Maharaj for 27, another close one, Neil Barry.
Close one, but more in favor, I would think, of the bowler than anything else, because he was stuck on the crease. He initially went back. He's batting very deep in the crease. He went back. His front foot did not get outside of the popping crease, so it was very struck there. An umpire's call again came into it.
Maharaj bowls. He plays a reverse sweep shot. Is going out towards the backward point boundary area, and will it get for 4? In fact, 2 fielders were giving chase. 1 knocked it back in, and they came back for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. The West Indies move up to 207 for 9. And of course, the last man just out, Joseph caught Bavuma. That was a miraculous catch, I would call that, off the bowling of Rabada for 11, 205 for 9. And Rabada picking up his 299th test wicket at that stage.
Yes, and I think as we look at the replay, a good sliding save, but the umpires have to determine whether or not some part of the fielder's body was touching the rope when it went for 4, and apparently that was not the case.
That's a good effort by the field out there. So 207 for 9. Wraps on the pad. There is an appeal for a leg before decision. Not out, says the umpire, as Maharaj bowls. He must have been hit outside there, and they're going to go upstairs for that one. They want to ensure that the game ends today. Neil Barry, South Africa takes that review.
Well, the way in which Warrican bats, he tends to do a shuffle across his off stump and then get forward. He didn't shuffle as much, but I dare say that I think he got struck outside the line of the off stump. I thought that's why the umpire said not out, because he was of the view. Of course, DRS and will make the final call on this as well.
So we'll have to wait and see with that decision. The original decision is not out, so let's see.
He might, this decision will be based upon whether or not he was struck outside the line of the off stump, because everything else is in line. He was struck in front. The ball was going on to hit the stump from this position here. Clear daylight between bat and pad, so Ultra Hedge has indicated there was no touch on it. So just a matter for DRS to do his thing. So it's pitched outside the line of the off stump, impact outside, so that's it. It's over, not out. The umpire is correct.
Right, so he lives to fight another day. And with that 1 wicket to fall now, South Africa would be very anxious. They don't want to take this match to go into day 4. And we still got a lot of time, Neil Barry, because it's about 8 minutes after 5 local time here. Warrican is 14, Seals is yet to score, 207 for the loss of 9. And you look at 20 extras in that total of 63 overs bowled, 207 for 9. So Moti leading the way with 45, then Hodge 29, 25 to Brathwaite.
If you call anything above in double figure starts, look how many starts the West Indies batters got. No one went on. And that's an area of grave concern for West Indies cricket.
Right, so Rabada has a chance still to get 300 test wickets. Well, I tell you what, it will be fantastic. It will be great celebration all over, especially in South Africa's fans, and for the great lovers of the game, that a young man can pick up 300 test wickets quickly. Here is Rabada bowls, on the back foot goes Seals, and plays it into the offside, and there is no run, bowling with 3 sips and a point. And he deserves that attacking feel as well. He's an attacking bowler. Then you've got Covenor mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a backward square on the boundary. So it's his best figures, 7 for 112 in taking 299. Look at his average, 22.07. That strike rate is pretty good, 39.39. Here is Rabada, comes round the wicket now. He bowls to that Seals. Seals plays a solid defensive push into the offside, picked up by Maharaj, no chance of a run.
Yes, Seals and Rabada, they have the same type of structure. I think Seals may just get a bit more advantage in terms of meatiness, if I can use Andrew Mason words. But they do bowl the same thing, bowl right arm fast and bat left-handed. Rabada, of course, have the experience, 299 wickets, tremendous average, brilliant strike rate. This man has it all.
Rabada comes up, Seals, gets the ball down the leg side. The angle not right on that occasion from Rabada. Nicely taken by Varian, moving away to his right, and again, no chance of a run. So the crowd has built up, Neil, nicely to the end of day 3. You're looking at maybe 175, 180 spectators.
Thanks to the work of the radio broadcast, I'm quite sure. A lot of people listen to 104.1 FM, and they would have heard and said, you know what, I can come in and get a bit of cricket.
Yeah, congrats to Bobby Veer and his team. This is a lovely radio station, FM. Forward comes, Seals plays into the offside, no runners. But it's been 3 wonderful days of Test cricket. Pity couldn't go into, let's say, a 4th day, stretch the Test match, make it even
Well, it's
more.
not over yet, You never know, You never know. You never rule anything out, Matthew. It's not over yet.
All right, Neil, I'm gonna take your advice. I'm gonna listen to you carefully. But we all know that this game will end today. Seals yet to score. He's on strike. 207 for the loss of 9. Now, Rabada bowling over the wicket. Comes up, bowls to Seals. That's on the middle stump. He's playing into the onside for Bavuma to pick up. Now, that was a fantastic catch by Bavuma to dismiss. That's Joseph.
Yeah, that's a good catch indeed, without a doubt. Everyone felt it went for a boundary, but he leapt up. I think his vertical leap would have possibly been above 18 inches, if not 2 feet. And he took it easily in the end, but showed very little emotions. Many people would have been ecstatic with that catch.
Here is Rabada. Comes up, he's in bowls to Seals. Seals gets a short lip in delivery, handles it well, rides it down into the offside. No chance of a run. And that's the end of the over. 64 overs gone. Seals is yet to score. Warwick 14. And as we come down to the end of day 3 and probably the end of the match, the West Indies are 207 for the loss of 9. They still need what? 56 runs, I make it. 56, and yes, 56 runs to win the game, but just 1 wicket in the bank at this stage. So we'll take a little break. The players are going to have some refreshments, and I'll endeavor to recap for you a little bit of what has transpired so far today. Remember, when day 3 started, South Africa would have closed day 2 on 223 for 5, 70 overs. At that stage, they led by 239 runs, Neil Barry. And so they started to pile on the runs nicely. We were projecting probably over 300 plus as a score that they were looking to give the West Indies a change. That wasn't to be, because early this morning the West Indies made early inroads, removing the remaining 5 wickets for the addition of just 23 runs. And at that stage, you felt that the West Indies came right back into the game. Because, of course, South Africa didn't get the total they were probably looking for, or we were thinking they were looking for. And it came up to a stage where Warwick picked up the first wicket, then Seals got the next 2. That's Maharaj and very end. And then Warwican got the 4th wicket for the morning, and Seals wrapped it up, picking up a 6-wicket haul. I think his 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. And the innings coming to an end, 246 all out South Africa. And in 80.4 overs, with Pete left not out on 7. Anthony has rejoined me, 22 extras, of course. The West Indies then needing 263 runs to win. What was going through your mind? Welcome back, Wadikar.
Good afternoon again to you, Matthew. Good afternoon to listeners across Radio Land. And yes, you ask a very important question there, and I must answer you in the affirmative. Let me tell you, 263 to get, I was thinking this is going to go down to the wire from ball one. I didn't think that, it's going to be a walk in the park for either team. Because I know for sure that the wicket has been, and judging from the early moments of the first day, when things were happening very quickly, wickets started to tumble. So I got the feeling that this match is going to go up to a very close stage, where you're going to have a very ticklish situation towards the end. And it's happening here on the 3rd day. Things are happening really fast. South Africa have really put the West Indies on the back foot.
So the West Indies need 55. Here is a ball that he's looking to reverse sweep. That's Warwican. Missed the shot, taken by the keeper coming from behind the stumps. No run as we restart after the little break. Here is Maharaj. Comes up now. He's in balls to Warwican. Warwican is forward. Defense. Gets it back along the pitch. No chance of a run. So let me correct that. Seals got his second 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket when he picked up those 6 wickets, 6 for 61, excellent bowling. He's been very consistent so far since he's been bowling for the West Indies. Here is a ball that he's looking to pull or to drive through the onside. Again, missed the shot taken by the keeper, almost falling over Jomel Warwican. And there is no run. He's kept on 14. Maharaj 2 for 26 so far. He's in his 11th over, so he's been very successful as well. Got 8 wickets in that first test in Trinidad
I think
Tobago.
they've actually gone upstairs for the stumping there. So we're just waiting on yes. So the replay is here now, and there is Warwican going for the shot. I think he's well grounded from this angle. Yes, he's well grounded.
Easily grounded there.
Yep.
Ensuring that back foot was not in the air at all.
But remember, Matthew, that the umpires, they must do that.
Here is a ball that he gets on the off stump. His forward defense plays back to Maharaj, and there is no run. And then Moti picked up 2 for 61. Warwican 2 for 21. The pick of the bowlers for South Africa's second innings when the West Indies bowled at them. Here is a ball that is lifting high. That's gone. Let's see where that's gone. That's gone for 6, is it? In fact, it's gone for 6 over the mid-wicket area. Nice shot by Warwican, and that reduces the runs that they need to get now to what? 51, 213 for 9.
Well, what a shot there from Warwican. That was floated up, and he was into the drive area, realizing that there wasn't a fielder on the long on area. So he really found the gap to perfection and got a huge 6 there, Warwican. Well, cricket is always a funny game, and you never know what can happen, 213 for 9. 263 to get on. We're in the closing stages of this 3rd day. Let's see if we're going to come back tomorrow.
So exactly 50 needed. Here is Warwican, works it away down through mid-wicket. He's going to get a single here. And as a sliding effort there by that's Markram, ensure that they didn't get a second run. The over comes to an end, 214 for the loss of 9. So make that 49 needed now. 22 4s and 2 6s so far in the West Indies innings. Moti top scoring with 45, followed by Hodge. So they need 49 to win.
49 to win, and I think to get to 49 is going to be a really tough challenge for the West Indies. I'm not saying that they're not going to get there, but Seals and Warwican need to continue playing the way they are. But South Africa, they won't just allow the West Indies to go with the 49 runs. You're playing here with a series victory. And remember, the first match was drawn, which was curtailed by the severe weather. This is another match. It's a different pitch. It's a different surface. 49 to get. Let's see what will happen. Rabada has the ball in hands.
3 for 46. Kagiso Rabada bowls, and he is fishing a dot outside the line of the off stump.
It is getting a little bit dark as well, too, and the artificial lights have been switched on here at the National Stadium. Let's take note. So we might have a situation where if the West Indies continue to bat this way and South Africa don't pick up that wicket, we might just go a little bit over time. Who knows?
3 sips. Then you've got a backward point on the boundary. There's a cover mid-off. Back goes Warwicken. He's on 21 and plays it into the offside. No runs. So it's been a low-scoring game in the context of the first innings. 160 made by South Africa and then 144 by the West Indies. And then South Africa batted a little bit better, of course, in the second innings, which we expected, getting up to 246 all out. And the West Indies, of course, has also batted a bit better. They're 214 for 9. 87 runs for 3 wickets in the session so far. Here is a ball that's steered away down to the right of the field at third slip and down to the boundary for 4. And that's Warwicken for you. He moves to 25. 218 for the loss of 9.
Wow.
The West Indies need 45 runs to win now.
I tell you something, it's getting closer. And you know, the pot is boiling and it's getting hotter all the time. Who's gonna have the final meal, really, so to speak? 45 to get, Matthew. These are really tough situations for cricketers out in the middle. They are professionals, but at the end of the day, they're human beings.
So 45 needed to win. We were in the 66th over of the West Indies innings. 218 for 9. Rabada bowls. He's on the back foot. Gets it back to Rabada. No chance of a run. So he's fighting Warwick on 25. Didn't score in the first innings. So he's put up a good fight, 48 deliveries so far. Seals yet to score. Nothing wrong with that. If Warwicken is going to score the runs, no problem. The important thing is that they don't lose a wicket. The last wicket that needs to fall for South Africa to win the test match and win the test series, 1-0. That first test, a drawn test match in Trinidad. Of course, you've got the T20s coming up, or the 1 days. Here is a ball that's played into the offside. So white ball cricket will follow in Trinidad after the end of this test series. But Anthony, 3 days of cricket. So robbed of 2 days in test match cricket. The West Indies are not known for taking matches into a 5th day or even a 4th day. They did take one into the 4th day at Trent Bridge.
Well, I don't want to say that we're going to be done in 3 days. You never know what can happen. We can come back tomorrow morning. But it all seems as though that, it's going to finish today, the way things are going. I think that a wicket might just be taken or the West Indies can just scrape home. You never know what can happen. This is the funny game of cricket, the game that we all love.
South Africa wants this to happen now. Here is a ball that he's turning away down towards backward square. Shuffles across his stumps and turns it down towards backward square. No chance of a run. The over comes to an end. Rabada wouldn't pick up that 300th test wicket as yet. 218 for the loss of 9. The West Indies still need 45 to win the game.
It's going to be the icing on the cake for Rabada and South Africa if they can take that final wicket. And if he can take it, if he can take the final wicket and put the icing on the cake and get to 300 wickets and South Africa win the series 1-0, that's going to be kudos to South Africa. We look at the match summary. South Africa 160 and 246. The West Indies 144 and 218 for 9. West Indies now need 45 runs to win.
Let me ask you an honest question. You think
Go ahead.
You think they're going to get these 45 runs? With 1 wicket in the bank. What's your
Look,
gut feeling? Give me your gut feeling.
No. My gut feeling is it's very. I'm gonna continue. It says over the top.
That's gone. That's gone for what? A 4? Yes, I make that 4. That's a nice shot. Maharaj bowled into Seals. So Seals gets off the mark with a boundary.
I did say, Matthew, I did say that this match would go down to the wire. 41 to get. Only 41 to get. I say only 41 because remember, these two came together at a very critical stage.
Well, Seals picked that one up beautifully and hit it over mid-off. Here is Maharaj over the wicket to Seals. Seals is forward. He's caught. He's gone. That's the end of the game. That's the end of the game. A great catch at forward short leg. And South Africa have won the test series. They've won this test match. Another test series under their belt against the West Indies. Winning by what? I think it's 41 runs, 40 runs, I beg your pardon. So South Africa have won by 40 runs here. The match coming to an end, and this was expected because they played very good cricket throughout the 3 days, and the West Indies falling by 40 runs here. They put up a good effort, but at the end, the better team has come out the victor, and they've won the series as well. Congratulations to South Africa on winning another test series and another test match against the West Indies.
Congratulations to the South Africans, winning handsomely
Look
as
at
well.
that catch.
Towards the end of the match, you did ask me what I thought about it, and I was thinking, look, both teams are on the edge right now, and I didn't want to give either team the advantage. But well bowled there from Keshav Maharaj. He continues to impress all of us. Congratulations to South Africa, winning by 40 runs, winning the 2-match test series 1-0. They're going to go back into Rainbow Nation, Matthew, with their heads held high, knowing that they've beaten the West Indies.
Yeah, Seals caught Bedingham at forward short leg off the bowling of Maharaj, a 4 from 8 balls. That ends the test match and ends the test series. South Africa on top 1-0. Really, hats off to a team that has come to the Caribbean to do battle, to fight hard. They've pushed their way up the World Test Championship rankings, and now they will probably ensure that they stay probably in a number 4 position with the top 3, of course. You look at Australia, India, and England, of course. And so they've strengthened their position in terms of the rankings in the World Test Championship. But at the end of the day, a fantastic victory here for South Africa. They fought very hard. They were in the game from the moment they dismissed the West Indies for 144 after they made 160 with that slim lead of 16. And you take 16 off of 40, you get what? You get 24, if I'm correct. So if that 16 runs, they didn't have that lead, even if in winning the match, they would have won by 24 runs. So runs always makes a difference if you get a little lead. But at the end of the day, as the players leave the field and handshakes all around the West Indies team, the batters going off, the umpires coming off. It's been a wonderful test match, just that it's gone for 3 days. But excitement galore when you look at what transpired, 160 by South Africa. West Indies replied with 144. And then get into 246 South Africa in the second innings, and the West Indies being dismissed for 222 with 20 extra, 66.2 overs. Top scoring for that innings was Moti, who got 45, followed by, that's 29 from Hodge, and of course Warwick and Craig Brathwaite getting 25 apiece, 27 to the Silver as well. But at the end of the day, Warwick would be the man left not out. And so South Africa coming up with a fine victory by 40 runs. Final comments for you before we do a final wrap-up here of this test match and the test series. Rabada ended with 3 for 50. Borga didn't get a wicket. 2 for 35 for Mulder. Maharaj ended with 3 for 37. And Pete, 2 for 50. Anthony Kemraj.
Yes, let me just closing off by saying that the West Indies batting again has been exposed, the fragility of the West Indies batting. Let me say thanks again finally to the 2 sponsors, the Sports Network out of Berbice. We do coverage for radio, TV, and the internet. Red Rose Advertising, your success is our business. And to Bobby Vera and his entire team from Light FM 104.1 FM. I must say to you, Matthew, it was a pleasure doing commentary with you, my brother. Naim Chan, if you can watch this way, thank you very much. It was a pleasure doing commentary with you in my very first test match. And Neil Barry, you came late, but you came on time. And I'm happy that you're here. And it's a pleasure doing commentary with you as well. I didn't see Andrew Mason, but Andrew, again, did a splendid job. All in all, our team worked tremendously well. I'm happy for what we did. But you know what? As a West Indian, I'm not happy. But that's the way life is.
Yes, we're cricket commentators, and we've got to be very fair and just. But South Africa, well-deserved victory. So final scores in the match, South Africa 160 and 246. The West Indies 144 and 222 all out. South Africa winning by 40 runs, taking the test match, and of course, taking the test series 1-0. Andrew Mason is coming in to join us, to join me for maybe a little chat at the end, Andrew.
Yeah, well, in the end, we want to congratulate the South Africans for winning. It was an interesting test match, ebbs and flows. In the end, South Africans got over the line. I thought that it was a good spell of bowling, certainly coming from Rabada. 299 test wickets. And then, you know, towards the end there, the umpires called on two occasions, and that stupendous catch taken by Bavuma to get rid of Shamar Joseph. The West Indies fighting towards the end. But I suppose when you look at, in the end, the better team actually won. You always felt that with their bowling, that anything over 250 was going to be a challenge for the West Indies side. They've got to go back to the drawing board. We said that on so many occasions, and look at a lot of things. The technique, I think Louis is in trouble. Plays very hard. We saw him certainly against England.
That's right.
To Wood. You had a situation where he was actually playing short, bowling off the front foot, and he was undone big time in this test series. Got all the work to do. There's no doubt he's got some ability. Craig Bathurst must be very concerned about his form in the last 10 test matches or so. He's not done as well as he should. I also think through that in terms of captaincy, got to be more aggressive. I just felt that we lost the plot when South Africa were 139 for 5.
Correct.
Yesterday. Moti bowling left arm spin from the southern end. There was a slip and a leg slip to a right-hander. You need to take that leg slip and put him at City Point. And if you notice, Bavuma's a good captain, tactically very astute. And these are the moments in the game that you sometimes begin to wonder, why is it that we don't like to attack? And instinctively, West Indians, these cricketers are defensive, and that's one of the problems. Because I felt that had you been able to squeeze South Africa, there would have been a difference between making 263 and maybe 170. And then you had that pair doing so well for wicket number 6. And I thought that was a crucial stage in the match. It is true that we came back this morning, some 23 runs conceded, 5 wickets going down. And at 43 for 1, basically it looked okay. But you always felt that anything over 250 was going to be a challenge. A good pitch, I thought. 1 or 2 deliveries kept a bit low. And, I've always said that, if you're quick, you can wake up dead pitches. There's a lot said about this pitch. I thought that Mulder is a good bowler. Very good bowler indeed. You can see him bowling in good conditions in England. He looks very much like a Winston Benjamin, right on target, good pace. Reminds me also as well of a Hendy Bryan from Barbados, who was very, very stiff indeed. In terms of Rabada, brilliant, 299 wickets. I thought Pete bowled pretty well. Maharaj, who certainly bowled well in Trinidad and Tobago. For the West Indies, well, we saw Athenaeus get a good score in Trinidad, 92. Gave his hand away. A little bit surprised by his overall approach. In cricket, things are very tough, but you got to dig it out. And then he really gave his hand away. Jason Holder's dismissal in the second innings was unforgivable. I don't know what he was trying to do there. And I think he was just caught with the pressure of trying to bat with the lower order. And in the final analysis, we saw some good resistance from the Silva and Moti. Got a similar fashion. And in the end, the West Indies lost the game. We want to congratulate South Africa.
Of course, and you can't take anything away from the way the West Indies would have bowled in this test series, this test match as well. Because a 5-4 for Shamar Joseph. Jaden Seals got 6 wickets in the second innings. They bowled pretty well, I thought. Fantastic work done by the fast bowlers for the West Indies. The two leading fast bowlers, you'll have to say now, the tearaway fast bowlers for the West Indies. Warwickon picked up a couple of wickets as well, and Moti got a couple of wickets as well. So the West Indies bowling wasn't that bad at all. But where they're faltering, where they're failing, Andrew Mason's in the batting department. And they've got to try and improve, because you've got to play England later in the year, of course. They've got another series coming along as well. So they've got to play some cricket. And if they want to fancy their chances of getting a bit higher on the World Test rankings, to get up there in terms of the championship and moving from the bottom and moving up a couple of places, they've got to bat well. They're not batting well. I think their bowling has really been coming on. They need another excellent fast bowler. I think someone like Isaiah Thorne, they need to be looking at. He's a young man. He's from Guyana, yes, but he's a West Indian. And if they can get him in and work on him, they need to work some more on Shamar Joseph as well in terms of his body work. He's had some cramps along the way in England and, of course, right here back home. But if they can work on him, he needs to ensure that his diet is good. He needs to drink a lot of water, keep his body well, and he can be the kind of bowler that the West Indies could be looking to, of course, for the future. He's already started well in his young career, his early days of Test cricket. Jaden Seals is growing in leaps and bounds, but we need to find the West Indies must find another 2 quality fast bowlers at least, and begin to look back to the likes of a Roston Chase as an off spinner, probably to get back into that Test side, maybe Shea Hope to plug the gap and to maybe bring a level of stability in that middle order, because he's a good batsman. He has good technique. He probably needs to get back into that Test side. He's not being considered. But when you look at the all-round effort from the West Indies, it's simply their batting that has really let them down, Andrew Mason. And 40 runs, you give a lead of 16, yes, and then that partnership for the 6th wicket by South Africa in their second innings yielding 85 runs, that made the big difference, of course. You came back this morning, you picked up 5 wickets for 23 runs. You thought that, well, reasonable to get back in the game, but the lead already 263 to get, that would have been very difficult for the West Indies on any day. But having said that, we know that the batting has got to improve for the West Indies. That top 4 is causing trouble. Brathwaite not in the best of form, and he's been scratchy around and not getting the runs that the West Indies will be looking for him to get. And when you look at an Athanaze who hasn't been quite consistent as yet, he needs to continue growing. A false shot today, a bad shot giving his hand away. Carty also gave his hand away, coming in to replace Kirk McKenzie in the Test side. And certainly the West Indies will have a lot of work to do. I think the selectors have got a lot of work to do as well in terms of their thinking powers, in terms of coming up with the right combination to continue the West Indies moving forward in their endeavors to do well at Test level.
Yeah, indeed, certainly a good victory for them. And we really want to thank, of course, our friends at Light FM for coming through to ensure that we heard the broadcasts right across the Caribbean on the West Indies YouTube channel. Thanks to you, Bobby, who's in the box. Without you, we couldn't do it. Thanks to your wonderful technical team. Thanks to all the sponsors for coming by to ensure that we were able to bring this Test match to you. The game finishing in 3 days. It didn't last as long as we were saying Barbados as a Bajan snow cone. So final scores in the match: 160 and 246 to South Africa. The West Indies 144 and 222. They've made so victory by 40 runs to the South Africans. So they won, and that birdie with a nanny wine of crazy in Cape Town is shouting, South Africa declared all